Shu thought the situation was truly dangerous, while others panicked because B-rank adventurers were arriving. A piercing scream echoed as a giant wyvern suddenly appeared before the group. The blonde classmate drew her sword, resolutely shouting, "Shu, get behind me!" The girl gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, telling herself that she would definitely protect him. Shu was stunned by her action. He gritted his teeth, a pained expression flashing across his face. As Shu was about to step forward, a man in the group yelled loudly, ordering him to fall back, befitting his role as a porter. Someone explained that wyverns use fire orb skills in dive attack. They can shoot up to 5 fire orbs consecutively. The blonde girl looked at the situation before them with eyes full of anxiety. Shu's eyes suddenly glowed with a brilliant blue light as he roared, "Appraise class, come forth!" A giant, blazing fire orb was hurtling towards them. In the heart of the city, Shu suddenly remembered the number 1,000,000. He overheard 2 men boasting about selling monster items for a good price, thanks to having powerful classes. Shu was silent, his hand unconsciously reaching into his pocket. His phone screen displayed an account balance of only 12,035 yen. The story rewinds to 50 years ago, when those things began appearing all over the world. In Tokyo, the crowd still bustled on a peaceful afternoon. But then suddenly, that peaceful city transformed into a living hell. On that fateful day, a giant dungeon appeared. After that event, everyone's lives began to change, as they could all see their class abilities. All thanks to one of the tools the dungeon created, called a skill book. People could unlock abilities by touching and absorbing the book. And so, many people used their mysterious new powers to begin conquering dungeons. Shu Amasora was also among those who gained class abilities. But then the ground suddenly shook violently. Giant tree roots began to emerge from the paved ground. A colossal wood golem roared, towering before him. Shu didn't flinch. He gripped his sword tightly and took a stance to face the monster. The wood golem immediately swung its rock-sized fist down. "Watch this," Shu said calmly. "Make sure." His eyes flashed with an ethereal blue light. To appraise it thoroughly, a circle of energy emanated from his body. Immediately, an information panel appeared, detailing the wood golem. D-rank durability. Weaknesses are its head and fire element. Attack types are root entanglement and fist swings. Shu thought to himself, its speed isn't high. Although strong, it can only perform basic attacks. He easily dodged the golem's devastating punch. Since it's made of wood, its durability. Shu continued to analyze. He drew his sword from its sheath. Dealing with it with a sword should be easy. He swung his sword in a decisive arc. The colossal wood golem was sliced in half, collapsing in astonishment. Shu Amasora decided to target the golem's weakness, shouting that it was its head. With his brilliant blue eyes, he poured all his strength into the final sword strike. A system notification appeared. He gained 30 experience points and leveled up by 1. Plunging his sword deep into the fallen enemy, Shu Amasora quietly affirmed his victory. He collapsed to the ground, panting from exhaustion. Suddenly remembering, Shu Amasora quickly took his phone out of his pocket, thinking he needed to stop recording if he didn't want the battery to die. He quickly stopped the video recording the scene of the golem's defeat. Shu Amasora smiled contentedly, both pleased with the good quality footage and relieved that his phone wasn't damaged. Suddenly, he realized he had leveled up and immediately called up his status screen. The information panel appeared. Shu Amasora, 20 years old, appraiser, level 2. Shu Amasora mused, telling himself that his appraisal skill was neither powerful nor valuable. Until now, appraiser was a class that had never existed. Shu Amasora thought about being able to use the skill to view others' statuses, but then ran into ethical issues. His train of thought was interrupted when he discovered items dropped from the golem's corpse. The wooden golem shattered into fragments. He picked up a fragment, thinking to himself that the best thing about this skill was the ability to view item information. But in reality, appraisal scrolls with similar functions were very common in dungeon. Shu Amasora bitterly realized that when a scroll only cost 1,000 yen, his value in the eyes of the world was only that much. Furthermore, people often preferred to use scrolls to appraise items discreetly. Stepping towards the light, Shu Amasora wondered why he, who had always admired adventurers since childhood, possessed such a useless skill. Life can be so ironic sometimes. At the Tokyo Adventurers Guild, a voice rang out, "I'm here for appraisal." Shu Amasora gazed thoughtfully at the cluster of sparkling crystals in his hand. 2 other adventurers began to whisper, "Appraisal? Who's that guy, a new adventurer? Oh, he's just one of those part-timers." They continued to gossip, assuming his ability was to appraise items without needing a scroll. The man in the sweater scoffed. "That's all? Then he's completely useless in a dungeon." Shu couldn't take it anymore, growling, "I heard all of that." He told himself that he was a true adventurer with all the necessary qualities. Nevertheless, Shu had to admit that this part-time job was not a bad way to make a living, especially when he identified it as mithril ore. A woman wearing glasses explained that the guild was always overflowing with items, and using Shu's appraisal skill would be much more efficient. Shu calculated silently that each of his appraisals cost about 700 yen, 300 yen cheaper than using a scroll. At the counter, a receptionist handed him his pay envelope for the day. He thought bitterly that he had been an adventurer for a month, yet his main source of income was still this part-time job. As Shu left, the receptionist cheerfully greeted him. "You worked hard today, Mr. Appraiser. Remember not to get hurt in the dungeon." That encouragement only made Shu sigh heavily. He looked at the 7,700 yen and bitterly realized that it was the pay for 1 hour of work, but it took 10 hours to recover his mana. Despite his annoyance, Shu hurried home, determined to focus on that thing. Night fell over the old apartment complex. Back in his room, Shu quickly operated a device. "Alright, setup complete." He picked up his phone, muttering, "Now, which video should I upload?" On the screen was a slightly shaky video clip, showing a green slime being attacked. Shu began typing, intending to add the status information of the slime he had defeated to the video description. He silently admitted that it was difficult to become a top adventurer with only an appraisal skill. That's why he decided to earn extra income by uploading videos to his newly created Sora's Monster Appraisal channel. Shu was confident that even though anyone could find information about slimes, a video demonstrating effective tactics would be very useful. He decisively pressed the upload button. With his work done, Shu decided to go to sleep. But as soon as he lay down, he couldn't help but worry about his first video. An hour later, the result was a mere 5 views. Shu sighed in resignation. After all, it was only the first day, and he had no subscribers yet. He reassured himself that perhaps the views would increase by morning, then drifted off to sleep. Unbeknownst to Shu, something strange was happening as he slept soundly. Notifications of received 1 EXP began to appear continuously. At the same time, his video's view count had risen to 9. As the views increased, the EXP gain notifications appeared more rapidly. Before long, the video had reached 38 views. Suddenly, a bright notification appeared. Level increased by 1. Shu woke up with a start due to the strange sound. He was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Immediately after, another level up notification appeared. Shu remained in bed, completely stunned by the unbelievable event. Shu jolted awake in bed, unconsciously uttering a "huh?" He sat up, confused, asking himself, "Did I just hear a level up notification? But how could I level up while sleeping?" Still groggy, he placed his bare feet on the cold floor. To be sure, Shu decided to summon his status window. His eyes focused on the information panel that had just appeared. The status panel clearly displayed Shu Amasora, Appraiser, Level 3. He stood frozen before the virtual screen, unable to believe his eyes. Did I really level up? What the hell happened? The question echoed in his mind as the words Level 3 hit his eyes. Shu ran his hands through his hair, muttering that he hadn't fought any monsters since yesterday, then wondered if his job book was bugged. With a bewildered expression, he decided he needed to investigate this thoroughly to be safe. A flurry of keywords was hastily typed. Auto level up bug, auto EXP gain. Sitting in front of the screen, he sighed in disappointment, finding no information whatsoever. Suspecting this was a unique kind of bug, suddenly remembering, he shifted his attention. Since I'm online, I should check on last night's video. Shu exclaimed in surprise when he saw that his first video had over 30 views overnight. He smiled contentedly, telling himself it was a pretty good start. Motivated, Shu excitedly decided to upload the remaining 6 videos immediately. But then the next day, an expression of utter horror appeared on his face. A cold system notification appeared. Level 5. Shu stood frozen in the middle of the room, asking into thin air, "What the hell is going on?" He couldn't understand why he had reached level 5 without doing anything, and his train of thought was interrupted by another ding. Shu was startled by the ding sound from his phone. The screen displayed a notification. "You have 1 new comment." Wow! My first comment. Shu rushed to his computer, exclaiming excitedly. A user named Ryan left a message. "Thanks to you, I defeated my first monster. Thank you, Sora." Shu blushed with emotion, thinking to himself, "No, I should be the one thanking you." He smiled, realizing that his appraisal skill could actually help others. With 7 videos uploaded, his channel had accumulated over 1,000 views. Shu contentedly thought that there must be many others like Ryan who had been helped by his videos. But then a question suddenly flashed in his mind. Huh? He froze, staring at the screen, an unbelievable hypothesis beginning to form. Don't tell me. Could it be that every time someone defeats a monster after watching my video, I receive a portion of their experience point? Just like in a game, when a warrior defeats a monster and is healed by a healer, that healer also receives a portion of EXP if the warrior feels grateful. In other words, viewers are using his videos to fight, and he is their supporter. Shu stood frozen in the screen's light, overwhelmed by this grand discovery. He clenched his fist, asserting, "Then I also receive a small portion of the EXP they earn." He paused, wondering if he was being too optimistic. but then concluded it was the only logical explanation. "Alright," Shu declared, changing clothes and putting on his backpack, ready for action. He resolved, "I'll test it out." Shu arrived at a deserted dungeon near his home. He mused that since dungeons were everywhere, he chose the least frequented one to carry out his plan. He realized his viewers were mostly beginners, while websites only focused on monsters in popular dungeons. Therefore, Shu decided to provide information about low-level monsters that new players would be interested in. Inside, a horde of undead monsters consisting of skeletons, zombies, and slimes awaited. He turned on his neck-mounted camera, calculating that if he provided more free information about them, he could earn a lot of views. Shu fought while narrating about each type of monster for his video. First were the skeletons. Though they had no weapons, their bones were incredibly sharp. Next were the zombies. They were stronger than they looked, but their attacks were slow and predictable. Finally, the wraiths, a type that only took damage from magic, and was very difficult to deal with without magical weapons. After finishing filming, Shu pressed the button to upload the video. He confidently declared that he had completed the appraisal of the undead monster. Now, all that remained was to confirm if leveling up was related to views, and a series of received experience notifications answered everything. The status screen appeared, confirming that Shu Amasora had reached level 10. Shu joyfully exclaimed, "I was right, I'm level 10 now." He celebrated exuberantly right in the guild hall, startling those around him. A stern guild employee reminded Amasora to maintain order. Shu awkwardly apologized, then checked his phone and saw his video already had over 300 views. He smiled as he read the comments. Many praised the neck-mounted camera for making it easier to follow. Shu thought to himself, it was fortunate that his 300,000 yen investment in the camera had paid off. He furtively looked around, then decided to open his status screen. Shu discovered he had a new skill called storage, which was basically an inventory space the size of a large box. He exclaimed that this skill was too basic, though somewhat convenient. Shu pondered, since an appraiser's stats were inherently low, not leveling up quickly would make dungeon exploration too risky. He suddenly paused as he realized something. The screen displayed a series of comments suggesting that his videos needed narration and that he should find an editor. Shu looked up, muttering about the concept of an editor. He searched for free editing tools but wasn't confident in his own abilities. Shu sighed. He didn't know anyone who could help, had no money to hire someone, and his channel didn't have enough subscribers to monetize. Since he had leveled up, he decided to look for higher-paying part-time jobs in dungeons. Sitting before a pile of loot, he was suddenly startled by a piece of information online. His finger froze right on his phone screen. Shu joyfully exclaimed, convinced that this job was made for him. The Orderless Guild building appeared, towering into the sky and incredibly imposing. Shu looked up, overwhelmed by its grandeur. A week later, he received a message stating he had been accepted and was invited to an orientation at the Orderless headquarters. The part-time job was as a porter, and Shu timidly approached the reception desk to report. A friendly female employee confirmed his name, Amasora, then invited him to follow her. As he walked, Shu secretly guessed that the upcoming expedition would be quite large-scale, but also reassured himself that a job for a level 10 wouldn't be too dangerous. A creak echoed as the door to meeting room 1 opened. Inside was a group of formidable-looking individuals, their aura distinctly different from ordinary citizens. The room was packed with veteran adventurers, each unique, yet all exuding an air of danger. Shu broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, they look terrifying. I have to make a good impression. He spoke loudly, bowing deeply. Hello, I'm Shu Amasora, a new porter. I look forward to working with everyone. His enthusiastic greeting was met only by suffocating silence. Immediately after, everyone completely ignored him, resuming their interrupted conversations. Shu awkwardly realized a harsh truth. Right, nobody cares about porters. Suddenly, a warm, deep voice came from behind. Hello, welcome Shu. A burly, blonde-haired man smiled kindly, introducing himself as Shogo Kaizuma, the guildmaster of Ortolis. Shu, delighted, quickly took the guildmaster's outstretched hand. Shogo Kaizuma told him to go find a seat as the meeting was about to begin. Stepping inside, Shu was overwhelmed by the vast meeting room, where dozens of adventurers were already seated. He muttered while looking for a secluded spot. There are about 30 people here. I should sit somewhere inconspicuous. But then a crash interrupted his thoughts. Shu was startled to realize he had accidentally bumped into a girl, sending her sprawling onto the floor. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Are you okay? He stammered, reaching out to help her up. The girl's golden hair gently swayed as she looked up. The girl smiled kindly, taking Shu's hand. It's all right. I should be the one apologizing. Shu was surprised to realize the girl was a foreigner and an adventurer, despite still wearing a school uniform. Shu introduced himself as the porter for the expedition, offering to get acquainted. The girl confirmed Shu Amasora's name, then introduced herself as Ryan Ava. Shu happily replied, asking permission to call her Ryan informally. Suddenly, Shu froze as if realizing something. He suddenly remembered Ryan was the name of the first person to comment on his video, but then reassured himself it was just a coincidence. Shu changed the subject, asking about Ryan's background, and learned that her parents were Russian and American, but she was born in Japan. Ryan curiously wondered why Shu wasn't carrying any luggage bags. Shu smiled mysteriously, held out his hand, and began to concentrate his energy. A green energy orb flashed, then condensed into a bottle of water. Ryan was astonished, while Shu explained it was his dimensional space skill. He secretly prided himself that, thanks to making videos, he had leveled up, and his storage space was now even larger than a regular porter's bag. Ryan exclaimed in admiration, saying she only had combat skills, which made Shu secretly envious. Shu humbly admitted he had no combat skills and hoped Ryan could help him. Hearing that, Ryan smiled kindly. She happily agreed, asserting that they would help each other, making Shu secretly marvel at how good-natured she was. Suddenly, the entire room darkened, interrupting their conversation. A figure decisively stepped forward. Shogo Kaizuma's voice rang out, asking everyone to settle down for the meeting to begin. Shogo stood before the large assembly of adventurers gathered in the spacious meeting room. He turned on the screen and announced that this expedition would be a collaboration between 3 guilds. Shogo Kaizuma introduced the members of the other guilds who would be participating via the screen, asking everyone to remain silent. Shu was startled as he recognized a familiar face. He thought to himself, unable to take his eyes off the woman on the screen. It was a woman with long black hair and sharp, powerful red eyes. Shu recognized her as the symbol of the Blood Guild, B-rank adventurer Shizuka Kuromin, nicknamed Bloody Dai. The adventurers' ranks were clearly divided, and people like Shogo and Shizuka were both B-rank, while Japan still had no A-rank adventurer. Shu and Rion Eva sat next to each other, both overwhelmed by the lineup of prominent figures. Rion secretly worried, not understanding why they would hire low-level porters for such a seemingly dangerous mission. At that moment, Shogo smiled confidently, announcing that he would reiterate the plan once more. Shu's eyes widened, sensing something was wrong. Shogo gravely declared their target was the newly appeared highest A-rank dungeon, Heavenly Palace. The scene revealed a colossal ruined structure, floating amidst the clouds. Shu broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his ears. He was stunned as the words A-rank echoed in his mind. Shogo continued, saying they had given this dungeon another name. He boldly declared it to be the Sky Fortresses. Shu could only scream in silent disbelief at this madness. Afterward, at the warp gate of the Sky Fortress, the adventurers had fully gathered. Shu thought back. He had wanted to shout that a weak appraiser like himself couldn't possibly enter an A-rank dungeon, but he couldn't bring himself to spoil Shogo's mood. He reassured himself that today's mission was only reconnaissance anyway, as Shogo hadn't mentioned conquering it. Shu listened, sweat trickling down his cheeks as he thought of the harsh truth. Historically, no individual or team had ever conquered an A-rank dungeon. Before the teleportation gate, Shizuka Kuromin declared, "Let's review the plan one more time before we enter." She outlined the objectives: establish a base camp, otherwise gather information, and ideally, fully conquer the dungeon. Amidst the crowd of elite adventurers, Shu and Rion Eva felt completely overwhelmed. Shizuka Kuromin, the guildmaster of the Blood Guild, was the one leading this operation. She led a formidable force of over 80 adventurers, with her guild forming the core. All of them were fully equipped and seasoned warriors, ready to face any risks. The plan was clear. Shizuka would lead the vanguard through the teleportation gate, while other guilds handled logistics. Shu whispered to Rion Eva, "An A-rank dungeon and the symbol of the Blood Guild. I feel completely out of place," and his friend agreed. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Shizuka spoke up. "I will now announce the members of the vanguard team." Shu thought to himself that low-level individuals like him and Rion Eva would certainly not be on that list. However, Shizuka called out 2 names loudly. Shu, Asura, Rion Eva. Both froze. Shu stammered, "What? Me?" While Rion Eva exclaimed in shock, "Really?" Shizuka coldly confirmed, "Yes, it's the 2 of you. I personally reviewed everyone's data here." Shu cried out in despair, "That's not the point. Why us? We're just the greenest rookies." Shizuka's voice echoed as images of other adventurers flashed by. "That doesn't matter. For an A-rank dungeon, anyone below C rank is the same." Shu suddenly realized why no one had said a word. Because no one wanted to volunteer for a death trap. Shizuka looked directly at the 2 of them, delivering an ultimatum. "Of course, you can still refuse." Shu's eyes narrowed. He stood before a decision that could change everything. Shu thought to himself about his childhood dream of becoming an adventurer, and the golden opportunity to go with the best. He clenched his fist, making up his mind. "I'll go," Shu declared boldly. Rion Eva exclaimed in surprise, "Asura." Shu smiled reassuringly at her, advising her to make her own decision and not to risk her life foolishly. Under everyone's gaze, Rion stammered, hesitant. Finally, she made her decision. "I'll go too." Shizuka Kuromin approved. "Then both of you will join us." "Thank you." The narrator explained Stampede, terrifying attacks when monsters escape from dungeons. Shu realized that monsters in an A-rank dungeon were certainly very dangerous as well. Inside the dungeon, a knight in silver-white armor swung his sword valiantly. A female mage unleashed a fireball, incinerating her enemies. The members of the Icon of Blood Guild easily cleared out monsters, even though the dungeon's difficulty was far from low. Hiding behind a rock, Shu thought in astonishment that an A-rank adventurers guild truly was on another level. Rion turned anxiously and asked, "Aren't you worried, Asura?" A blonde swordsman in the group turned back, cheerfully saying that he had been worried too, but now he felt fine. Shu maintained a serious expression, muttering about the dungeon having 6 floors and the difficulty steadily increasing. The scene inside the dungeon revealed corridors of stone pillars and dark abysses. Just as he thought they could conquer the entire palace at this pace, a black entity with a horrifying eye emerged from behind him. Whoa! Shu startled and turned around as the thing suddenly lunged to attack. Just as the monster was about to pounce on Shu, a single slash tore it apart. Rion Eva stood in front, asking in a panic, "Are you okay, Shu?" Shu sat on the ground, looking at the corpses of the 2 monsters and stammering, "Thank you, you saved me." To which Rion simply replied, "Glad I could help." But then he noticed his friend's legs were trembling uncontrollably. Shu thought to himself, Rion was also very scared, so why did she want to become a seeker? Suddenly, a voice rang out from ahead. "Hey porters," a knight in white armor warned, "we've stirred up a monster nest. If they come your way, run or do something." Shu panicked. What do they mean by "or do something"? While Rion screamed as danger approached, a giant spider with glowing red eyes slowly emerged from the darkness. Despite her fear, Rion yelled, "You should hide somewhere," then charged straight towards the monster. She swung her sword, striking hard at the spider's leg, as thick as a pillar. The blade clashed against the tough carapace. Rion gritted her teeth, trying to hold her ground. The monster's power flung her away, sending her sword flying from her hand. "Rion!" Shu screamed in horror. The giant spider immediately spewed out a stream of white web. Rion was stuck to the wall by the spider web, unable to move. The hideous monster slowly approached its incapacitated prey. In Rion's tear-filled eyes, despair was evident. Shu could only watch helplessly. Oh no! At that very moment, all information about the super spider suddenly appeared in his mind. Weaknesses, attack patterns. Shu Amasora frantically opened his inventory, desperately searching for something he could use. He thought to himself that he had just haphazardly stuffed everything that seemed useful into it. Suddenly, Shu had an idea when he found an insect repellent spray and a lighter. He realized he could create a makeshift flamethrower. "Eat this!" Shu yelled, charging straight towards the super spider holding Rion Ava. With a determined look, he aimed his homemade weapon at the monster. However, when he pressed the button, only a weak puff of air came out from the empty spray can. His plan failed, leaving Shu standing alone before the giant monster. He suddenly remembered he had used up the entire can on a cockroach yesterday. Seizing the opportunity, the super spider brought a sharp leg down on the terrified Rion. "Damn it!" Shu roared, charging forward without hesitation. The spray can and lighter fell to the ground, and he told himself that an appraiser was one of the weakest professions. But despite that, Shu still used his body to shield Rion Eva. Rion Eva was stunned, tears welling up in her eyes at his action. She desperately screamed his name in that life or death moment. Immediately, a massive explosion struck the spider right above their heads. Both looked up, bewildered by the sudden change. A hand with crimson nails was manipulating shimmering streams of blood. A black-haired, red-eyed woman appeared with the skill Blood Bullet. She stood blocking the spider, blood bullets hovering, ready to attack. The volley of blood bullets pierced the super spider, causing it to explode. One of the monster's giant legs crashed down right next to Shu and Rion. As Shu helped Rion up, a mysterious female figure stood amidst the dried bloodstains on the wall. It was A-rank explorer Shizuka Kuramine, nicknamed Bloody Die. Escorted by guards, Shu admired, "Miss Kuramine, that was truly amazing." Rion turned, mumbling an apology, "I'm sorry. I still ended up needing your help." Shu quickly waved his hand. "No, Miss Kuramine saved both of us, but I promised to protect you." Moved by his self-reproach, Rion declared, "Next time, I'll definitely protect you." Shu thought to himself that this girl was truly kind, but also felt ashamed of his own helplessness. Seeing him silent, Rion worriedly called, "Shu?" He was still lost in his thoughts. Rion asked, "Why did you decide to become an explorer? It's too dangerous when you have no combat skills." Shu hesitated. That's. Memories flooded back with the steady beeping of a heart monitor. A lonely hospital bed appeared in the dark room. The cold sound of machinery continued to echo. Rion's call pulled Shu back to reality, startling him awake. Suddenly, a command rang out from ahead. "Stop!" The entire group of explorers halted in a vast, gloomy hall. A premonition of ill omen struck Shu, and he trembled as he sensed a terrifying threat approaching. From the shadows of the stone gate, a terrifying growl echoed. A giant wyvern suddenly appeared, causing an explorer to scream in terror. An info panel appeared, confirming it was a B-rank red wyvern, with no weaknesses. Shu was horrified to realize its stats were too high, an extremely tough opponent. He calculated that it would take 3 explorers of the same rank to defeat a monster like this. Fortunately, the team had a B-rank swordsman, a healer, and a supporter. Shizuka Kuramine confidently stepped forward, ordering everyone to retreat, but before she finished her sentence, a loud noise echoed from behind the group. Everyone turned back in shock, unable to believe their eyes. A second wyvern had appeared, and the jaws of death officially closed in. The entire formation panicked, unable to believe they had to face 2 high-level monsters at once. "Miss Kuramine!" Shu yelled as he saw her charge forward. With sharp eyes, Shizuka declared she would handle one. Then she turned and assigned him a task. "I need you to buy us some time, Shu Amasora." Rion was stunned, calling Shu's name, not understanding what was happening. The remaining wyvern immediately attacked, its massive tail slamming down, separating the two. It let out a roar of intimidation, ready to tear them apart. Just then, the B-rank swordsman clicked his tongue and slid across the ground, blocking their path. His sword burst into blazing flames. He let out a battle cry and bravely charged at the monster. Shu realized fire attacks would be useless and was determined to buy time until Shizuka Kuramine returned. He suddenly snapped awake, seemingly having thought of a way, but still hesitated. Suddenly, Ryan Ava rushed forward, shouting, "Shu, hide behind me!" Though trembling with fear, she resolutely declared she would protect him. Shu was stunned by Rion Eva's courageous act. He gritted his teeth, feeling helpless and angry at himself. Shu inwardly scolded himself. "This is not the time for this, Shu Amasora." He stepped forward, shouting out information about the wyvern. It had fireball and charge attack skills. Shu continued to explain that it was resistant to both magic and fire, and could only be damaged by physical attacks or special skills. He thought to himself, with this information, the veteran adventurers could devise a strategy. The problem was, in this critical situation, Shu didn't believe they would listen to a rookie porter like him. "Understood." A decisive voice rang out from the knight in white armor. Shu looked up in surprise. The knight, Takayama, ordered the entire team to use physical attacks, but the blonde swordsman immediately objected. Takayama explained that he had seen Shu risk his life to shield Rion Ava, and such a person wouldn't lie. Convinced, the blonde swordsman reluctantly agreed. Takayama added that their goal was to inflict as much damage as possible until Shizuka Kuramine returned. The swordsman turned to Shu, growling, "Do you have any other information, Amasora?" The wyvern roared, condensing magic in its mouth. Shu frantically yelled, realizing it was concentrating energy to fire a fireball. 2 support mages immediately acted, erecting a giant ice shield. The blazing fireball shot forward, violently colliding with the defensive barrier. The attack's terrifying destructive power knocked both of them back, shattering the ice shield. In the midst of the crisis, Shu's eyes lit up as he activated his new skill, observation. This ability allowed him to see through magical and muscular movements, predicting the target's next attack. Shu immediately warned the team about the upcoming charge attack, a magically enhanced lunge that could break through any barrier. Instantly, the wyvern folded its wings, plummeting from above like an arrow. The heavy tanker formation quickly established a solid defensive line, ready to alter the monster's trajectory. The beast slammed into the wall of spiked shields with terrifying impact. Fresh blood splattered, the sharp spikes on the shield successfully injuring it. Struck by the sudden pain, the wyvern staggered back, a deep wound appearing on its neck. Shu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that enough time had been bought for Shizuka Kuramine. Just then, a cold voice rang out. "That's right. I just finished off the other one." Shizuka Kuramine, the S-rank hunter, finally appeared, directly confronting the injured wyvern. The other team members, including the female mage in purple, cheered excitedly. "Master!" Shizuka Kuramine raised her hand, preparing to unleash a terrifying skill before the growling monster. A surge of dark magic emanated from her, named Blood Absorption. From the wyvern's wound, fresh blood was drawn out, flowing in streams towards Shizuka Kuramine. Shizuka Kuramine's most infamous skill was to drain every drop of blood from even the smallest wound on a monster's body. The wyvern let out one last desperate shriek. Its shriveled corpse crashed to the ground. The system announced that the red wyvern had been defeated, leaving behind a magic stone and 120 experience points. A series of unexpected experience notifications appeared, leaving Shu astonished. The entire expedition team received generous rewards after the arduous battle. Rion Ava cheered excitedly. "That was amazing, Shu. I've never seen a porter do so much." Shu humbly replied to Rion Ava's praise, attributing it to the guild member's effort. He thought to himself, thanks to the information from his appraisal skill, the team had cleared the dungeon and minimized damage. Although he didn't fight directly and received little experience, Shu could still level up quickly. Shu ate thoughtfully, musing that even in an A-rank dungeon, they had reached the 15th floor, truly living up to the name Icon of Blood. He glanced at Rion Ava, suddenly realizing something as his skill leveled up. The strongest person here was, Shu inwardly affirmed. I knew bringing these two along was the right decision. Oh, Shizuka Kuramine. Shu was startled when Shizuka Kuramine suddenly appeared. Shizuka Kuramine calmly praised. Your appraisal skill truly is a valuable asset, Amasora. Shu thought to himself. He had assumed she would value his item box skill more. No, both. Furthermore, I now see your third skill is equally useful. Shizuka Kuramine smiled meaningfully. Shu was stunned, a flurry of questions rising in his mind. Could she have seen my potential, and known Rion Eva's strength too? Rion Eva struggled, carrying a giant backpack. Shu suddenly realized an astonishing capability about his entire team. Meanwhile, a wolf monster was struck down by a single slash. A series of experience point notifications appeared before Shu. He realized he received the same amount of experience as if he had defeated a monster by himself. Perhaps his role in the team had been elevated. Takayama and a blonde swordsman cheerfully came to praise him, ruffled Shu's hair, and offered to exchange phone numbers. Shu awkwardly thought about the leveling mechanism. For every 5 skill levels, a skill tier would increase, and every 10 levels would grant a new skill. He recalled Ryan always going ahead to protect him, while he could only secretly wish his 4th skill would be a combat skill. Suddenly, Shu was startled by a sense of danger. A giant ogre was stealthily lurking behind the pillar. It suddenly appeared with a boulder in its hand, terrifying the whole team. An ogre? Rion frantically turned around, not understanding why it had appeared here. The ogre growled, raising the giant boulder high. Shu screamed as he saw it hurl the boulder directly at Rion. He desperately realized he couldn't block that attack. A direct hit meant death. Looking at Rion, a reckless decision flashed through Shu's mind. So that's how it is. He roared, activating his inventory skill, purple energy swirling in his hand. Shu put all his strength into pushing forward. He used all his might to push Rion out of the boulder's path, while he himself was thrown back, slamming hard into the pillar. Rion turned back in shock, blood splattering onto her terrified face. An ogre horde suddenly appeared. A female swordsman shouted a warning while her teammates frantically called Shu's name. Blood, from Shu's severely injured arm, dripped onto the cold ground. He collapsed against the wall, thinking to himself that he hadn't been able to fully block the attack, and his arm felt shattered. Despite the pain, the first thing Shu did was struggle to ask, "Are you okay, Ryan?" A furious roar erupted from Rion. "I will not forgive you." Ryan stood up straight, her eyes hidden behind her hair, her entire body radiating intense, killing intent. From afar, Shu noticed a golden magical aura gathering on her sword. That was Ryan's class skill. With her glowing sword, she charged straight towards the nearest ogre. A powerful slash tore through the air in an instant. The monster's body was cleanly sliced in half. Ryan stood still, her eyes reflecting a cold determination after retaliating. Meanwhile, in another corner of the dungeon, a mysterious group was also fighting. A black-haired woman with sharp red eyes was silently observing everything. Shu activated his skill, and Rion Ava's information appeared in his vision. Age 17, level 16, and her profession is a fiery divine beast in the form of a golden dragon coiled majestically around Ryan. Divine beast summoner. Shu was astonished to realize that Ryan wasn't just enveloping her body, but using the divine beast to enhance her weapon. He analyzed that thanks to his skill, he understood, but Ryan still couldn't fully control this power for fear it would go out of control. Just then, Rion's call of Shu pulled him out of his thoughts. Rion frantically yelled about Shu's arm, insisting it needed immediate treatment, but he gently reassured her. Suddenly, a red potion was thrown towards them. Shu was startled and caught it, not understanding what was happening. Shizuka Kuramine spoke, stating it was a high-grade potion that would help his wound. He hesitated, asking if it was okay to use something so valuable, to which Shizuka pragmatically replied that if he died, all the items in the inventory would be lost anyway. Shu drank the potion, thinking to himself that this was her reason for caring. While Ryan was still bewildered, Shizuka added, "But, that's not all. We also need your skill," she said, deftly opening the potion bottle. Silently marveling at Shizuka's ability to win people over, Shu heard her announce that they would both have to stay for another day. The team continued into the dungeon, and Shu then asked again about staying to continue the expedition. He humbly told Shizuka that it was all thanks to her, as a guild of icon of Blood's caliber wouldn't need him. Shizuka immediately denied it, asserting that the trip had never been as easy as today, and this wasn't their first time at Sky Fortress. She recounted that during their first expedition, the team suffered heavy losses and had to retreat early, even though their overall strength was comparable to now. "You clearly made all the difference, Amasora," Shizuka concluded, leaving Shu stunned. She made an enticing offer. After they left, she would personally invite him to join the guild, and told him to think it over carefully. Rion cheered joyfully beside Shu, unable to believe that he was being recruited by Icon of Blood. Shu walked silently, telling himself that he would be the weakest among them, but being recognized by a top explorer made him so happy that he seemed to have forgotten the tragedy of yesteryear. But then the ghost of the past reappeared, always showing up at times like these. The narration stated that they had successfully delved deeper into the labyrinth and soon reached the 25th floor. Shu thought to himself, here it is. A member of the Icon of Blood exclaimed in surprise. We actually made it all the way to the Labyrinth Master's room. The entire group stood frozen before the colossal golden door. Takayama remarked, so this is the door inside an A-rank dungeon. We've reached this point without much difficulty. Shu observed and realized that all the explorers knew the importance of this door. He knew that behind it lay the strongest monster in the entire dungeon. Once the Labyrinth Master is defeated, the dungeon will be considered cleared. To conquer the dungeon, one must activate the self-destruct mechanism inside its room. Once the mechanism is activated, the entire structure of the dungeon will collapse. Shu speculated that perhaps they would preserve this dungeon, since it was the first time an A-rank dungeon had been conquered. But what bothered him more was whether the Icon of Blood's plan was to fight the boss from the very beginning. Defeating an A-rank Labyrinth Master was unprecedented. Countless had tried, and not a single one returned alive. Based on past data, the success rate of entering this room was a solid 0. Shizuka Kuromin decisively ordered, we'll come back here. There's no need to rush. The blonde-haired swordsman nodded in agreement. Yeah, she has a point, Takayama cheerfully added, suggesting they should learn more about Shu Amasora's skills to utilize them. Shu smiled in response. Yes, that's right. Let's go back and… Suddenly, an eerie and provocative voice echoed, what's this? Aren't you going inside? Shu flinched, cold sweat breaking out at the unforeseen turn of events. Shizuka Kuromin maintained a cool expression while Rion Eva panicked at the mysterious voice. From behind the colossal golden door, a voice rang out, stopping the entire raid team in their tracks. The team members whispered, unable to believe that something was speaking from inside the boss room. A young warrior shouted, demanding everyone get into combat positions immediately. The heavily armored tanker didn't hesitate, raising his spiky shield high. Another female swordsman quickly drew her pair of curved scimitars, ready for battle. Shu and Rion anxiously looked at the door. Shu thought to himself that the monster must be behind it, but how could it hear them? The entire Icon of Blood formation deployed, ready for the most intense confrontation. Shizuka calmly took a step forward. She spoke, asking directly at the door. Who are you? The voice replied defiantly, inviting them to open the door if they wanted to know the answer. Shu bitterly realized he couldn't use his appraisal skill without seeing the target, and the enemy was clearly mocking them. Sorry, but we have no intention of going in there right now. Shizuka coldly refused. She explained to the team that the Labyrinth Master couldn't leave the room, so they were safe as long as the door remained closed. Is that so? The eerie voice echoed amidst a spiderweb image. Then I guess I'll come out. That declaration filled both Shizuka and Shu with extreme dread. The colossal door began to shake and slowly opened amidst a surge of purple magical energy. Deep darkness and a terrifying pressure poured out from within. A dark-skinned figure stepped out from the shadows, smirking. Hello there. A dark-skinned man with pointed ears appeared, smiling and greeting. Pleasure to meet you. He smirked, his eyes radiating arrogant confidence. Shu froze, sweat pouring down at the overwhelming presence of the stranger. Shizuka Kuromin cautiously asked, What are you? But only received the enigmatic reply. Who knows? No, I'm not kidding, he said casually. I genuinely don't know who I am. However, there's one thing I can tell you. His gaze turned icy. And that is the undeniable truth that I will kill you all. In a flash, blood splattered as the heads of 2 armored warriors flew into the air. Shu and Rion Eva could only stare, utterly horrified by the scene that had just unfolded. The entire formation erupted in chaos, a desperate scream echoing amidst the shock. What? What the hell just happened? Shizuka roared, trying to rally her teammates. Everyone, calm down! Return to your usual formation. The shadow of a fallen person reflected in the spreading pool of blood on the floor. Shu's heart pounded as his horrified eyes met the lifeless gaze of the dead. He lowered his head, a painful realization washing over him. Oh, I forgot. I had forgotten until now because no one had died yet. The horrifying memory of his parents' murder resurfaced, etching a cruel truth into his mind. People can die so easily. A dungeon, he thought to himself, is a place of death. A sword clattered to the floor, symbolizing the complete collapse of their fighting spirit. Rion Eva collapsed, trembling and screaming in despair, while Shu remained motionless behind her. Suddenly, a purple light flashed in Shu's eyes as he yelled at himself. Wake up, Shu! You still have work to do. Amidst the chaos, Shizuka turned, placing all her hope in him. Amasora, what does your appraisal show? Shizuka Kuromin turned back, urgently calling Shu Amasora's name. Rion Eva panicked, stammering for Shu to hide behind her. Shu collapsed to the ground in extreme dizziness. All the enemy's appraisal information was laid bare in his terrified eyes. A dark elf, rank A, magic rank AA, possessing numerous overpowered skills. The dark elf smirked mockingly. I dare you to try and defeat me, humans. Standing amidst the blood of previous victims, He exuded a deadly aura. Shu and Ryan fell sprawling, exclaiming in despair, "How the hell are we supposed to fight him?" He calculated silently. A rank. A monster requires 3 adventurers of the same rank, but here, there's only Kuromin. Suddenly, Shu realized something was amiss. The dark elf was standing amidst countless magic circles before anyone knew it. Shu yelled loudly to warn everyone. "Listen up, everyone. He's already chanting." A terrifying surge of magic power erupted, sweeping through the entire corridor. The entire adventurer party was thrown back like leaves in a storm. Takayama collapsed, while the blonde swordsman only managed to let out a cry of pain. Shu crawled on the floor, admitting in horror, "His casting speed is ridiculous. He's too strong." In the silent space, the dark elf's voice echoed. "Now then, how did you know that?" He suddenly appeared right in front of Shu, asking curiously, "You must have very keen eyes to see my hidden magic circles. Wouldn't you agree?" The dark elf's sinister gaze met directly with Shu's eyes, trembling with fear. Amidst the rubble, Shu frantically yelled at Shizuka Kuromin that they couldn't win and had to retreat immediately. Shizuka covered her face, sweat pouring down, her eyes filled with despair at the harsh reality. The dark elf raised his hand, creating a complex magic circle, and smirked, saying the fun couldn't end yet. Immediately, a colossal stone wall rose from the ground, causing a violent tremor. The wall completely sealed off the exit, trapping the survivors in a death trap. The young warrior in red angrily swung his spear, trying to break the stone blocking the path. However, his spearhead shattered upon impact, and the wall remained unshaken. The dark elf scoffed that his magic density far surpassed theirs, then glanced at and assessed the remaining individuals. He concluded that only Shizuka and Rion Ava had any remaining fighting capability. Shu frantically realized Rion couldn't control her power yet, and immediately yelled out the battle plan. The whole team would buy time for Shizuka to break the wall. Shizuka struggled internally. She knew retreating was the only option, but her warrior instinct wouldn't allow her to turn her back. Images of 2 trusted comrades appeared in her mind, crossing swords and affirming their trust in her, giving Shizuka strength. Pressing her lips together, Shizuka was resolute. She charged towards the stone wall, entrusting the task of holding back the enemy to the others. The dark elf scoffed, asking if they were done talking, while his hand was already gathering dark magic. Shu's eye flashed with a blue light. He yelled out a warning about an intermediate-level water spell about to be unleashed in 3 seconds. Hearing the command, the remaining mages immediately coordinated, creating a defensive magic circle. A colossal wooden wall rose up, blocking the incoming surge of water magic. The dark elf roared in frustration because his surprise attack had been thwarted. The dark elf targeted Shu, deciding to take him down first. He chanted a spell. A colossal magic circle appeared to summon monsters. From within the circle, hideous carnivorous dragonflies emerged. An entire swarm of monsters charged straight towards Shu with terrifying speed. Shu's eyes widened in horror, realizing their speed far exceeded his expectation. Suddenly, Ryan Ava lunged forward, summoning a divine scythe and slicing a monster apart. The girl was stunned, unable to believe she had just done that. Witnessing the scene, the dark elf smirked unpleasantly, seeing that Shu's bodyguard was also no pushover. Shu yelled loudly, warning everyone about an incoming intermediate-level fire spell. The dark elf merely uttered a sarcastic remark, considering it a deduction for his plan being exposed. A colossal sea of flames engulfed the entire team, but something unusual happened. Right in the middle of the sea of flames, a sudden whirlwind erupted, surprising even the dark elf himself. Shu frantically realized this was a dual attack, a wind element spell hidden behind the flames. He desperately thought to himself that the elemental shield erected against fire would be useless against wind. Just then, a shout rang out, activating the defensive skill Layered Armor. The attack was blocked, and the dark elf was stunned to find a scratch on his face. Behind the defense, the red-clad swordsman spoke up, reprimanding Shu for his lack of trust in them. The smoke cleared, revealing Takayama and his comrade standing firm behind a colossal wing-shaped shield. That was Layered Armor, a cooperative skill exclusive to 2 knights. The sturdy shield had completely nullified the attack, safely protecting the mages behind it. The 2 knights happily high-fived, celebrating their feat, while Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a desperate scream calling Takayama's name rang out, making the blonde swordsman turn around in shock. In a flash, his head was severed from his neck. Before Takayama could even comprehend what was happening, a fatal slash tore through his chest. Through his fading eyes, the last image he saw was the horrified faces of his comrades. Shu stumbled, stammering in panic because he couldn't sense any magic power. The dark elf appeared, explaining that it was a precast spell technique, making it undetectable. He mocked Shu, saying that even with his special eyes, he couldn't see through all of his magic. Completely devastated, Shu blamed his own arrogance for everyone's deaths. Just then, a system notification appeared, stating that he had received experience points. Shu was bewildered as a series of similar notifications popped up. He tried to dismiss them, thinking this wasn't the time. Amidst his despair, he suddenly leveled up and gained a new skill. A golden light enveloped Shu, signaling his newly awakened power. His eyes glowed with magical blue light, full of inner power. At the same time, Shizuka Kuromin shattered the stone wall and yelled that she had opened an escape route. With a determined expression, she declared that she would hold off the enemy here alone. Facing the dark elf, she unleashed her power and screamed for everyone to run. Heeding her words, the remaining survivors rushed towards the exit. The dark elf declared that he would not let anyone escape. Suddenly, a mage from the adventurer group erected a massive stone wall to block his path. The dark elf looked annoyed that someone was blocking his way again. He decided he would have to take down Shizuka Kuromin first. Rion Eva knelt down, worried that Kuromin wouldn't be able to withstand the enemy's attack. Shu looked at his despairing friend, and a plan began to form in his mind. He softly called out Rion's name, who was in tears. "Don't give up." Shu extended his hand, smiling confidently. Rion was stunned by his unexpected action. Shu took her hand, asserting, "I need you to use your skill and summon a divine beast." Rion's eyes widened, filled with confusion and fear. Amidst the fierce battle, she desperately cried out that she couldn't do it, because if the divine beast went berserk, things would get even worse. Shu admitted she was right, but then reassured her, "It's okay, I'm a supporter, just leave it to me." His face shone with steely determination. Rion stared at Shu, a glimmer of hope sparking in her heart. Meanwhile, the stone wall was shattered, throwing back the defending adventurers. Shizuka strained to create a defensive magic circle, shouting for everyone to retreat. Witnessing that, Shu resolved to use his appraisal skill to support her. Immediately after, a surge of divine energy erupted as Rion began to summon the great white serpent. Shu's eyes gleamed with steely resolve. Before them both, a colossal divine great white serpent emerged from the summoning circle. Rion Eva clenched her fist, telling herself, I'm an adventurer too." She extended her hand forward, tears welling up but her eyes full of trust. "I trust you, Shu." Their two hands clasped tightly, an agreement was established. The appearance of the divine beast made the other adventurers shout, "Shizuka, break through the wall, we'll cover you." Even the dark elf had to look up, speechless at the majestic sight. Shizuka Kuromine turned back, recognizing the legendary creature. "So that's the great white serpent." Shu reassured Rion, "I'll control it. You just do as you normally would." He closed his eyes, a strange energy beginning to surge. "It's time to use my new skill." Shu yelled loudly, releasing a surge of energy that enveloped them both. Mimic. He thought to himself about the ability he had just awakened upon reaching level 30. The Mimic skill allowed him to temporarily copy the skills of an appraised target, creating a dual control link. Both of them simultaneously shouted the command, their eyes blazing with power. "O great serpent, obey us." The colossal serpent paused, seemingly subdued by both their wills. It slowly bowed its head, its glowing golden eyes looking directly at Shu and Rion. "Shu, is it okay?" Rion asked anxiously, and Shu joyfully replied, "It's okay, give the command, Rion." Regaining her confidence, Rion boldly commanded, "O great serpent, destroy the dark elf." Receiving the command, the serpent roared to the heavens and charged straight towards the enemy. The dark elf quickly chanted Stone Bullet, but the magical attack merely grazed the great white serpent's scales. He was stunned. "What? Did it just deflect my magic?" The colossal serpent slammed its body onto the ground, making the earth tremble. Shu suddenly realized, divine power is much stronger than magic, so the dark elf cannot harm the divine beast. Meanwhile, an adventurer urgently urged, "Please, Kuromin." The dark elf roared, determined not to let his prey escape. Rion Eva shouted loudly, commanding, "Great serpent, stop him from using magic." The divine beast's colossal tail swept horizontally with terrifying speed. "Well, looks like there's no rest today." The dark elf grumbled while erecting a shield. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the wall. Shizuka Kuromin yelled, "Asura, the wall is open." Shu turned to Rion, his eyes resolute. "Let's go, Rion," and received a firm reply. "All right." Without wasting a second, both immediately rushed through the newly created opening. The dark elf could only click his tongue in regret. They got away. He deftly dodged another attack, muttering, "Oh dear." Another figure suddenly appeared, making the dark elf ponder, What should I do with you now?" A whistling sound tore through the air. The red-haired female dark elf made her move, a lightning-fast slash coming down. In an instant, the great white serpent was dismembered, lying in a pool of blood. The red-haired female dark elf smirked and asked, "You guys were struggling with that thing while I was napping?" The male dark elf scratched his head. "Oh, right. Physical attacks must be effective. Unbelievable." He urged, "Come on, let's go inside," and both vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, as the group of adventurers was leaving, a voice echoed in the air, "That human, will he return?" The thought was directed towards Shu, who looked back with a meaningful gaze. Returning from the dungeon, a transfer notification appeared. 1 million yen from the Icon of Blood Corporation. Shu lay on his bed, looking at the reward money. Before, I earned 150,000 a day. Now suddenly it's 500,000. 1 million yen for 2 days of work. He pondered deeply, unsure if he was overpaid or underpaid for such a bloody mission. Because the brutal truth was, 4 people had lost their lives. The A-rank dungeon expedition to Sky Fortress concluded with the sacrifice of 4 veteran adventurers. Amidst whispers of missing bodies, the portrait of a fallen comrade lay amidst a sea of white flowers. At the funeral, Shu Amasora, Rion Eva, Shizuka Kuromin, and Shogo Kaizuma stood silently, their faces heavy with grief. Shu clenched his fist, resolving, I will challenge Sky Fortress once more, and I will personally kill that dark elf. Elsewhere, a click echoed. The video of the Labyrinth Master of Sky Fortress was uploaded, quickly garnering millions of views. The footage of the dark elf generated a fierce backlash and spread like wildfire. Countless people were astonished and shocked by the existence of such a powerful entity. Little did people know that the ill-fated expedition team had faced 57 different types of monsters inside that deadly dungeon. Shu realized that the 57 types of monsters he had faced were a goldmine for content creation. Thanks to the viral dark elf video, his channel qualified for monetization, and he invested all his capital to hire a video editor. New videos, such as the Wyvern video, continuously attracted viewers, causing his channel's subscriber count to skyrocket. In other words, the more people watched his videos, the more experience points he gained. The status window reflected in Shu's eyes, confirming he was an appraiser level 77. Sweet. Shu was thrilled by his increasing power. The detailed status window appeared, showing that a series of his skills had also been upgraded. He calculated that his leveling had slowed down, but in return, his appraise skill had become stronger, and his inventory was as vast as an arena. Furthermore, with the scan skill, he was confident he could appraise even the Labyrinth Master, even if he was behind a door. Not to mention, he had just acquired a completely new skill. Shu boarded a train, heading towards a predetermined location in the city. He resolutely stepped towards his destination. It was a B-rank dungeon in Shinjuku, a place that was theoretically cleared. He knew the structure of this place well. Monsters would get stronger every 100 floors. Shu used all his strength to push open the heavy dungeon door. He stepped into the darkness, secretly thinking about the sole reason he was here. It was to test his new elemental skill. Shu extended his hand, his eyes gleaming as he summoned. Come forth, elemental Xenoclus. A colossal vortex of purple energy erupted, engulfing the vast space. A fierce surge of purple magical energy swirled. Shu stood facing a colossal dark figure, its golden eyes glowing brightly in the mist. The eye of the newly summoned entity opened, observing the new world. Shu's blue eyes also gleamed, full of determination. The summoned creature bared its sharp teeth, grinning widely. Well, look who it is. It was the elemental skill, allowing the user to summon an elemental, similar to the summoner class. Shu secretly assessed that this Xenoclus wasn't as strong as a divine beast, but still very good. There was just one big problem. 2 versions of Xenoclus gleefully asked Shu, Boss, you must be raking in the cash, huh? How many hours today? While he simply replied, 8 hours. With eyes sparkling like yen coins, Xenoclus exclaimed, That'll be 80,000 yen. Shu bitterly realized that Xenoclus used money instead of magic. He made a deal. He's a summoner who obeys based on the money I pay. I'll deal with the monsters I haven't seen before. You handle the rest. Xenoclus immediately pitched. Hey boss, I can offer some cool buffs for just 5,000 yen an hour. But Shu flatly refused. Too expensive. No. Rejected. Xenoclus clicked his tongue loudly, which even surprised Shu. Suddenly, a reptilian clawed foot stepped out from the shadows. An army of lizard monsters brandishing weapons appeared, signaling for silence. Xenoclus turned to Shu and confidently said, All right, boss, watch closely. This is the power of an A-rank spirit. At the same time, elsewhere, a mysterious blue-haired young man was also enveloped in a similar energy flow. Purple magical aura violently erupted. Xenoclus roared triumphantly, releasing a surging wave of dark magic. Immediately, purple energy tentacles swept across the room, flinging the lizard monsters away. The monsters shrieked in despair as they were devoured by the malevolent energy. Not a single one could survive against the overwhelming power of the A-rank spirit. The battle ended swiftly, leaving only Shu and Xenoclus standing amidst the spoils. At the same time, the blue-haired man mused about his plan, comparing himself to the dark elf, and resolving to become even stronger. It was all for a girl lying on a hospital bed. That was perhaps his sole motivation. Suddenly, Shu's phone vibrated. He was surprised to see a message from Rion, who confirmed she knew he was the one who uploaded the video. It turned out Rion had been following Shu's channel for a long time, and thanks to his videos, she was able to defeat her first slime. Reading the sincere thanks, Shu unconsciously blushed, thinking to himself that this girl was truly a good person. Xenoclus appeared out of nowhere, teasing, A girlfriend? Being famous must be nice. Why not spend money on me instead of her? Shu replied, she's not my girlfriend, but if I had money, I'd definitely spend more on you. He honestly confessed. It might sound strange, but I'm actually very weak. I completely rely on you, Shu continued, leaving Xenoclis stunned, but the spirit quickly regained his greedy expression. Flattery won't get you a discount. Shu's phone vibrated once again. Your girlfriend again? Xenoclis asked. Shu narrowed his eyes and replied seriously, no. It's the editor I hired. An offer appeared. Are you interested in an exclusive contract? I'm also an explorer. Perhaps we could talk over a meal. Shu entered the dungeon, ready for the conquest. After 3 grueling days, he stretched tiredly, having reached the 60th floor. Xenoclis was delighted to have earned a fortune before playfully disappearing, surprising Shu when he saw that Xenoclis even had a smartwatch. Xenoclis's voice echoed from the void. Looking forward to our next collaboration, boss. Shu relaxed, hands behind his head, satisfied with his achievement. He checked his equipment, silently calculating that he had enough footage for hundreds of videos and needed to ask an editor to process them. Unexpectedly, a message from a stranger arrived, offering an exclusive contract and a meal. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Icon of Blood Guild, a magnificent and modern building. Here, Rian, Ava, and Shu were in a meeting, and she stammered, "You also want to recruit me into Icon of Blood?" Shizuka Kuromin, the powerful woman, affirmed. "That's right, Rian. I want both you and Amasora to join our guild." Rian frantically refused, believing she wasn't strong enough to control divine beasts without Shu's help. Shizuka calmly replied that as long as Shu accompanied her, there would be no problem, leaving him dumbfounded. She explained that with Shu's appraisal skill, other guild members would be able to fully utilize their roles. Hearing the flattery, Shu couldn't help but blush and feel embarrassed. Shizuka calmly said, "I'm not in a hurry. Take your time to think it over." She stood up to leave, saying, "I hope to hear good news soon." The meeting room door closed, leaving Shu and Rian in silence. Rian turned to look at Shu, anxiously asking what he intended to do. She continued, arguing that one of the most famous guilds in the world was recruiting him, so there was no reason to refuse. Shu looked down thoughtfully, softly admitting, "Yeah," Shu thought to himself. It was just as Rian Eva had said. He had no reason to refuse the invitation from the most prestigious guild, Icon of Blood. But first, he had something to do at Café Flower. Shu pushed the door open and stepped inside, the doorbell ringing sharply. He decided to meet his editor before meeting Miss Kuromin to hear about the exclusive contract. A politely dressed man in a suit approached. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Amasora." Shu looked up and replied, "It's fine. You're still early." The man introduced himself as Shinji Saito, very pleased to finally meet in person. After ordering a coffee, Shu thought to himself that Saito looked very polite and guessed he was only in his late 20s. Shu got straight to the point, asking about the exclusive contract and if there were any issues with his work. Saito calmly took a sip of coffee before answering. He firmly placed the cup on the table, calling Shu's name with a meaningful tone. Suddenly, Saito's demeanor changed completely, and he growled, "There's a huge problem." He passionately explained that Shu's channel had an enormous viewership and was an extremely important client. Realizing he had gotten carried away, Saito quickly apologized, and Shu began to process his explanation. According to Saito, the current number of editors for Shu's videos was alarmingly low. The amount of footage Shu recorded in a single battle was enough to create 10 different videos. Therefore, Saito suggested that Shu should establish his own guild with a professional team of editors. Not only that, he also advised Shu to hire a private lawyer to assist with legal matters. All of this stunned Shu. He couldn't believe he had gone from a poor adventurer to someone with such great potential in just a few days. Shu told Shinji Saito about being recruited by the Icon of Blood Guild, which greatly astonished the editor. Saito got straight to the point, asking if Shu would accept the invitation, and he replied that he was still thinking about it. Suddenly, Saito jumped to his feet, the chair screeching loudly as he called out Amasora's name. With a passionate expression, Saito declared that he believed Shu should establish his own guild. He explained that it was the only way Shu could fully utilize his appraisal ability. Shu repeated Saito's words in astonishment, not understanding what his ability he was referring to. Saito revealed that he had also once been a guild member, but had to give up due to his extremely weak professional abilities. He explained the harsh reality. Those with weak skills would never be able to level up properly. But with your videos, Saito emphasized, even those people have a chance to get stronger. Saito's words struck Shu's mind like lightning, leaving him stunned. The young man fell silent, realizing that his skill could bring hope to many people. While Saito was getting carried away, a waitress had to approach and remind him to keep quiet as he was disturbing other customers. Saito immediately bowed deeply in apology while the waitress smiled politely. After sitting down, he calmly stated his goal. "That's why I want to become your exclusive editor." Looking at his coffee cup, Saito poured out his heart about his unfulfilled dream and his desire to help the next generation of adventurers. As Saito was about to say he was willing to cancel all other work, Shu cut him off with a decisive word. All right, Shu smiled, officially agreeing to sign an exclusive contract with the passionate editor. Saito couldn't believe his ears, stammering a question about the icon of Blood's invitation, while Shu simply said that this decision made him happy. The editor was still bewildered, unable to fully grasp Shu's meaning. Shu thought to himself, both Miss Kuramine and Ryan acknowledged his ability, but that was because others fought for him. Saito, however, saw his own innate talent. Shu shook Shinji Saito's hand, boldly stating his decision. I will establish a guild. Saito immediately reminded him that the first thing to do was find a lawyer. He explained in detail, advising Shu to find a lawyer specializing in appraisal and digital content. Following the advice, Shu scrolled through his phone, muttering that a large law firm was probably best, and so, he began to act. Shu sought out Taika Law Firm, one of Tokyo's 2 leading firms. He was greeted by chief lawyer Kitakabe and another female lawyer named Sakura Shimizu. Shu awkwardly confessed he didn't have a business card, while Shimizu invited him inside. In the meeting room, he began to explain his appraisal skill and the nature of his content creation work. Shu clearly laid out his business plan. He revealed that his channel had earned over 10 million yen last month, making the 2 lawyers listen intently. After Shu detailed his revenue streams, time simply passed. Lawyer Kitakabe smiled, deeming Shimizu the most suitable person for the job. He patted her shoulder, confidently entrusting the entire case to her. Shimizu replied seriously, "Yes, boss." When her superior left, she turned to Shu and officially began the consultation as his interim lawyer. The discussion concluded with a thick stack of documents on the table. Shimizu suggested Shu carefully consider the plan she had outlined, but Shu secretly thought he didn't need to hesitate anymore, because Miss Shimizu had completely understood and listened to all his wishes. Determination shone in Shu's eyes. Yes. He smiled and said, "Miss Shimizu, I want to sign a contract with you." Sakura Shimizu asked again, "You'll hire me as your consultant?" Shu bowed deeply. "Yes, I look forward to working with you." The female lawyer was slightly stunned by his absolute trust, but she quickly regained her professional demeanor. "All right. I also look forward to working with you, Mr. Amasura." Shimizu began the consultation. Establishing a business means you will own shares of the new company. You are the founder, so can it be said that you will own all the shares? Shu replied, "Oh, I want to give some to my editor, Mr. Saito. After all, he's the one who gave me the business idea." Shimizu probed, "I see. So perhaps around 5%. Or do you want to transfer about 30% of the shares to him? Is that normal?" Shu asked innocently, and Shimizu reassured him, "Of course, but 30% is also not a problem." That night, at Taika Law Firm, Kitakabe asked his subordinate, "How did things go with that young man?" Shimizu reported, "He's not well versed in business law, and he values loyalty highly, so we can acquire a majority stake if we play our cards right." Kitakabe clapped his hands in approval. "Good. You did exactly as I instructed." He smiled contentedly. "I have a feeling this will be very good for us." Kitakabe placed a hand on Shimizu's shoulder, his voice full of hidden meaning. "You know, Shimizu, you've caused this firm a lot of trouble. If this works out, I'll make sure we're even." Sakura Shimizu's face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out. She hung her head, unable to hide her extreme fear. "I understand, sir," Shimizu whispered, her voice trembling. The dry click of high heels echoed on the floor. Sakura Shimizu strode down the deserted office corridor. She turned into the women's restroom. Huddled in a stall, she desperately wondered, "What should I do?" Shimizu's anguish was clear on her face as she thought about the work pressure and the risk of being fired. Stumbling out of the stall, her mind was in turmoil. Shimizu faced her own haggard, tired reflection in the mirror. "You look pathetic," she told herself, addressing her own name, Sakura Shimizu. She recalled the meaning of the name her mother gave her, a name as precious as a flower. It was a name she had once been so proud of. Meanwhile, in another office, Kitakabe was on the phone discussing the situation of adventurers in Japan. He admitted that they couldn't do anything about the largest guilds. On the other end of the line, a woman with orange hair reported, while a monstrous noble entity sat beside her, listening to Kitakabe's plan. Kitakabe continued, "Speaking of our plan, I believe I found a very promising guild." A sinister smile appeared, and he vowed to do everything to seize it. The scene shifted to Shu's modern guild headquarters. Shu asked Shimizu in surprise, "You suggested I transfer 30% of the shares to someone else? Shouldn't I hold the majority of the shares?" Shimizu skillfully persuaded him that sharing shares with a trustworthy person would help manage the guild better. Shu put down his teacup, seemingly having made a decision. With complete trust, he looked directly at the stunned female lawyer and said, "I will transfer that 30% to you, Miss Shimizu." Sakura Shimizu was stunned. "Me? But why? We only met a few days ago." Shu smiled confidently. I am quite confident in my judgment of people. The female lawyer could only remain silent, her expression complex at his naivety. She thought to herself, still unable to comprehend how someone like Shu Amasora, the only explorer with appraisal skills, was preparing to start a business this way. Is he out of his mind? Shimizu panicked mentally. In the restroom, she agonized. There's no way I'd give 30% of the shares to a stranger. Does he really trust me that much? Now, all she needed was Amasora's signature on the contract. She and editor Shinji Saito would jointly own 60% of the company's shares. In other words, if they combined their shares, they could take over the entire company. Amidst immense pressure, Shimizu plunged her face into the cold water basin. Her reflection in the mirror showed a tear-streaked face, full of anguish and helplessness. But it was too late. She had already started to involve Saito. At an office building, Shu looked bewildered. He asked in surprise, "Why are you here, Mr. Saito?" Shinji Saito smiled and replied, "Miss Shimizu said she needed my signature for a few things." The two entered together, the atmosphere somewhat formal. Shu innocently added, "Oh, right. I've connected Miss Shimizu with the other staff." As they entered the room, lawyer Kitakabe eagerly greeted them. "We've been waiting for you. Please, have a seat." He continued, once everyone was seated, that the managing lawyer would also be present. To get straight to the point, Kitakabe said, "I need your signatures on the documents before you." Kitakabe joyfully announced that, with just a signature, Shu Amasora would become the founder and CEO, with Sakura Shimizu as the advisory lawyer. He urged them, pointing to the prepared documents on the table and asking about Shu's contract. But the only reply was a blunt refusal from Shu. The atmosphere in the meeting room immediately froze after that unexpected statement. Kitakabe was stunned, spinning around to look at Shu with an incredulous gaze. "What?" Suddenly, Sakura Shimizu stood up and bowed to her superior. "Sir, I am deeply sorry." She offered not an explanation, but a letter of resignation. Kitakabe flew into a rage, shouting, "What the hell are you doing in front of a potential client?" Ignoring him, Shimizu turned and bowed deeply to Shu, apologizing tearfully. She confessed in pain that she had been ordered to deceive him to take over his guild from the start. Shu listened in silence, his azure eyes showing no surprise whatsoever. "I know," he calmly replied. "I had a feeling." Sakura Shimizu looked up sharply, completely bewildered by Shu's reaction. Shu stood up, beginning to explain that his appraisal skill could also determine a person's worth. He revealed that when his appraisal skill reached level 10, it unlocked the ability to detect good and evil. This ability allowed him to see auras of goodwill or malice emanating from the person opposite him. Shu explained that, from the very beginning, he had seen Kitakabe enveloped in a dark aura, while Shimizu was completely pure. With a radiant smile, he affirmed, "That's why I knew Mr. Kitakabe wasn't a good person, and I could trust you, Miss Shimizu." Sakura Shimizu's eyes welled up, her heart deeply moved by that unconditional trust. From behind, a voice full of indignation and skepticism rang out. "Right, don't make me laugh," Kitakabe roared, pointing at Shimizu's face. "Do you know how many times I've overlooked your mistakes?" he threatened. "If you quit, I'll sue you for damages worth at least a year's salary." Unexpectedly, Shu interjected casually, "Oh, I can pay that." The entire room fell silent, Kitakabe stammering, "What?" Shu smiled and declared, "Miss Shimizu will be our advisory lawyer, so I'll just advance her salary." He further explained, while Shimizu listened in stunned silence. Trustworthy people inherently have their own value, but Shimizu hesitated to refuse, making Shu gape in astonishment. But I was going to decline this opportunity." She confessed that she had intended to set a trap for him, but Shu simply replied decisively, "But you didn't." Saito then explained to Shimizu, "That's just how he is. He even turned down an invitation from the icon of Blood Guild just because he believed in my idea." Saito's words left Shimizu completely stunned. Shu extended his hand, formally offering, "Miss Sakura Shimizu, will you agree to become the lawyer for our company?" Shimizu bowed her head, unable to hide the surging emotion. She cried tears of happiness, taking Shu's hand. "I'd be delighted." Kitakabe was furious. "Ridiculous. Have you forgotten how influential our law firm is?" He growled, beginning his despicable threat. "Just a few messages and I can make sure you never practice law again." As he spoke, Kitakabe rummaged in his jacket pocket, intending to pull out his phone. Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere. "I believe I have found a very promising guild," the voice continued. "Even if I have to force it, I will make it ours." Kitakabe froze, recognizing the familiar voice. "That's..." Shimizu coldly raised a voice recorder, playing back Kitakabe's own conversation. Yes, the guild we took over before," Sakura Shimizu coldly questioned. "A lawyer admitting to defrauding clients will surely lead to serious consequences, don't you think so?" She continued to expose him. "Furthermore, you repeatedly invited me to a hotel despite being married. This is more than just sexual harassment. Or do you want to try your luck with the justice system? Kitakabe was speechless, sweating profusely, only able to stammer in horror. Shu politely opened the door. "Excuse us, Mr. Kitakabe." The group calmly departed, leaving the old lawyer frozen in place. After resolving everything, the three of them strolled together down the bustling street. Shinji Saito sighed. What a long day. All we wanted was to establish an adventurer guild. Suddenly, Sakura Shimizu called out loudly, "Mr. Amasura," making Shu turn back in surprise. She bowed, her voice full of enthusiasm. "To thank you and also to apologize. I promise to work myself to death to build a wonderful guild." Witnessing Sakura Shimizu's determination, Shinji Saito could only smile and remark, "Oh, Miss Shimizu is truly an enthusiastic person." Sakura Shimizu eagerly suggested, "The immediate task, we should rent a space for the guild office." She continued while Shu pondered, "I'll find a perfect place as soon as possible, so please think of a name for the guild." Both Shinji Saito and Sakura Shimizu excitedly discussed. "A guild name. Finally, it feels like we're really starting. The name is very important, we must think carefully." Shu raised his hand, interrupting them. "I apologize." He turned back, smiling. "Actually, I already have a name in mind. How about this?" A shiny metal plaque appeared, engraved with the words "Analyze Arts." Shu Amasura's eyes sparkled, filled with emotion and hope for the future. As time passed, Shu stood before his achievement, thinking to himself, "I actually established a guild. My own guild." Shinji Saito unexpectedly opened the door. "Are you admiring the plaque again, sir?" Shu startled and replied, I just feel grateful for many things." Their new office was an entire spacious, well-appointed floor, full of potential. They had hired 5 more editors to prepare for future expansion and recruitment of more adventurers. Shu explained the new staffing structure, Shinji Saito as editor-in-chief, and Sakura Shimizu handling administrative tasks. Meanwhile, his main duty as guildmaster was to personally conquer dungeons to produce video content. Standing before ancient ruins, he began the summoning ritual. "Come forth, Xenoclus." A vortex of dark energy condensed in Shu's palm. From within, the spirit Xenoclus appeared with a mischievous smile. "Long time no see, boss." Xenoclus flew around excitedly, asking how many hours Shu wanted to hire him for today. Shu got straight to the point, asking about the price for his full power. 10 million yen an hour, Xenoclus declared, making Shu break out in a cold sweat at the exorbitant price. But to have a chance to defeat that dark elf, he knew he needed this power. Shu called Xenoclus's name, his eyes gleaming with determination. 10 million, he declared boldly. "Show me your full power." Xenoclus was stunned by Shu's generosity, but he merely explained that revenue had been very good recently. "Besides, I told you I was counting on you, didn't I?" Shu gently reminded him. Those words were like an electric current running through Xenoclus. "I have never met a human like you, boss," he whispered, his voice full of gratitude. Then suddenly, Xenoclus burst into joy, patting Shu's head and shouting that everyone else complained about the price. Shu thought to himself, the feeling of being trusted and relied upon by others was truly wonderful. The full power of an A-rank spirit, Xenoclus. "I won't let you regret this," he roared, unleashing his full energy. A terrifying surge of magic erupted, making Shu raise his hand to cover his face, overwhelmed by the true power of his companion. Within the magical mist, Xenoclus's form began to change. The shadow of a new entity descended upon the ground. Xenoclus appeared in a completely new form, an elegant noble with silver hair, pointed ears, and fangs. He smirked, his eyes full of self-satisfaction. Shu's jaw dropped in astonishment, stammering, "Who are you?" Xenoclus smiled gracefully. "Haha, did I surprise you, master?" Making Shu even more confused by the change in his tone. Shu questioned his vampire-like appearance, and Xenoclus began to explain that he was once cast out by God, forced into his previous grotesque form. Spreading his colossal black wings, he declared himself a fallen angel. Xenoclus gently flapped his wings, and black feathers softly drifted. Shu could only exclaim, "Wow, incredible." Xenoclus suddenly leaned in close, asking worriedly, "Master, are you all right? You look so weak," making Shu jump and shout. Too close. Shu regained his composure, challenging, "All right then, show me your power. It's not just for show, is it?" "Of course," Xenoclus replied with a promising smile. Amidst the falling black feathers, he thought to himself, "Thank you for letting me regain my true form, even if only for a moment. I will repay you with all my effort." Xenoclus raised his hand to the sky, summoning a series of intricate purple magic circles. Shu watched as a fierce vortex of energy erupted from Xenoclus's position. Gathering a dark magic orb in his hand, Xenoclus declared, "Shadow Authority. This is the prophetic power that dominates the world, the power to command the world itself." Shu took a step back, overwhelmed. Xenoclus listed his powers: mana detection, capable of finding even hidden wraiths, and teleportation, easily bypassing goblin defenses or even dimensional blade, powerful enough to intervene in a fierce battle. In a flash, Xenoclus dissolved into black feathers, leaving Shu screaming alone. Shu was utterly bewildered, calling out the name of the vanished spirit in vain. Immediately after, a series of system notifications appeared, signaling his level up. Shu couldn't believe it. To go up 3 levels so easily from level 85. Just then, Xenoclus grandly reappeared in his true form and bowed to his master. He smugly boasted that he had cleared all monsters within 5 dungeon floors. Shu was stunned, speechless by that horrifying declaration. Xenoclus meticulously explained that he had used mana detection, teleportation, and dimensional blade, while carefully avoiding other adventurers. Shu rubbed his forehead, beginning his lecture on dungeon etiquette. He scolded Xenoclus, saying that kill-stealing monsters that others were fighting was a grave taboo. Furthermore, his plans for filming and selling items had also gone up in smoke because of it. Xenoclus was stunned, realizing for the first time that he had done something wrong to his master. Seeing Xenoclus's gloomy expression, Shu quickly appeased him, secretly thinking that this spirit had changed too much. He reassured him that he just needed to be more careful, while also admitting that Xenoclus's abilities were truly astonishing. Shu looked at Xenoclus's A-rank status board and concluded that he was an incredibly powerful ally. And more importantly, Xenoclus was also very obedient and compliant. The scene shifted. Rion Ava suddenly appeared, yelling at Shu. "Why did you form a guild without telling me?" Shu awkwardly tried to explain, but she brushed him off, saying he was too late. In another development, an office worker panicked when someone suddenly burst in. It was the guildmaster of Icon of Blood, Shizuka Kuramine, the woman known as Bloody Dye. Shu somewhat awkwardly greeted Shizuka Kuramine, who had just come to visit his guild. Shizuka smiled powerfully, praising the nascent guild Shu had built. She remarked that she could see everyone here was giving their all to support him. Shu asked in surprise, "You think so?" Shizuka explained that most guilds, including hers, usually only focused on their most elite members. "But if you succeed," she said, "people of my caliber will soon join your guild." Shizuka turned to Rion Ava and asked, "Isn't that right, Rion?" Rion Eva clenched her fists, resolutely calling Shu's name. She boldly declared, "I want to join this guild." Rion Eva pleaded, explaining that she had leveled up and could now control divine beasts. Shu hesitated because Shizuka had tried to recruit Rion Eva first, but Shizuka casually replied that she had been rejected. Shu seriously asked Rion Eva if she would be disappointed joining his guild, as her abilities were truly astonishing. He added that with her current level, all other guilds would surely be vying for her. Rion Eva began recounting her painful past, about the day her powers went out of control and injured her mother. Shu was stunned upon hearing that truth. She explained that because she didn't want to harm anyone else, she was determined to become an adventurer to control her powers. Rion Eva confessed that it was thanks to Shu's videos and help that she was able to level up and control divine beasts for the first time. So this time, she looked directly at Shu. "It's my turn to help you." Rion Eva's heartfelt confession made the entire room fall silent. Realizing she had spoken out of turn, Rion Eva awkwardly apologized profusely. Shu thought to himself, summoning divine beasts was a high-level ability, and he knew Ryan was a good person without needing to use his skills. He decided to extend his hand. "I look forward to your help from now on," Shu said, and Rion Eva happily replied, "I'll do my best." And just like that, the guild gained another adventurer, and Analyze Arts had a smooth start. And today, at the new headquarters of Analyze Arts, Shu sat in the spacious CEO's office, feeling a bit awkward. "Is it really okay for me to use such a luxurious place all by myself?" Sakura Shimizu reassured him. The CEO's office should be the best place, shouldn't it? But Shu still wondered, as he mostly operated outside. The staff member suddenly remembered that and smiled. "Sir, I'd like to ask you to stay a little later today," Shimizu suggested, surprising Shu. She explained that 2 potential adventurers would be visiting. Shu's eyes lit up, excitedly thinking to himself, 2 more people after Ryan? Hearing a knock at the door, Shimizu smiled. "They must be here." The office door slowly opened. 2 young figures appeared at the threshold. They were Akito Kuramochi, the flame swordsman, and Yachiru Hamamura, the healer. Shu secretly guessed Shimizu had intentionally found younger people to make him feel less awkward, then greeted them. "I am the founder, Shu Amasora." Akito Kuramochi cheered excitedly upon recognizing his idol. He enthusiastically declared, "I decided to join this guild precisely because of your amazing videos." Yachiru Hamamura also timidly added, saying that she became an adventurer thanks to Shu. Their sincere words deeply moved Shu. Shu thought to himself, "Mr. Saito looks very pleased." "That's great." The young man smiled with relief, his heart filled with emotion. Shu humbly stated that their success was due to their own effort. His sincere words deeply moved Akito Kuramochi and Yachiru Hamamura. He bowed, admitting he was still weak, and hoped for their help as colleagues. Akito and Yachiru immediately became fervent fans. "So cool, a true adult." From a distance, Sakura Shimizu smiled contentedly, believing they would be a wonderful combination. Praised, Shu could only scratch his cheek awkwardly. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his eyes. Shu mumbled, "With Ryan, we have 3 adventurers. Should we try that?" He turned to ask if they were free, surprising Akito. "Are we going on our first mission?" Shu merely smirked mysteriously. He declared, "We're going to a dungeon to level you 2 up. It's time to research how to level up using Appraisal." As soon as they arrived, the spirit Xenoclus eagerly appeared. "Boss, how many hours can I log for you today?" Akito immediately swung his sword, shouting, "Don't come near him, you monster!" "Akito, stop. He's one of us, a spirit." Shu quickly intervened, calming his stunned teammate. Shu explained that he had decided to go to the Shinjuku dungeon to level up. As the group entered, he added, "I asked Ryan for help, since she's free." Shu secretly calculated that Xenoclus's fallen angel form, though powerful, was too costly. Therefore, a more practical approach was to find allies and help them grow stronger, like Akito with his promising level 7. Shu pondered his plan to power level both new members, but first, he needed to test a few things. Immediately, the group encountered a swarm of slime monsters in the dungeon. Shu turned to Akito and asked, "May I borrow that sword, Akito?" Though a bit surprised, Akito still handed his weapon to the leader. Shu swung his sword in a clean arc, slicing the slime monster in half. He asked Akito if he had gained any experience, and the answer was none at all. Shu confirmed his first hypothesis. Experience sharing would not be activated merely by borrowing equipment. Next, he coldly used the blade to cut a gash on his own arm. "Yachiru, can you heal me?" Shu asked, leaving the whole group bewildered. Yachiru immediately cast a spell, and a gentle healing light enveloped Shu's arm. The deep wound instantly healed without a trace. Once healed, Shu charged forward to attack another monster. This time, when asked, Yachiru happily confirmed that she had received experience points. Shu smiled. His second hypothesis was correct. When a healed member defeats a monster, the healer also shares in the experience. Shu turned to Akito, casually asking, "Your magic blade lasts for 10 seconds, right?" Utterly astonishing Akito. "Just a trade secret," Shu winked. "Can I borrow your sword again after you use your skill?" Akito roared, activating the Flame Swordsman's signature skill, and the sword erupted in fierce flames. Shu took the flaming sword, facing the swarm of slimy monster. He swung the sword, and the magical flames drew a brilliant arc in the air. The slime monster melted instantly upon contact with the blazing blade. Shu held the flaming sword, casually asking Akito, "Did you get experience points?" Akito Kuramochi shouted in astonishment, "Yes. How the hell did you do that?" Shu smiled smugly, silently concluding the third test. "Assisting other members with skills is a trigger," Rion Eva asked confusedly. Shu, what are you doing?" The young man just smiled and replied, "Oh, I just needed to test a few things." Shu's thoughts flowed. "I finally understand. The key to gaining experience from views is to assist others in finishing off targets with skills." He clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination. "The experience sharing rule. I must utilize this to power level a lot." Akito suddenly realized, his eyes shining brightly as he shouted in extreme excitement. This is unbelievable." He turned to explain to the group, "It's our levels. I didn't do anything, but I'm already level 12. Yachiru Hamamura was equally astonished. "Me too. Just healing a few wounds, and I'm already level 10. Akito put an arm around Shu, saying to a bewildered Rion, "What are you talking about?" Both of them used their skills to help. Shu began explaining his strategy, with images of Xenoclus and Rion wielding the flaming sword appearing as illustration. He continued, "Meanwhile, we inflict small wounds on ourselves for Yachiru to heal, funneling experience to her." Akito exclaimed, "It's so easy it feels unfair." Yachiru, in her new cloak, agreed, "Indeed. Leveling up used to be so difficult." Shu suddenly became serious, his voice deepening. "Dungeons are places of death," he explained thoroughly, while Akito and Yachiru listened intently. Just leveling up without practicing skills would be very dangerous. But leveling up reduces the risk of serious injury. Then Shu smiled brightly, scratching his head sincerely. "I just want to prevent any future near-death incidents. Both of you are my precious teammates." His words stunned Akito and Yachiru, then both blushed with emotion. Akito and Yachiru excitedly high-fived, declaring in unison, "Our boss is the best. We'll do our utmost." Only Ryan remained worried. "Is it really okay to level up so much at once?" Shu smiled reassuringly. "I have a plan, no need to worry." He secretly thought about the side effects of sudden level increases, then suggested, "Since you two have gained 5 levels, perhaps we should rest for today?" After a successful day, Akito Kuramochi excitedly set a goal. "We'll aim to gain 5 levels every day to become the best search party." The scene shifts to an office building in the afternoon. Night falls over a quiet apartment complex. Arriving home, Shu tiredly collapsed onto his bed. He lay stretched out, reflecting on everything that had happened since he started uploading videos. Thanks to that, He had reached level 100, his guild was thriving, and his videos still had a steady viewership. Shu began calculating a plan to defeat the Dark Elf in the Sky Fortress. Suddenly, his phone received a new message notification. He picked up his phone and saw it was a request sent to his guild. The message was sent from the guild, A Drink of 1,000 Blades, with the title regarding the conquest of the Sky Fortress. Conquest of the Sky Fortress? Shu shot up, unable to believe his eyes. It was an A-rank dungeon, known as the most difficult to conquer in Japan. It was home to powerful monsters like the Red Wyvern and other legendary creatures, all yielding an enormous amount of experience. Shu realized that anyone who conquered it would receive an unparalleled reward. Meanwhile, news reports began covering an upcoming expedition to the Sky Fortress. A spokesperson announced that the guild leading this effort was A Drink of 1,000 Blades. Shu sat silently, intently watching the news report on TV. His serious expression suddenly broke into a radiant smile filled with excitement. After the dungeon trip, a series of experience and level-up notifications appeared. Arriving home, Shu Amasora pondered. The amount of experience gained had reached a new level. He reached out his hand, and a halo of light appeared. The status window appeared, and Shu wondered what level he would reach after all this. He had surpassed level 100, on par with an A-rank adventurer, but his basic stats were still low. However, in return, he had gained many new skills. Looking through the list, Shu realized all his skills were support type. That meant his teammates would lead the attack, like Akito, along with Yachiru and Rion. Shu concluded that the key to conquering the dungeon was how much he could help them grow stronger. Suddenly, his train of thought was interrupted by the ringing of his phone from Sakura Shimizu. "Hello?" Shu answered, and on the other end, Sakura invited him to the guild. Sitting on his bed, he nervously asked if something was wrong. Sakura announced that there was an appraisal request from an American guild. Soon enough, Shu was at the guild's building. The place was named Analyze Arts. In the office, Shu got straight to the point. "So, what's the job?" Sakura explained about a dungeon item that couldn't be appraised with a scroll, offering a generous reward. Shu, curious about the reward, asked directly, "So, if it's successful, how much do they pay?" Sakura Shimizu stated an unbelievable figure. 100 million yen. Shu, stunned, yelled, "How many million? Are they crazy?" While Sakura merely smiled smugly. Amazing, right? Still reeling, he wondered, which guild has such incredible financial power? The answer came with an image of America, Purple Mist, the 5th largest guild in the United States. Shu still didn't understand why such a large guild would seek them out, but Sakura proudly explained that Analyze Arts' reputation was spreading. She concluded, advising him to take the job to elevate the guild's standing. Shu pondered the attractive offer. After a moment, he smiled decisively. "Miss Shimizu, I accept. Just tell them I'm available anytime." Even so, he secretly thought that besides the benefits for the guild, he was truly curious about that item worth a fortune. Lost in thought over a cup of coffee, Shu was pulled back to reality by Sakura's call. She frantically announced that the partners wanted to meet. Right now, making Shu jump. Now? But their guild is all the way in America, Shu suddenly realized, remembering something important. Ah, that's right. Both Japan and America have teleportation circles. Those magic circles, though expensive for ordinary citizens, were a privilege for adventurer guilds. Just then, Sakura poked her head in to report. "Boss, the people from Purple Mist are here." When asked about his English proficiency, Shu confidently joked that he was fluent in body language, making Sakura sigh and take on the role of interpreter. As he approached the door, Shu couldn't help but feel nervous, wondering what foreign guilds would be like. Sakura turned the doorknob, and a click echoed. As the door creaked open, Shu's eyes immediately fixed on the scene inside. A sudden burst of golden energy exploded, throwing Shu backward. Sakura Shimizu panicked, seeing Shu stumble, and quickly asked, "Are you all right?" Shu thought to himself, this mana surge was incredibly dense, clearly a display of intimidation. He wondered who was behind the door. A blond man sat casually on a chair, smirking. I'm sure you understand, right?" He sat there, exuding an aura of absolute confidence and power. His sharp blue eyes gleamed with arrogance. He decisively stood up, his shoes echoing. Approaching Shu, he asked with a skeptical tone, "So you're an appraiser?" When I first heard it, I didn't quite believe it. Suddenly, a tattooed hand pressed firmly against the wall right next to Shu's face. The man leaned in close and whispered, "I am Seven Red." Seven Red grinned widely. "Looking forward to working with you, appraiser." Shu broke out in a cold sweat, with only one thought in his mind. This guy's stats. What are they, really? The status screen appeared. Seven Red, level 125. Dragonoid race, with absurdly high physical strength and mana stats. Shu was astonished. This power and energy density far surpassed even Shizuka Kuromine, the only A-rank adventurer he had ever met. Seven Red stood there, his overwhelming aura seemingly engulfing the entire room. The terrifying stat sheet further highlighted his confident smile. Shu's eyes glowed, completely stunned. Who is this guy? Not just his stats, but 7 Red's skill list was also on a completely different level, leaving Shu utterly bewildered. Shu exclaimed in surprise as the appraisal results appeared. A dragonoid. 7 Red showed interest. Huh. So you can even see the exact name of my character class? Immediately, he pressed Shu against the door, growling. What else do you know? Tell me. Just then, an elderly man and 2 attendants burst in, shouting, 7! The man sternly ordered. What are you doing? Stop that rude behavior at once. 7 Red smirked, turning to the man. All right, my apologies. I guess he really is an appraiser, John. Sakura Shimizu anxiously asked the startled Shu. Are you all right, sir? After everything was settled, the group sat at the meeting table, and John Enold politely spoke. I am truly sorry. He began to introduce himself. I am John Enold, the Guildmaster of Purple Mist. This is our A-rank adventurer, 7 Red. John pointed to the other 2. These 2 are my lawyer and secretary, who will be assisting me today. Shu also replied professionally. It's a pleasure. I am Shu Amasora. This is my lawyer, Sakura Shimizu. As they shook hands, Shu secretly analyzed. This person is not an adventurer. Usually, the strongest person in a guild should be the guildmaster. He glanced at 7 Red, who was casually sitting with his legs crossed, thinking, it seems his guild is similar to Analyze Arts. The official meeting began, with both sides sitting opposite each other in a serious atmosphere. Before getting down to business, a confidentiality agreement was presented. John Enold said, I'd like you to look at an image of the item you will be appraising. On the tablet screen appeared an ancient parchment with strange glowing characters. John explained, this language does not exist in human history, and our translation team has been stumped. Shu intently looked at the ancient artifact and asked, where did you find it? John continued, it was found on the lowest floor of the A-rank dungeon, Ouroboros. Shu was surprised. An item from an area where no human has ever set foot. Excuse me, to appraise it, I need to see the actual item. Hearing this, John gestured for his secretary to bring the silver briefcase. Inside was an ancient parchment, covered in strange glowing characters, carefully protected behind a glass layer. Shu thought to himself, preserved so carefully. It makes sense, after all. It came from an A-rank dungeon. 7 Red lightly tapped his finger on the table, revealing his distinctive tattoo. He leaned in close. I'm here in case it gets destroyed. So, don't try anything funny. 7 Red shot Shu a sharp glance. Shu broke out in a sweat, forcing a laugh. Haha, of course not. I'll start right away. He focused his mind, his eyes glowing with appraisal power. As soon as he looked, Shu stammered. This is... Lawyer Shimizu asked worriedly. Is something wrong, sir? Suddenly, a tear fell onto the protective glass. Shu couldn't control his emotions, tears streaming down as he looked at the artifact. Everyone in the room was stunned, and Shimizu panicked. What's happening? Sir? Are you all right? Shu quickly wiped his tears. Oh, my apologies. It's nothing. The appraisal is complete. John Enold and 7 Red both looked surprised by the declaration. He looked at the parchment, which was emitting a soft glow. This item can be used as a panacea, healing all wounds and illnesses. Shu explained that it was the formula for an elixir, with monster blood as the main ingredient. To concoct it, blood from 7 types of monsters is needed, including dark elves and an unfamiliar name, Revire. The old lawyer gasped at the name Revire, then turned to look at 7 Red. John Enold reassured his subordinate, deciding to tell Shu about that monster. He recounted that on the lowest floor of Ouroboros, they had encountered a mighty aquatic dragon, and the name Revire perfectly suited it, as 7 Red had defeated it. 7 Red merely smiled confidently at his achievement. Hearing this, Shu's eyes widened, and sweat began to pour out in astonishment. He thought to himself, 7 Red was truly monstrously strong. Clenching his fists, an idea began to spark in Shu's mind. The guildmaster expressed satisfaction, deeming the formula worthy of an A-rank dungeon reward, and expressed his desire to maintain a good relationship with Shu. Shu sat there silently, while the bald secretary waited behind him. As per the agreement, John Enold signaled the secretary to open the briefcase full of cash. I don't need it. Shu's voice rang out decisively. The lawyer Sakura Shimizu sprang up in shock, unable to believe her ears. What, sir? Shu made his offer. In return, could you lend me Sir 7's strength? 7 Red smirked, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Oh, really? Shu stated his objective frankly. I want to defeat the labyrinth master of the Sky Fortress, the Dark Elf. He looked them straight in the eye, resolute. And to do that, I need Sir 7's help. Images of Xenoclus, Rion, Eva, and 7 Red appeared, signaling the key figures for the upcoming battle. In Shu's mind, a powerful lineup was envisioned, led by Shizuka Kuromin. His eyes gleamed with ironclad determination. Their target was the Dark Elf, who was smirking savagely amidst a pool of blood. Shu believed that only such a team could defeat him. He laid out his plan. Once the Dark Elf is defeated, I will gladly provide the blood elixir to Purple Mist. The entire room fell silent, listening to the young man's bold proposal. Seven Red broke the silence with a hearty laugh. He saw through Shu's intentions and declared with amusement, "All right, I'll cooperate with you." John Enold immediately objected, unable to let Seven face danger alone, but he was brushed aside. Seven explained to John the strategic value of having a unique appraiser like Shu indebted to. Nevertheless, John remained deep in thought, unable to shake off his worry. In his mind, an haunting number appeared. 4 people had died. John began to recount the tragic past. Horrifying fragments of memory flooded back. The Dark Elf had slaughtered the expedition team members like flies. Shu also recalled his old teammates, the first ones to acknowledge him as an adventurer. His fists clenched tightly, the painful memories transforming into strength. Shu bowed deeply, revealing his true reason. "I want to avenge them, and I need your help." Seven Red pondered Shu's determined plea. John Enold could only sigh, accepting a heavy reality. "All right, when that day comes, you will have the support of Seven, as well as Purple Mist itself." "I'm sorry I'm late." Rian Eva hurried to the meeting point with an apologetic expression. Shu reassured her, "Don't worry, I just arrived a bit early. There are still 10 minutes until our appointment." He glanced at his companion. Rian Eva was slightly flustered by his gaze. Shu thought to himself that Ryan was dressed unusually today, while she asked curiously, "Oh right, Shu. Where are we going today?" The two walked together down the bustling street. Shu replied, "Oh, that's right. I forgot to tell you. Today's destination is the Central General Hospital." Rian Eva was stunned as they walked inside. "A hospital?" Shu explained. "Yes. There's someone I want to introduce you to." Rian blushed crimson when she realized this wasn't a date, which left Shu bewildered. Regaining her composure, she asked, "So, the person you want to introduce is hospitalized here?" Shu simply replied with a concise yes, then quietly led the way. The steady beeping of the heart monitor broke the silence. Shu introduced the girl lying on the hospital bed, Kaide Yotsuba. "She's my childhood friend, and she's been asleep for 3 years now." Rian Eva silently watched the girl deeply asleep by the window. Kaide Yotsuba's delicate face remained peaceful, despite the passage of time. 3 years ago, during the Stampede disaster, countless people died when monsters poured out of the dungeon. Amidst the chaotic scene, Shu desperately searched for Kaide, until he found a horrifying trace. Shu's eyes widened, frozen in shock at the sight before him. Before him was a gigantic humanoid tiger monster. It bared its razor-sharp claws, preparing to attack. Amidst a desperate scream, Shu faced the fatal blow. Suddenly, Kaide rushed out, using her body to shield him. Tears streaming down, she bore the full brunt of the damage. Shu could only watch, helpless and enraged. His cry of Kaide tore through the air. Back in the present, Shu told Rian Eva, "That's why she's lying here." She was taken for treatment immediately after, but it was too late. Though she survived thanks to the medicine, she's been unconscious ever since. Rian Eva was stunned, speechless at their tragedy. "So, I became an explorer to save her." Rian's eyes were now filled with empathy. Shu revealed that both their parents had passed away, making it incredibly difficult to pay the hospital bills. But he smiled, resolute. "I've finally seen a glimmer of hope." Rian Eva asked, confused, "Shu, why did you bring me here?" Shu smiled back. "You're the first ally I've ever had. I wanted you to know that." The unexpected confession left Rian completely stunned. She bowed her head, an intense, indescribable emotion swelling within her. "Shu," Rian whispered, her voice filled with emotion. Immediately after, she looked up sharply, her eyes burning with determination. "We'll definitely get that elixir." Faced with Ryan's sudden enthusiasm, Shu could only scratch his head in confusion. "I appreciate it. But why are you so fired up?" Rian smiled brightly, saying innocently, "At the very least, Kaide needs to wake up so I can have a chance to make my move." Hearing that, Shu was completely bewildered. "Huh? Make your move? What are you talking about?" Rian just smiled meaningfully, with no intention of explaining. "Never mind," she playfully dismissed, as the scene shifted to the Central General Hospital sometime later. A colossal flying fortress, the target of their next conquest, hovered in the sky. Here, Shizuka Kuramine, leader of the Blood Clan Guild, was facing the media. A reporter questioned the guild's previous failures and the likelihood of success for this raid. To the question about the plan, Shizuka coldly replied, "Sorry, I cannot share anything at this time." She turned and declared loudly, as an image of Shu in combat gear appeared. "Shu Amasora is the one in command." Inside the fortress, Shu and his team held their final meeting. "The Labyrinth Master's Gate is 5 floors away. Let's review the plan one more time." Rian Eva couldn't hide her tense expression in the face of the life or death challenge. In contrast, Shizuka maintained a terrifyingly calm and sharp demeanor. Seven Red smiled confidently. A commander announced that hundreds of high-level explorers had been gathered as support forces, with their positions meticulously calculated. Seven Red turned to ask Shu, the commander of the operation, about the risk of magic items being stolen by the Dark Elves. He continued to express concern that if the enemy could freely leave the gate, the support team would be in danger. "You're right. That's why," Shu replied as spiritual energy began to surge at his feet. He declared he would make full use of his soul clone skill, creating energy duplicates around him. Shu explained that these clones were fully obedient and could use his skills, one of which would be used to communicate with the ground team. Rion Ava exclaimed in astonishment, "That's amazing, Shu!" While Seven Red also whistled in admiration at this unique skill. Shizuka Kuramine calmly interjected, requesting a detailed plan to defeat the Dark Elf, as the enemy's power remained an unknown. "Regarding that," Shizuka said, then pointed towards Shu, "I'm giving him full authority." Shu gathered all his strength and roared, "Spirit Xenoclus, I summon you with your full potential." Amidst a shower of black feathers, Xenoclus appeared in his true form, a fallen angel with colossal wings. Xenoclus's jet-black wings beat once with immense power. The mighty being knelt on one knee before Shu, respectfully awaiting orders. "Master, I await your command." "Impressive. He's truly strong," Seven Red acknowledged, while Shizuka confirmed it was an A-rank spirit and wondered about Shu's command. Shu began to present the plan to the entire team, declaring that the operation would consist of two main phases. He explained the first phase. Ryan's summoned beast, the Great White Serpent, would directly confront the Dark Elf because it has the ability to nullify all magic. However, Shu also pointed out a problem. The enemy had fought this serpent before. He might know that physical attacks enhanced with magic are still effective. And so, Shu said, preparing to reveal his contingency plan. Shu snapped his fingers, beginning to deploy the plan. Countless powerful summoned beasts were gathered. He explained that the soul clones could mimic his ability to gather summoned beasts over a wide area. Xenoclus can teleport, so I'll have Xenoclus and the other summoned beasts attack the Dark Elf, Shu presented. Xenoclus and the other summoned beasts would engage the target while protecting the Great White Serpent. "If we're lucky, that should be enough," he concluded for Phase 1. But Shu also anticipated the greater possibility of their failure. "That's when we move into Phase 2, he declared, holding up two fingers. Shu predicted the Dark Elf would use its magic sensing ability to track their location. Sure enough, the prey had begun to sniff them out. "At that point, I'll use my Eagle Eye skill to track him. Then Seven and Kuromine will ambush him." Shu outlined the strategy. Shizuka, Kuromine, and Seven Red, the ambush team, were in position and ready. Rion Eva added that even if they couldn't defeat him, they would still inflict significant damage. Shu tasked both of them to at least buy enough time for Rion to summon another Great White Serpent. Seven Red smirked, clearly delighted as he had always wanted to face this Dark Elf himself. Suddenly, Rion Eva's face showed horror. "The Great White Serpent is down," she screamed, signaling that Phase 1 of their plan had failed. Without hesitation, Shu immediately activated Eagle Eye, his eyes glowing with blue flashes. "Found him. He's looking for us," Shu thought to himself. "I've got a clear grasp of all his physical abilities." Shu turned and shouted, urging Shizuka and Seven Red to get ready. With glowing eyes, he announced, "He'll be here in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. But a red-haired female Dark Elf suddenly appeared right before their eyes. A sound like tearing wind echoed. "Master!" Xenoclus hastily manifested, spreading his black wings to shield Shu. A terrifying explosion shook the entire area. Xenoclus held his master tightly as both were flung into the air. Shizuka and Rion Eva struggled to brace themselves against the aftershocks and flying debris. Seven Red also dropped to one knee, astonished by the attack's terrifying power. Amidst the rubble, Xenoclus steadfastly protected Shu. The female Dark Elf rose from the epicenter. The ground beneath her feet cracked after shattering the gate. "I thought I had you," she muttered with a hint of regret. "I told you so, Har." A voice echoed from behind. The Dark Elf leisurely descended, calmly remarking, "That human has some decent bodyguards." He stood next to his accomplice, scoffing. "That's how weak creatures survive." Shu broke out in a cold sweat, his face paling with terror. The female Dark Elf glared at them with sharp eyes. Meanwhile, the male Dark Elf merely smirked arrogantly. "Now there are two of them?" Shu thought in despair. The red-haired Dark Elf asked her companion, "Are these the humans you spoke of, D? They don't look very strong." The Dark Elf sneered. "I never said they were strong. I merely let them pass by chance." Facing Shu's group, he declared, "There won't be a second time." Shu was stunned. "I didn't even consider this." He realized in horror, usually there's only one Labyrinth Master. Is she as strong as him, and a melee warrior too? Shu despaired. "What do we do? Xenoclus's teleportation doesn't have enough range. It takes at least 3 A-rank explorers to take down 1 A-rank monster, and we don't have enough people." Suddenly, the female Dark Elf spoke up. "Hey, you, I'm annoyed at being disturbed, she growled. So I'll kill you first. A dark energy orb shot straight towards Shu. Shu could only exclaim in horror in his mind. Too fast. At that very moment, a shout rang out. Earth Dragon. A gigantic fist of earth and rock descended from the sky, blocking the female dark elf's attack. Seven Red roared, his body beginning to transform, skin cracking like magma. He transformed into a dragonoid, with tough rock scales and surging power. The Earth Dragon skill significantly enhances the user's physical attack and defense. Shu stared in shock at his transformed teammate. Seven Red turned, a confident smile on his face. Hey, Shu, run or fight. Pick one. I'll handle it. A clack echoed as Shizuka Kuramine stepped forward. She corrected him. You mean we will handle it. Her blood magic surged. I trust your judgment, Mr. Amasora. Ryaneva cried out in panic. What should we do? Seven Red, in his dragonoid form, stood in front, having just blocked a fatal blow for the entire team. Shu looked up, his eyes flashing with determination after the moment of shock. His expression hardened. A decision had been made. Xenoclis was about to call out Master, but Shu raised a hand, signaling silence. He took a deep breath, calming his mind. Then Shu boldly declared, We'll take down these dark elves. Xenoclis and Miss Kuromine handle the man, while Seven and Rion deal with the woman. The entire team responded in unison, full of trust. Understood, Captain. Across from them, the male dark elf remarked, A few of them look new. Do you have any thoughts, Har? Har snarled, her face darkening with anger. I've been disturbed twice now. How irritating. A complete nuisance. The dark elf patted her shoulder reassuringly. That bodyguard just got lucky, Har. Then he smirked cruelly. Now, let the slaughter begin. Shu flinched, a terrifying surge of magic power gathering, putting him on high alert. Full power fire magic is coming. Xenoclis, teleport, he yelled. Xenoclis immediately obeyed. As you command, then spread his colossal wings, enveloping his teammates. The moment they vanished, a terrifying sea of flames engulfed the spot where they had just stood. The group safely landed elsewhere, still sheltered beneath Xenoclis's wings. The dark elf watched them, clicking his tongue in annoyance. How troublesome. They're coordinating better now. Shu wasted no time, issuing a new command. 7. Protect Ryan until she resummons the Great White Serpent. We need to split them up. Understood. 7 Red replied and immediately charged forward. 7 Red roared, unleashing a devastating punch that shook the entire hall, sending both dark elves flying. The female dark elf scornfully asked, You, are you really trying to stop me? Her eyes blazed with hatred. This is why I despise humans. Ignorant fools who don't know their place. Dark magic energy surged and gathered around her feet. Instantly, the female dark elf unleashed a powerful roundhouse kick. The dangerous attack landed squarely on 7 Red's face, creating a deafening explosion. The rock scales on 7 Red's face cracked open, and he was stunned. What? The dark elf smirked. It seems. I'll tear you apart right now. Suddenly, a streak of light shot towards 7 Red. A stream of turquoise liquid shot directly into his wound. It was a high-grade healing potion thrown from a distance. Shu stood firm from above. He was the one who had thrown the potion to support his teammate. He confidently declared, Thanks to the supply team, we have plenty of potions. Even if my appraisal skill isn't for combat, my physique is still on par with a professional athlete. Shu shouted, ordering. 7. Leave the healing to me. Go all out. His wound completely healed. 7 Red clenched his fist, letting out a joyful laugh. He provoked. Heard that? Come at me, you insolent brat. The female dark elf froze. What did you call me? Ominous killing intent erupted from her. Truly. Indescribably annoying. At the same time, Shizuka Kuramine appeared, sharp blood magic swirls surrounding her. The male dark elf immediately erected a magic shield, blocking Shizuka's attack, while Xenoclis charged from behind. He retaliated by using dark magic to shatter the ground beneath his opponent's feet. Xenoclis dodged, while Shu secretly analyzed. His casting speed is too fast. I can only use teleportation to evade attacks. His defense is also too solid. Shizuka's attack was completely ineffective. The entire group, consisting of 7 Red, Rion Eva, Shizuka Kuramine, and Xenoclis, realized the disadvantageous situation. Shu gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. The power gap is too wide. Our attacks are completely blocked. The situation will only get worse. The longer this drags on, the higher the chance of defeat. Suddenly, Xenoclis shouted Shu's command. Xenoclis, teleport everyone but me to another floor. Shu began to unleash the suppressed power of a dragonoid. A destructive surge of energy erupted from his mouth. Both dark elves were startled. What? Where did that magic power come from? A wide area sonic attack. Shu was thrown backward by his own power, while the enemies realized they couldn't escape without using spatial magic. He roared, unleashing his ultimate technique. Dragon's Breath. The colossal energy surge swept through, blasting both dark elves into the air. The male dark elf immediately acted. Activate multi-layered shield. Har, get behind me. He watched in horror as his magic shield shattered before the unstoppable power. Har only had time to widen her eyes in terror as the destructive attack struck. An earth-shattering explosion rocked the entire area. The ground cracked open, and debris flew everywhere. Amidst the smoke and dust, a pool of fresh blood splattered. The male dark elf stared in shock at the scene before him, stammering his comrade's name. Har? Har's silhouette gradually faded within the destructive light. A memory suddenly flooded the male dark elf's mind, of the days they always had each other. He recalled her smile when she said Har and Dar were the names they had given each other. In a distant memory, Dar smiled, thinking to himself that was all they ever had. Back in the cruel reality, Har screamed in agony as her body was torn apart by a surge of energy. She collapsed, lying motionless in a pool of blood at the feet of a stunned Dar. Dar's eyes widened in horror, his pupils contracting as he witnessed the scene before him. From a distance, Shu coldly uttered, "One down." He thought to himself, now she can no longer fight. The balance of power has been restored. Immediately, Xenoclus appeared, using his wings to shield his master and comrades for retreat. As soon as they landed, Xenoclus angrily scolded Shu, but he only gave a wry smile and patted his spirit's head. Seven Red turned with a serious expression and asked, "What the hell did you just do?" Shu smiled and explained, "I imitated your ability, Sir Seven." Dragon's Breath is Seven Red's strongest attack skill, a technique with sonic properties, with a range wide enough to cover the entire arena. Shu had secretly accumulated enough mana to pierce through the Dark Elf's defenses, deliberately making the opponent think they were at a disadvantage. "Sorry everyone. To deceive the enemy, I had to deceive my allies first," he confessed, scratching his head. Shizuka Kuromin calmly replied, "I have a mountain of things to say, but for now, let's focus on the battle." On the battlefield, only one Dark Elf remained, cradling his dying comrade. A sharp shard had deeply embedded itself in Har's neck. "Why did you protect me, Har?" "Defense was my job," Dar asked in pain. Har whispered her last words. "I'm sorry, Dar. I couldn't do anything else." Clinging tightly to her cold body, Dar whispered with hateful eyes, "Disgusting, just like humans." Dar's eyes burned with extreme pain and resentment. He thought to himself, "No, we are not like humans." Facing Shu's group, Dar growled, "All of you are fools. If you had just let us slaughter you, you could have continued living peaceful lives," he said with a crazed expression. Dar condemned, "You always invade dungeons just to kill." But Shizuka stepped forward, cutting him off. "Enough," Shizuka retorted. "Innocent people die because of the monsters that come out of the dungeons. And you personally killed 4 of my people. I am here for them," she declared sharply. Dar sneered, "As if you're the only one who's lost something. There's nothing fair in war." Recalling the moment Har took her last breath, he said, "Har and I both despise your kind, but let me give you a piece of advice. Even if you kill me, humanity has no hope." Shu stood silent, his gaze firm, looking directly at the enemy. He asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" A memory flashed. Dar whispered to a dying Har that he killed people for her sake. Amidst the memories, Shu's voice rang out, "No matter how foolish you are, we will stop you." In the past, Dar gently asked, "Har, will you be okay?" Har weakly smiled and replied, "Yes, Dar." Their hands clasped tightly in that moment of parting. Her last words echoed, "I love you." Back in the present, Shu shivered as he realized the painful truth. Meanwhile, Seven Red shouted, "Everyone, attack them with everything you've got left. Otherwise," a blinding light exploded, throwing the entire explorer group back. Shu, dazed, thought to himself, "Such terrifying mana, even Appraisal can't discern it." His eyes widened in horror at the immeasurable power. "A desperate cry, echoed." "Master," Shu looked up, stunned, watching Xenoclus vanish into the darkness above. In the silent space, black feathers began to fall. With his last ounce of strength, Xenoclus painfully called out his master's name. The spirit's dying words echoed in Shu's ears. "Run," Shizuka Kuromin shouted from behind, pulling Shu back to reality. "Asura," she urged frantically. "We need to appraise it, that's—" Xenoclus's sword fell to the floor, clanging with a cold sound. Rion, Ava, and Seven Red could only stare blankly and ask, "What is that?" Within a magic circle, an arrogant figure slowly emerged. The newly revealed entity had dark skin, silver-white hair, golden horns, and glowing red eyes. Shu listened in horror to its cold declaration. "First, the traitor has been dealt with." The authoritative voice continued, "O humans." A contemptuous smile spread across the mysterious entity's lips. It judged, "You are not even strong enough to face a mere archangel, yet you dare to challenge a seraph-tier dungeon." The entire group stood motionless, facing the terrifying pressure of the newly descended enemy. Shu thought to himself, "Seraph?" Those 2 dark elves merged into this thing. The appraisal results appeared before his eyes. Seraph tier, AA rank magic, A rank physique. But why? Shizuka Kuromin frantically yelled. Shu, what did you find out? I don't know, Shu replied hopelessly, thinking to himself, I can't see any of its abilities. A powerful voice echoed from the opposite side. No need to be surprised. The white-haired entity smirked. After all, you yourselves said that magic has no effect on a god. Naturally, your petty abilities cannot affect one who wields the power of a god. It continued to mock the stunned Shu. Do you finally understand the difference between us? Have you felt your own helplessness and arrogance yet? Come, let me show you how utterly overwhelmed you are. It raised its hand, and a gigantic pink magic circle glowed brightly, summoning the divine weapon. A magnificent sword with a crystal blade appeared in its hand. Shu realized the enemy's target. It's aiming for me. At least I can use foresight. I need to dodge and buy time. The enemy charged with terrifying speed, the divine sword raised high. Huh? Shu was astonished as a figure blocked his path. Slash! A spray of blood splattered in the air. A severed arm, hard as stone, fell to the floor. Seven Red had stood in front of Shu, his hands already turned to stone, but his right arm had been severed. Damn it! Seven Red gritted his teeth. I've already transformed into my strongest form, yet. The entity looked down condescendingly. Interesting. A quick reaction, little one. However, it sneered, its sword still gleaming. There is nothing my divine sword cannot cut. Now then, perhaps I should deal with the left arm too? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Spirit summon, divine weapon manifestation. Clang! Rion Ava rushed forward, using her summoned weapon to block the fatal attack. Seven Red growled. I will protect Shu. While the enemy merely sneered arrogantly. Overwhelmed, Shu slumped to the ground, desperately wondering, what is all this? He was consumed by guilt. I'm just a burden. My comrades are fighting, and Xenoclis is already. Shu bit his lip, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks in utter helplessness. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Master, Xenoclis? Shu was astonished to hear the spirit's message, explaining that he could be re-summoned if there was enough time. A glimmer of hope sparked, dispelling the despair on Shu's face. He clenched his fist, thinking to himself, there's still a chance. Shu's gaze became resolute. He had found a way to turn the tide. If Xenoclis can teleport, we can still use that plan. Seeing Shu regain his composure, Seven Red smiled reassuringly. There's nothing to worry about, he roared, activating his hidden power. Dragon transformation. Earth Dragon. Seven Red's arm began to transform, enveloped by a layer of diamond-hard stone scales. The transformation complete. His arm was now a gigantic stone weapon, bristling with sharp spikes. Seven Red explained his regeneration ability to the enemy. It's like a lizard's tail. So, from now on, I'm going all out, he declared, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Seven Red let out a sky-shattering roar and charged straight forward, swinging his stone arm with terrifying power. However, the enemy easily blocked the attack and retaliated with a sharp slash. Fresh blood spurted, and Seven Red stared in horror at the deep wound on his chest. Seizing the opportunity, Shizuka Kuromin swung her blood sword, rushing in to assist. But the enemy simply swung its sword, easily shattering Rion Ava's summoned weapon. The enemy's sword pierced Shizuka Kuromini in an instant. She coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, her eyes wide with horror. Her body limp, Shizuka collapsed onto the cold stone floor. Lying there helplessly, she could only look at Seven Red, who had already fallen. The enemy raised their hand, destructive magic gathering, and sneered. Now, turn to dust. A dazzling light suddenly flashed, blocking the attack. Amidst the light, a voice rang out. Summon the divine beast, great white serpent. A colossal python appeared, its pure white body coiling into a sturdy shield. The enemy merely glanced at the divine beast with indifference. Rion Ava roared in anger, charging straight forward. Two swords clashed, sparking, creating an uneven battle. He smirked, seeing Rion struggling to defend herself. So, only you can still fight. But, from afar, Shu witnessed everything, his heart heavy. If this continues, we will lose. Sweat poured down, and he gritted his teeth at the precarious situation. A glimmer of hope flickered in his mind. Unless we use that plan. Memories flooded back to the meeting, when Shu presented Plan B to defeat the Dark Elf. But the price was that they wouldn't be able to obtain his blood to save Kaide Yotsuba. Shu clenched his fists, torn between saving his comrades and saving the girl he cherished. He thought to himself, if he were alone, he could use Xenoclis's teleportation to escape and find another opportunity. But the image of Shizuka lying in a pool of blood with a fatal wound made the decision harder than ever. Shu's face contorted in anguish, and he gritted his teeth. Precisely because of this, Rion Ava yelled from behind, trying to stop his decision. Shu, she declared resolutely, let me defeat that dark elf. You absolutely must not use that plan. Shu's eyes widened, shaken by his comrade's resolve. But in an instant, Ryan was overwhelmed by her opponent, her weapon flying out of her hand. She was mercilessly sent flying. Rion collapsed to the ground, no longer able to fight. The enemy picked up her weapon, smirking. So, only the weakest one remains. What plan do you have? Go on, try it. From behind, Rion desperately cried out. Don't, Shu, I can still fight. Shu merely offered a sad but determined smile. Rion froze, recognizing the unshakable resolve in his eyes. He softly said, like a farewell, Thank you, Rion. Come forth. Spirit clones. Shu began to unleash his final skill. The enemy observed, disdainfully. What is this? I don't feel any increase in magic power. Shu's eyes blazed, and he growled. Just you wait, Seraph. Standing opposite his foe, he declared. This is the final plan I've prepared. A colossal vortex of energy formed before Shu as he yelled, Item box. The spirit clones immediately rushed into the vortex. Shu explained his plan. His item box was as vast as a stadium, and his clones could share skills. A gigantic metal object began to be pulled from the storage space, emitting a roaring engine sound, Shu whispered, revealing his ultimate weapon. From within the item box, a series of colossal modern war machines were dragged out. The white-haired entity was stunned, unable to believe its eyes. Modern? Machines? It thought to itself. Modern weapons were useless in dungeons, their firepower weaker than magic, and they could even harm allies. But Shu roared, revealing his insane plan. I'll make this very dungeon collapse on your head, Dark Elf. His opponent could only stare, astonished by such recklessness. In a flashback, Shu had once yelled, Come forth, Xenoclus. That was when he activated the Spirit Clone's skill. The clones were sent to launch a full-scale attack on another powerful enemy. The female warrior in white armor bravely faced the storm of attacks. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Its terrifying destructive power spread everywhere. The dungeon ceiling began to shake violently, debris raining down. Back in the present, Xenoclus in his true form spread his black wings, shielding Shu and their fallen comrades. Carried in Shu's arms, Rion Eva weakly called his name. Shu looked down, his gaze resolute but heavy with sorrow. He whispered in his mind, I'm sorry, Kaida. I'll need more time to wake you. The scene shifted to a beautiful town of the elves. Here, typical fair-skinned, blonde elves lived harmoniously, but some were different. They had dark skin, stark white hair, and were born without a specific gender. The story turns back to the past, to a greatest concern, but their magic had far surpassed their kin. They were called Dark Elves, exiled from their homeland, beginning a solitary journey wandering across the world. Stigma and the open road became their companions, save for one thing. Loneliness. In the dead of night, the entity sobbed. It's so lonely being all alone. But then a resolve sparked. Oh, I see. Then I won't be alone anymore. And so, with the unique magic of the Dark Elf, the entity split itself into two, a male and a female self, two halves of one soul. They believed everything would be fine, as long as they were together, hand in hand. Memories shattered as the cruel reality struck, and the entire dungeon began to collapse. A terrifying explosion engulfed Seraph, sending him flying. Covered in blood amidst the rubble, Seraph knew he could no longer heal himself. He muttered, It's too late. Through the smoke, he saw a tank and bitterly realized, modern weapons. This is what human history has created. Seraph cursed. Your foolishness has brought about your own downfall. One day you will know and despair. In his final moments, Seraph reached out into the void, weakly calling a name. Har. A mechanical key fell, and an echo from the past resonated. It's so lonely, when I'm all alone. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, shaking the entire floating island in the sky. Outside the dungeon, an adventurer panicked. What was that? Did it come from inside the dungeon? While another cheered, Hey look, they're back. Through the dust and smoke, Shu led his group out, followed by Seven Red, Shizuka Kuromin, and Rion Eva, all bearing injuries. Shu boldly declared to the cheering crowd, We have defeated the Dark Elf. He turned to a medical staff member, requesting, Please treat the three of them first, and received a firm reply. Right away. Just then, a voice rang out from behind. Ah! And the hero has returned. A man with a katana at his hip and a confident demeanor appeared amidst the ruins. He was Tsurugi Senguji, guildmaster of the Drink of 1,000 Blades Guild. The staff member explained that Tsurugi was an A-rank adventurer, tasked with protecting supply points to avoid direct confrontation. Shu lowered his head, self-consciously replying to the title hero, Don't call me that. All I did was get in the way. Suddenly, a hand reached out and squeezed Shu's cheek. Tsurugi smiled, his tone admonishing, You're a leader, aren't you? Show a little courage. Are you going to make those who followed you regret their decision? Shu was stunned when Tsurugi asserted, We won because you were there. Anyway, I'll clean up the dungeon. You go rest, Tsurugi said, then turned and walked away. Shu called out, stopping him. Mr. Senguji. Tsurugi turned back with a mischievous look, teasing, I'm just saying, but if you smuggle any items or loot, making Shu quickly wave his hands. I didn't. Trust me. Shu fell silent, his gaze becoming more resolute. He clenched his fist, firmly replying, yes. Looking at the rubble, Shu silently told himself this was no time for despair. There was still much to do and think about. Suddenly, an emergency alert appeared. Report. Urgent report. Shu flinched, his expression tensing at the unexpected news. A female guard rushed over with the news. We're in trouble. The bad news spread. A colossal dungeon had just appeared in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. In the heart of the ocean, a blinding light erupted, signaling disaster. The sea churned violently, monsters began pouring out. A new chaos had begun. Shu Amasora exclaimed in shock. No way. There were no warning signs at all. Tsurugi Senguji maintained a calm expression, ordering, continue the report. More detailed information was given. Moments ago, an earthquake shook the entire globe. Immediately after, the dungeon appeared, and countless monsters, from sky to sea, poured out. Shu Amasora listened with a tense expression as the call for help was broadcast to all adventurers. Live news reports worldwide showed the horrifying spectacle of the monster hordes. Tsurugi put an arm around Shu Amasora's shoulder, gravely saying, this is no joke. Even if countries send A ranks, it would still. Shu Amasora pondered, his mind conflicted. I want to go, but Ryan and everyone else are injured. He wondered if the new dungeon appearing right after they defeated the Dark Elf was somehow connected. Just then, another staff member ran over, calling for Tsurugi Senguji. This person reported that they had found a magical tool with translation capabilities in the Labyrinth Master's room. The staff member's words echoed, it can understand all languages, which stunned Shu Amasora. A memory flashed in his mind, the Dark Elf's words from long ago. I kill you because of you. Shu Amasora's hand trembled, his phone nearly slipping as a realization dawned. He horrifyingly realized the connection, his hand unconsciously rising to cover his mouth. A terrible truth emerged. Could it be that everything has completely fallen into chaos? Shu was horrified to realize that the elixir formula should have been the last thing to be translated. He suddenly remembered that dungeons always followed a rule, where monsters grew stronger in a specific sequence. A terrifying hypothesis emerged. What if someone had arranged the dungeons for adventurers to grow strong enough to defeat the Dark Elf Seraph? If everything was structured that way, then his appraisal skill had broken the order from the very beginning. With the system broken, humanity currently lacked the strength to conquer A-rank dungeons, and the newly appearing dungeons were exponentially harder. He imagined other adventurers being brutally massacred, unable to resist the wave of monsters. Back in reality, Tsurugi Senguji noticed Shu's dazed expression and asked, Shu, what's wrong? Shu trembled, his voice filled with despair. Perhaps. It's all my fault. He recalled the Dark Elf's words, finally understanding their true meaning. Shu frantically explained that humanity should only have become strong enough to deal with this catastrophe after the Dark Elf was defeated. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening interrupted his thoughts, along with a call of Shu. Rion Ava, despite her bandaged hand, rushed into the room with a worried expression. She shouted decisively, You didn't do anything wrong. Shu stared in astonishment at his newly arrived comrade. Tsurugi crossed his arms, coldly adding, Conquering dungeons is an adventurer's job. Even if we cause this. Rion placed a hand on Shu's shoulder, her gaze firm. It's not over yet. Another voice echoed from the doorway. Oh dear. Seven Red and Shizuka Kuromine entered. The blonde man spoke teasingly, while the black-haired woman commented on Shu's sense of responsibility. Rion looked toward Shizuka, softly saying, You're being too soft on him. Shu gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with steely determination. He declared loudly, Come on. Let's go stop this riot. I need everyone's help again. Shu secretly calculated that since he couldn't communicate with the monsters, there was only one path left. At sea, a fierce battle erupted as adventurers on the battleship confronted a swarm of flying monsters. A warrior with dreadlocks charged forward to face the roaring giant sea monster. The sharp axe blade swung up, cleaving through the monster's body in a crimson streak. Meanwhile, the heavy cannons on the battleship simultaneously rotated their barrels, aiming at the sky. A barrage of cannon fire was unleashed, tearing through the air. An unlucky wyvern was hit and exploded into a brilliant fireball. From behind, an adventurer observed that they were repelling the enemy, and it seemed no individual monster was too strong. Tsurugi Senguji crossed his arms, a smirk on his face as he watched the battle, silently praising the effective battle plan. He ordered the entire team to continue sweeping, while he and Xenoclus would teleport closer to the dungeon. Xenoclus mischievously leaned close to Shu's ear, whining about the mana consumed, and Shu coldly responded with an order to use his full power. Many thanks, Xenoclus cheerfully replied as black feathers began to fall. Immediately, a gigantic whirlpool formed in the middle of the ocean, furiously sucking all the flying monsters inward. Xenoclus, in his fallen angel form with majestic black wings, teleported with Shu directly above the center of the whirlpool. Shu felt a terrifying source of magical power from within, far exceeding the combined strength of the entire monster horde. His eyes flashed with blue light as he focused on the epicenter of that energy. The water's surface churned violently, signaling a terrifying presence about to rise. From the depths, an ancient entity in the form of a majestic sea god slowly emerged. The ancient god with stark white eyes and a trident mark on his forehead appeared, his gaze full of judgment. Shu shivered, feeling a pressure even more terrifying than the dark elf, and realized the biggest problem was that he absolutely could not appraise this entity's skills. The god raised his hand, summoning a technique called high-tier water wave. The sea surface began to shake violently. A colossal magical tsunami rose, ready to swallow the entire fleet. "This is bad," Xenoclus exclaimed in horror, but Shu decisively ordered, "Teleport to the battleship." Immediately, Xenoclus spread his black wings and carried Shu to the bow of the ship, where Ryan Ava frantically shouted, "Shu, a giant wave!" Before their eyes, the colossal wall of water roared, threatening to crush everything. Shu charged forward, yelling, "That's caused by magic. If we can reduce its effect, then we can still do something." He poured all his energy into his hands. Without hesitation, Shu and the other adventurers charged straight onto the ship's deck, directly confronting the ocean's wrath. He activated his item box. "Spirit clones, devour the wave!" Shu roared, summoning colossal energy entities. Rion Ava didn't stand still either. She channeled power into her sword with her spirit armament skill. Seven Red, in his Earth Dragon form, roared Dragon's Breath, while Shizuka Kuramine also utilized blood magic. Seeing this, the other adventurers were also emboldened, deciding to fight with all their might. Tsurugi Senguji clicked his tongue, muttering, "Damn it, I shouldn't have come here." But the title, Holy Sword, Tsurugi Senguji, did not allow him to retreat. "I'm going in." Tsurugi drew his glowing katana, preparing to unleash an earth-shattering slash. Tsurugi Senguji swung his sword, channeling his strength to slash directly at the colossal wall of water. A powerful slash tore through the water's surface. Witnessing Shu create a shield, Rion Eva exclaimed in astonishment, "You know how to use a divine weapon? A divine weapon? You mean this?" Tsurugi smirked. "By the way, I'm Asura. No matter how talented you are." The colossal magical tsunami still roared, unfazed by the attack. "I don't think it will do any good," Tsurugi thought to himself, observing his teammates' efforts. On that day, horrifying memories flooded Shu's mind. Damn it, damn it. The devastated scene of a village after the disaster appeared. Ruined buildings were submerged in the vast expanse of water. An entire railway line was completely destroyed, a testament to the horrific destructive power. The female news anchor announced, "The tsunami caused severe damage. The monsters have retreated into the dungeon." Shu silently rewatched the news report on his phone, his face heavy with anguish. "Boss is watching that news report again?" Akito Kuramochi and Yachiru Hamamura entered, asking worriedly. Yachiru cautiously called out, "Sir, you don't need to feel responsible. You've already donated and done everything you could," she earnestly advised. Akito fiercely declared, "It's not even certain that the riot was caused by defeating the Dark Elf. Anyone who dares to speak nonsense, I'll blow them away." Faced with the sincerity of his two teammates, Shu offered a faint, warm smile. "Thank you, Yachiru and Akito." Back in reality, facing the raging waves, Shu gritted his teeth. "I used all my magic power to evacuate everyone, but the coastline was still destroyed. The colossal magical vortex gave this dungeon the nickname Sea God, the world's only S-rank dungeon, and if the monster that caused it reappears, humanity will be in danger." According to experts, even though the dungeon won't reappear for another 10 years, vigilance is still necessary. Therefore, a plan to conquer the labyrinth was urgently drawn up. It was called Dungeon City. The most crucial step to conquering any dungeon is establishing a solid operating base. The plan was to gather guilds from all over the world in a floating city on the ocean. But construction would take at least 2 to 3 years, and until then, Shu Amasora resolved, "We need to become even stronger." He realized his appraisal skill could see through others' talents. "I must use it to unlock the power of all adventurers," Shu thought to himself. On that same day, Shu Amasora uploaded a new video to his channel. The video titled "Conquering the Dark Elf" broke all records, becoming the most watched video ever. Immediately, a question was raised. Is it true that the Sea God dungeon appeared at the same time the Dark Elf was defeated? The online community erupted in debate. Some claimed the guildmaster caused the disaster, while others defended that it was just a coincidence and adventurers were merely doing their job. In an office, a male employee looked at the screen and concluded, "It seems public opinion is divided." His female colleague said worriedly, "The adventurers who fought alongside him are doing their best to support him, but I tried to dissuade him from uploading the video many times." The employee recalled the moment Shu insisted that the video must be uploaded at all costs. However, the girl also added that many people were still on his side. The employee placed his hand on the mouse, his gaze firm. My job now is to edit it as best as possible, so that people don't blame him for what happened. The male employee asserted, no matter what, I will prevent him from becoming a villain. His colleague, Sakura Shimizu, stood there with a calm smile. Shimizu suddenly remembered, that's right, I almost forgot today was the deadline, making her colleague curious. Deadline for what? She explained that because too many people wanted to join the guild, she had posted a recruitment notice, so Shu could appraise each person himself. Shimizu's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Her inbox had received Edusina Enotu application emails. Amidst the pouring rain outside the building, Shimizu could only frantically call her boss. Days later, Shu collapsed exhausted onto his desk. Shimizu brought drinks, thinking to herself that the past few days had been truly exhausting. The interview process was simple, just finding suitable people through appraisal, but the sheer number of applicants forced them to screen dozens of people every day. Finally, Shu handed Shimizu a tablet containing the list of selected individuals, urging her to call them as soon as possible. Looking at the list, Shimizu asked worriedly, Boss, are you sure you want to hire these people? From the desk, a resolute voice rang out. Yes, Shu smiled confidently, asserting that they were exactly the people Analyze Arts needed. 3 new employees were confirmed, and their professions were. Shu suggested that the 3, meeting for the first time, reintroduce themselves. The man with glasses spoke up. He was Hakuma Otori, an alchemist who used to be in charge of logistics for a B-rank guild. The pink-haired girl cheerfully introduced herself. She was Mika Arakawa, a summoning artist and a former team leader in an A-rank guild. When it was the last person's turn, Hakuma Otori let out a small gasp of surprise. The last person hesitantly introduced himself. He was Guren Minagishi. He continued. His profession was blacksmith, and he used to be in a C-rank guild. Mika Arakawa asked curiously, a blacksmith? A C-rank guild. What did you do there? Guren awkwardly admitted, about that. I made weapons out of stone, and got fired very quickly. Ha, Mika whispered to Hakuma. No wonder. Stone weapons can only defeat slimes. Hearing that, Guren could only bow his head and clench his fists in silence. Shu maintained a calm expression, observing everything. He placed his hands on the table and declared loudly, all right then, I will explain everyone's tasks. First, Guren Minagishi. Guren startled and replied, Yes? Yes. Shu looked directly at Guren and said, I need you to lead my team. In other words, you will be the captain. Guren was stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? A painful memory flooded back, with cold words echoing, You're fired. The former guildmaster explained, a small guild like ours doesn't have enough resources to invest in someone who can't be deployed in a dungeon. Guren didn't even dare to ask why. He knew he was a blacksmith who could only craft equipment from stone, and weak weapons were useless in dungeons, leaving him desperate to find a new job, even just an office job. Sadness and helplessness were evident on his face in the dark night. Then he saw the recruitment ad for Analyze Arts, secretly thinking he had no chance but decided to try his luck anyway. Back in the present, Mika Arakawa exclaimed in shock. What? The blacksmith is captain? She slammed the table angrily. What do you mean? I used to be a captain in an A-rank guild. Why should I take orders from someone with a useless profession like a blacksmith? Shu calmly stated that his decision was based on the appraisal results. He asserted that Guren Minagishi was the most capable among the 3. Hakuma Otori was astonished, unable to believe his stats were inferior to someone fired from a C-rank guild. Mika Arakawa protested loudly, scornfully dismissing the unknown blacksmith profession and Guren's ability to only forge stone weapons. She pointed directly at Guren, who was bowing his head, his face full of dejection. Mika gritted her teeth in anger, while Hakuma, standing behind her, also looked unconvinced. Shu issued an ultimatum. Just follow my instructions for 1 month. If you don't accept, I will help you return to your old guilds. Then, he looked directly at all 3, preparing for his final declaration. With sharp eyes, Shu revealed his identity. I am an appraiser. His eyes glowed blue, affirming their ability to see through the truth. His firm declaration silenced the entire room. Sakura Shimizu was secretly astonished, wondering when Shu Amasura had acquired such an authoritative demeanor. Meanwhile, memories of his arduous past flooded Guren's mind. He recalled the days toiling in his blacksmith shop, pouring all his passion and strength into every hammer strike. A finished stone sword glowed brightly. Guren smiled contentedly, exclaiming, It's done. But his joy quickly faded as he looked at the crate of stone swords, telling himself that they were still just ordinary weapons. Even with his own workshop, he could only create low-grade weapons to hunt weak monsters. Guren Minagishi thought skeptically. He said, I'm the strongest, but... No way. Extremely worried, he clenched his fists, fearing he would be fired again if he disappointed the president with this pile of weapons. Suddenly, Shu poked his head in to check on the situation, making Guren jump. Oh, you've made so many already, Shu exclaimed, while Guren could only stammer. Shu picked up a stone sword to examine it. while Gurren held his breath, awaiting the verdict. "Looks good. Just keep making swords like these," Shu said with an encouraging smile. Gurren sighed in relief and happily replied. Shu suddenly remembered and asked about the other two teammates, and Gurren hesitated. He sadly confessed that both Hakuma Otori and Mika Arakawa had resigned. "I tried to convince them, but they wouldn't listen," Gurren explained in disappointment. "How irresponsible," Shu frowned, then said, "But as long as you stay, that's what's important to me." Gurren was stunned by Shu's confident affirmation. "I'll take these swords," Shu declared, then lifted the entire crate of weapons. Gurren quickly spoke up to dissuade him. "Why do you put so much faith in me? As a blacksmith, I can only create useless weapons." Shu turned back, asserting, "Minagishi, the blacksmith profession is not weak at all. Perhaps you don't feel strong now, but I can see many things with my appraisal skill. I have high expectations for you, Minagishi," Shu declared, completely overwhelming Gurren. In the blacksmith's eyes, a spark of hope began to ignite. A painful memory flooded Gurren's mind, beginning with the cold pronouncement, "You're fired." The harsh criticisms about only being able to forge useless stone swords cut deep into the young blacksmith's pride. The humiliation made Gurren unable to hold back tears, marking a past full of failures. Meanwhile, in a dark dungeon, a plan was being executed. Goblins fell before brutal slashes from what was considered a useless weapon. Xenoclis grinned, reporting, "Boss, it broke in half." Shu calmly replied to Xenoclis's confusion that it was fine, as he had placed a large order. Shu's plan was clear. Help a rookie level up while also creating the best weapons. He explained that the blacksmith class has the highest experience distribution rate among support classes. Shu knew that currently Gurren could only forge with stone, but once he leveled up, he would be able to use better materials. And as Gurren's abilities evolved, he would be able to create the strongest equipment. Back at the forge, Gurren was exhausted after depleting all his mana to complete the massive order. He stumbled from exhaustion, his body almost at its limit. But thinking of the trust the president had placed in him, Gurren told himself to try his best. Suddenly, a series of experience notifications began flooding his account. Gurren collapsed to the floor, astonished as a level-up notification appeared before his eyes. The blacksmith could only utter a sound in utter confusion. At the same time, others were still mocking the stone sword, claiming it was just a cheap D-rank weapon. Ryan Ava suddenly froze when she realized that all the members of Shu's party were holding such a sword. In the video, Ryan Ava's stone sword shattered, just as everyone expected. The audience wondered about the video's purpose, while Ryan Eva was stunned, questioning the sword's secret. She stared at the weapon in astonishment, a truth suddenly dawning on her. Ryan Eva realized this sword was made by the very blacksmith her guild had just fired. The online community erupted in debate as subsequent videos showed increasingly better swords, from stone to iron and then steel. Amidst this, Shu Amasora unexpectedly appeared on a live broadcast. He held up a brand new weapon and declared, "Our blacksmith has leveled up and can now create magic stone weapons." The audience was stunned, buzzing with discussion about this mysterious magic stone weapon. Shu began his demonstration, asserting that this weapon possessed unique advantages against a roaring firebird. He bravely confronted the fiery monster to the viewer's astonishment. The firebird spewed a destructive stream of fire, but Shu only needed one sword strike to retaliate. The magic stone blade easily cut through its defenses, embedding itself deep into the monster's head. Shu explained, "Magic stone weapons can absorb magic stones from monsters they defeat." While everyone was still bewildered, he announced there would be another special effect demonstrated by the blacksmith himself. Gurren Minagishi stepped out, his face flushed, stiff with nervousness. Viewers recognized the useless blacksmith and grew even more skeptical when Shu handed him the sword. Gurren gripped the weapon tightly, and it began to emit a powerful surge of energy. He raised the sword high, and a gigantic magic circle glowed brightly, signaling an unimaginable power about to be unleashed. Shu rushed forward, declaring this was the second effect their blacksmith had imbued into the weapon. The blade erupted into a brilliant vortex of fire. A gigantic werewolf monster roared, charging straight ahead. Shu confronted it directly, unleashing a destructive arc of fire with a single slash. The online audience was stunned, debating whether it was the firebird's skill or Shu Amasora's own power. Everyone quickly deduced that if other guild members could do the same, then the power definitely came from the weapon. Shu confirmed with a triumphant smile. This sword could use the skills of the monsters it had defeated. Gurren intently watched his phone, reading the explosive comments from the audience, ranging from astonishment and excitement to even doubt. Overwhelmed with emotion at seeing his efforts recognized, Gurren's eyes welled up with tears of pride and happiness. Shu turned around and noticed his friend trembling with emotion. He placed a hand on Gurren's shoulder to reassure him. While putting an arm around his sniffling friend, Shu cheerfully advertised that everyone could buy magic stone weapons from Analyze Arts today. The broadcast introduced the product at an unbelievable price, 20 million yen for the weapon and another 20 million to apply a skill. Their company's name, Analyze Arts, was officially announced. After the live stream, Gurren was dumbfounded when he heard Shu announce that he had been fired. In a panic, He grabbed Shu's collar, pressing him about what he had done wrong. Shu quickly explained that it wasn't like that. Magic stone weapons were selling out, and Gurren was the only one who could craft them. He continued. Quitting meant Gurren could enjoy all the benefits that came with his unique position. Understanding the situation, Gurren bowed his head, sighing in relief. Shu explained, "My goal is to make all adventurers stronger. So even if you leave the guild, we will still set up a website to sell weapons for you." Gurren Minagishi frantically yelled, "What are you talking about? I'm not quitting. I am Analyze Art's exclusive blacksmith." Shu smiled contentedly at Gurren's loyalty, as he was secretly calling him Sir. "Just call me Gurren, don't be so formal," Gurren awkwardly suggested. Shu clasped the blacksmith's hands tightly. Gurren emotionally said, "You're the first person to recognize and trust me. I am who I am today because of you." With a radiant face, he declared, "Anything. Just tell me what to do." He was so enthusiastic that he created after images, asking, "Sir, do you find this chair uncomfortable? I can make you a new one." Shu secretly thought he was witnessing a familiar scene again, as the imaginary Gurren wagged his tail like a puppy before Xenoclist. He once thought that with the current production capacity and high prices, the magic stone weapon craze would soon die down. But then an employee burst in, shouting, "Sir, we have 100 weapon orders from Icon of Blood." Shu was stunned when the employee reported the total order value amounted to 2 billion yen. Massive orders from other top guilds continuously poured in. Gurren held the magic stone sword in his hand, proudly thinking that adventurers would now fight much more effectively. A moment later, Gurren, in his protective gear, approached Shu. "Sir, there's something I'd like to discuss about my skills." He presented his hypothesis. "I think the function of magic stone weapons changes based on the grade of the magic stone used." Gurren explained that C-grade magic stones only create one skill slot, but through testing, he discovered that higher grades yield more skill slots. He looked directly at Shu, pleading, "Please give me the magic stone from the Dark Elf. A magic stone from an AA grade monster will create a weapon with 4 skill slots. Please allow me to forge your personal weapon," Gurren earnestly requested. Shu pondered the blacksmith's passionate offer. Gurren asserted that it would be a powerful and one-of-a-kind weapon. Meanwhile, the reputation of magic stone weapons had begun to spread. Akito Kuramochi, a guild member, was ecstatic. "The sword you made is truly incredible. It was a B-grade magic stone sword with 2 skill slots, proficiency and recharge." Akito happily told Gurren that he felt stronger every time he used it. Another female mage also gleefully showed off her new staff, affirming that the blacksmith profession was truly amazing. Witnessing this success, Shu secretly calculated bigger plans for the future. Back in the office, Gurren was stunned as he realized everything Shu had done for him. The blacksmith suddenly burst into tears, which startled Shu. Gurren tearfully confessed that this was the first time he had been so recognized by others, all thanks to Shu. Shu modestly brushed it off, saying he only helped a little. He placed a hand on Gurren's shoulder, asserting that it was his unwavering efforts that were truly commendable. Overwhelmed with emotion, Gurren burst into tears once more. He gripped Shu's shoulders, his eyes burning with determination, promising to forge him the strongest sword ever. Just then, Ryan Eva burst into the room, panting, and apologized for being late. Once the core members had all gathered, Shu decided to begin. The meeting moved to a private room, and the atmosphere became serious. Shu announced that the reason he had summoned everyone was to reveal some earth-shattering secret information. Akito Kuramochi wondered about the secret information, questioning if even an original member like him wasn't privy to it. Shu explained that the only one who might have known was Gurren. As an image of Gurren Minagishi playfully ruffling Ryan Eva's hair appeared. With a determined expression, Shu asserted that it was time for the whole world to know the truth. Akito asked in astonishment what it was, and Shu began to reveal a shocking secret. It was the rules behind leveling up. Shu mused about a future where support roles like blacksmiths would rise to prominence, and how appraisal and magic stone weapons had changed the game. He realized that to conquer S-rank dungeons and craft elixirs, this information had to be made public. An image of Kaide Yotsuba lying motionless in a hospital bed appeared in his mind. It was the only way Kaide could wake up. The scene shifted to Central General Hospital. Here, Shu was dismayed as he read a piece of information on his phone. Standing in the hospital corridor, he intently read a disturbing comment. People were discussing a guild in Osaka that had failed miserably trying to create their own blacksmiths, causing an explosion. Just then, a severely injured patient was rushed past Shu by the medical team. He used appraisal and discovered the victim was a level 3 carpenter, a tragic consequence of ignorant experimentation. Realizing the danger, Shu told himself he should have foreseen this and decided to act immediately. He immediately contacted editor Saito, firmly demanding that the video be published earlier than planned. Soon after, Shu appeared on air, officially announcing, "Today, I will reveal the secret of leveling up." Everywhere, people focused their attention on his announcement, especially guilds looking to develop crafting classes. In a meeting, a senior manager asserted, Frankly speaking, sending your crafters into dungeons is useless. Shu began to explain the experience sharing mechanism. For example, appraisers and blacksmiths both receive points when others use their products. Even flame swordsmen receive shared experience when others use their flame-enchanted swords. He concluded that crafting classes do not need to directly defeat monsters in dungeons to level up. After Shu's less than 3-minute video ended, the whole world entered a new era where crafting classes became an essential commodity. At the headquarters of the Analyze Arts Guild, a female manager astonishingly reported on the public's incredible reaction. 500 million views. It instantly surpassed the Dark Elf video. Our channel has also reached 13 million subscribers. His male colleague added, "The president is now the most successful streamer in Japan, and his adventurer level is also very high." An image of Shu shining in the dungeon proved his strength. The female manager confidently analyzed, "He has no dark past. A clean image and a proven asset to the public. The only remaining problem is our guild's weak combat power," she seriously pointed out. Shu was stunned by the proposal. "What? Another recruitment drive?" The female manager listed, while images of Akito, Yachiru, and Ryan playing a game appeared. "We only have 3 combat classes, them." Both managers excitedly proposed, "It's time for Analyze Arts to enter the arena of large-scale guilds. At least 100 members," Shu replied thoughtfully. "Our goal is to conquer S-rank dungeons. I need talented people like Ryan, but people like her are very rare." Ryan Ava was slightly surprised to be mentioned. The male manager reiterated, "Speaking of which, after reviewing thousands of applicants, you only chose 3 support classes, and 2 of them have already left." Suddenly, Shu emitted a terrifying aura, seemingly preparing to summon something to resolve the issue. From the waiting room, a panicked voice echoed, "Wait, please. If you don't have an appointment, you can't." The office door was violently slammed open. A burly old swordsman burst in, pushing aside 2 security guards who were trying to block his way. Shu was astonished as the uninvited guest declared, "I have come to join the great Analyze Arts." The old swordsman looked straight ahead with fiery, determined eyes. He growled, introducing himself as Reijiro Matsu. Amidst the chaos, Reijiro Matsu reiterated his purpose, to join the Analyze Arts Guild. Soon after, the tense atmosphere eased, replaced by a hot cup of tea and some pastry. Reijiro Matsu was now calm, leisurely sipping his tea. Meanwhile, Akito, Yachiru, and Ryan secretly eavesdropped from outside the door, whispering that the old man looked extremely suspicious. Yachiru even blurted out that he probably hadn't even showered, making Akito remind her that she was focusing on the wrong issue. Shu decided to speak frankly, but Akito quickly rushed in, aggressively demanding to be his boss's bodyguard. Shu ignored Akito, getting straight to the point, asking why an A-rank adventurer, at least level 120, like Reijiro would want to join their guild. He waited in silence, his sharp gaze seemingly trying to see through the opponent. Reijiro Matsu smirked, admitting that the rumors about Shu's appraisal ability were indeed true. He drew his sword, boldly declaring his reason was not complicated. "I simply want to fight strong opponents." Reijiro explained that Shu's guild was one of only 4 guilds permitted to enter the S-rank dungeon sea god. Akito Kuramochi was stunned, exclaiming, "And that sword?" Reijiro Matsu continued, his eyes burning. "A magic stone weapon, isn't it? I've wanted to wield one myself for a long time." Shu used his appraisal eye to assess the uninvited guest. The results appeared. Reijiro Matsu, an A-rank adventurer, neither good nor evil, with strength comparable to the strongest. Despite Akito Kuramochi's objections, Shu still decided, "All right." He set the conditions. "However, you will be fired if you disobey orders, and indiscriminate violence is unacceptable." Shu looked directly into the old swordsman's eyes. "Sir Samurai." Reijiro burst out laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha ha. You've set a leash that suits me perfectly." The old warrior unexpectedly placed a heavy bag on the table. "I acknowledge you, appraiser. This is my initiation gift." Shu's eye flashed blue as he used his skill, exclaiming in surprise, "What?" Reijiro smiled smugly. "I failed for 3 years, but I finally took it down." Inside the bag was the magic stone of a Giga Giant, an A-rank monster and an ingredient for elixirs. At the same time, in the president's office of another guild, Seven Red smiled through the screen. "I hear you have an interesting new member. Let me spar with him a bit." Shu replied to the teasing about using his dragon form. "Thanks to you, I have a magic stone sword now. It works pretty well." Seven Red waved his hand, moving to the main topic. "All right, let's get down to business." Shu asked curiously, "Business?" Seven Red seriously explained that after the Dark Elf incident, their reputation had attracted the attention of even the Ministry of Defense. He revealed that Guildmaster John Enold wanted Shu to come to the Japan branch for a special mission. Seven Red looked directly at the screen, his voice dropping. And Shu, regarding this job, he ended the call with a cryptic warning. "I advise you to be careful." Shu walked alone, heading towards the secret meeting. As instructed, he arrived at the meeting point, where a black car was waiting. He wondered to himself, what is it that Seven had to keep secret, but wanted to share with me? The car stopped, waiting as the traffic light turned red. The driver unexpectedly spoke up, asking, "You look like you're having a tough time. Are you getting any rest?" He turned around, lifted his uniform cap, and smiled, calling out, "Shu." Shu was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "Tachibana, long time no see," Tachibana said. "I can't believe you've become so famous now." A memory suddenly flooded back. It was Shusaku Tachibana, one of the first mentors who guided the useless appraiser he once was. Shu wondered to himself, how could such a talented adventurer now be driving a taxi? Tachibana broke his train of thought with grim news. "My wife's surgery was unsuccessful." Shu was speechless, only able to utter one word. "What?" He recalled the tragedy that year, when Tachibana's wife was severely injured in a monster riot. Like him, Tachibana also became an adventurer to earn money for his loved one's medical expenses. "I lost her," Tachibana said, his voice heartbreakingly calm, "and I also lost my reason to be an adventurer." Shu looked at his former mentor through the rearview mirror, a pang of sorrow welling up in his heart. Tachibana forced a smile. "You don't need to make that face, Shu." As the car drove off, he muttered, "Everything changes, yet nothing really changes, does it?" Once they arrived, Tachibana suggested, "Let's grab a meal sometime," and Shu immediately agreed. Shu arrived at the Korean branch headquarters of Purple Mist, following a mysterious invitation. A strange man warmly greeted him. "Long time no see, Mr. Amasura. It's good to see you're still well." He apologized for summoning Shu so suddenly, explaining that the work to be discussed required absolute secrecy. Shu got straight to the point. "I understand. So what exactly is the job?" The man grew serious, asking if Shu knew about the story of monsters appearing in the middle of an American city. Shu confirmed, "Yes, it was global news reported here. But it wasn't part of a riot, was it?" He revealed that the Department of Defense had concluded a seeker had lured the monsters out of their dungeon. Shu was stunned by this unbelievable information. He protested, arguing that monsters only leave dungeons during riots, but the man confirmed he was right. Living monsters would always want to return. And then, the horrifying truth was revealed. All the monsters in that incident had been dead for weeks. This is what gave the culprit their moniker, the Necromancer, someone who controls undead monsters. We've narrowed down the suspect to just one person. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, leaving only silence. Shu's eyes widened as the man prepared to utter the fated name. His name is Shusaku Tachibana, a name and face painfully familiar. Elsewhere, John Enold's ID card lay on a car seat. The man with the eye patch smirked to himself. "I've met the one who made me hesitate. Now I can do what needs to be done." In his painful memory, the doctor's words echoed, "I'm sorry, we don't think your wife can wake up anymore." It all started with a sudden riot in the middle of the night. The desperate man recounted, "My wife, Remy, was trapped under the rubble of the house. He became a seeker to earn money, hoping a state-of-the-art hospital abroad could save her. But then, the surgery failed. Remy lay there, motionless with bandages wrapped around her head. The husband collapsed, screaming in pain. Remy, please, wake up." Tears streamed down his face, filled with despair. His eyes were wide open, empty from the pain of loss. Suddenly, as he collapsed by the bed, Remy's body stirred slightly. She slowly opened her eyes, but inside was only a dark, soulless socket. He gasped in horror, stammering, "Remy, are you really awake?" Her face remained expressionless, one eye bandaged, the other a terrifying void. The man trembled, calling his wife's name with extreme doubt. He was stunned, realizing, "She's not breathing. Her heart isn't beating. She's dead. So what's happening?" He suddenly held his breath, a horrifying thought flashing through his mind. He remembered his profession was puppeteer. Could his ability to control inanimate objects have been activated? Because a corpse is technically an inanimate object. He clutched his head, screaming in agony, "Damn it, Remy, you're not alive. Just let me hear your voice one more time." In response to his desperate plea, Remy's corpse parted its lips and let out a soulless "ah" sound. Remy's corpse emitted soulless sounds under her husband's control. He was stunned, wondering if she was truly responding to him. Looking at his wife's body, he pondered his abilities of control and manipulation. A crazy thought emerged. If he upgraded his puppeteer skill, perhaps he could even control life itself. The image of a healthy Remy appeared, planting a futile hope of resurrecting her in his heart. He was determined to level up as soon as possible, suddenly recalling Shu's advice. In his memory, Shu once said that those of the crafting class didn't need to defeat monsters themselves. The man finally understood the dark meaning behind that statement. He realized he could level up by using the undead. The scene shifted to a dark alley, signaling an impending crime. He recounted the first step on his sinful path, calling an acquaintance, a seeker, then murdering them. Donning a new cloak, he he began his monster hunt with his first puppet. Blood continued to spill as other innocent victims fell before his power. Standing amidst the scene of death, he coldly watched the experience points soar. With resolute eyes, he whispered, "Just you wait, Remy." Now, surrounded by an army of undead, he had completely transformed into a necromancer. He solemnly swore that he would definitely bring her back from the dead. The story returned to reality. In a bustling city, Shu was walking in his office when Sakura Shimizu rushed over with urgent news. She frantically announced that monsters had been reported appearing in cities across Japan. Shu sternly ordered, "I need you to summon all guild members right now." In the meeting room, Shu explained, "It's unbelievable. The person who helped you all is the one who released monsters into the city." The TV news confirmed his words, with the headline "Monsters Appearing in Cities." Shu analyzed, "He doesn't need the monsters that are appearing. He wants the adventurers to defeat them by releasing them in conspicuous places." He revealed the true motive. Shusaku's goal isn't to create chaos, but to level up and resurrect his deceased wife. Akito Kuramochi was astonished. "You already know his motive?" Yachiru Hamamura added. "How can you be so sure when no information has been made public?" Shu was silent for a moment, his face heavy. Then he sadly confessed, "If I were in his situation, I would also think of doing the same thing." Rian, Ava, and the others were stunned by Shu's empathetic words. He continued, "I'm sure he's targeting the S-rank dungeon, Water God. That place can yield a huge amount of experience. He will try to infiltrate the dungeon city." Rian Ava asked worriedly, "So, what are you going to do, Shu?" Shu lowered his head, his eyes gleaming with determination. A memory suddenly flooded back, his old master's words echoing, "Appraisers are not weak." In the past, Shusaku Tachibana once encouraged a desperate young Shu. "There must be a reason you were given that ability. You just need to find what you can do, little by little." His master smiled kindly. "We'll figure it out, Shu." Back in the present, Shu clenched his fists, his heart filled with resolve. He looked up, firmly declaring, "I will be the one to stop him." His eyes flashed with a blue light, thinking, "My appraisal ability will be useful in analyzing the puppeteer. Once he pays his debt to society, I will cooperate to resurrect his wife." Shu stood up, asserting, "What Shusaku has done has become a global incident. If he infiltrates the dungeon city, a subjugation request will be sent to a world-class guild." Reijuro Matsu calmly walked in, reassuring, "No need to worry." The old silver-haired swordsman with a scarred face stood there, exuding the aura of a master. Shu tried to refuse. "Mr. Matsu, no matter how strong you are, our guild doesn't have enough warriors, so..." Bang! The office door was suddenly burst open. A crowd of spirited adventurers poured in, shouting in unison, "We want to join Analyze Arts," Reijuro explained, while Akito Kuramochi and Sakura Shimizu were astonished. "When I snuck into the dungeon to test this magic stone weapon, these people followed. They must all be hunting the water god." Sakura Shimizu angrily yelled, "Why do you always break down doors without warning? You should have brought them after the meeting was convened." But Shu coldly interrupted, "Don't be so rigid." Shu secretly assessed the crowd with his abilities, realizing they were all high-level battle maniacs like Reijuro. He boldly declared, "All of you are hired," causing the crowd to erupt in joy, while Sakura was stunned. A male employee tried to calm Sakura. "Calm down, Miss Shimizu. Just think of it as saving us the trouble of screening applications." Elsewhere, a blonde girl in uniform thoughtfully called out Shu. 3 days later, an official announcement from the Asia-Pacific Conference was made regarding an infiltration in Dungeon City. All guilds were tasked with apprehending the intruder, who held a locket with a picture of a woman named Remy. He, a brown-haired man, stood alone amidst the ruins, clutching the memento tightly. He whispered in the ash-filled night, "Just a little longer, Remy." At the same time, at the Analyze Arts headquarters, an urgent call rang out. "Sir." 2 managers frantically searched for Shu everywhere, finally tracking him down. They stopped before the president's office door. Inside, Guren Minagishi, the guild's blacksmith, joyfully held up a magnificent sword. "It's done. An AA rank magic sword, just for you." Shu drew the sword from its sheath, and a powerful surge of magical energy immediately emanated from it. The new AA rank magic sword possessed formidable skills: Windblade Mastery, Energy Charge, and Mana Absorption. Guren Minagishi excitedly explained that the longer the charge skill accumulated, the greater its power, becoming 4 times stronger after 3 minutes. The blacksmith wore a satisfied smile, immensely proud of his masterpiece. Guren shyly added that the Mana Absorption ability worked similarly to Shu's Magic Eye, allowing the sword to devour magical attack. Shu silently looked up, mentally calculating the infinite potential of the new weapon. Excellent. Thank you, Guren." Shu smiled brightly, making Guren gasp in surprise and then blush with delight. Suddenly, Reijuro Matsu appeared, grabbing Guren's shoulder and growling, "Hey blacksmith, where's that A-rank sword I ordered?" Shu thought to himself, The guild's power had truly risen a notch. He decided to divide the teams. Team 1 consists of me, Ryan, Yachiru, and Akito. Team 2 is a group of 10 aggressive members, including Mr. Matsu. Shu continued to outline the plan. Thanks to our surging strength, we've received a request to eliminate Shusaku. The entrance is at the center of the water god's whirlpool. A special elevator was installed to transport adventurers from Dungeon City to the seabed. Shu donned his new gear and entered the half-built Dungeon City to attend the strategic meeting. In the makeshift camp, the newly recruited guild members eagerly awaited their mission. Shu muttered as he walked. The meeting place is the only completed building. He approached the building, his eyes filled with determination. Long time no see, Asura. A familiar voice rang out. It was Shizuka Kuromin. Shu asked in surprise. So Icon of Blood is participating too? Shizuka replied. 7 and Tsurugi Senguji are also here. She revealed that a total of 13 guilds were participating, a formidable force mobilized for a single individual. Shizuka concluded with a serious expression. That shows how great a threat Shusaku Tachibana is. Shu Amasura's face hardened, agreeing. Indeed, the longer we drag this out, the worse the situation will become. He secretly wondered about the true scale of the enemy. Just how many zombies is he controlling now? Meanwhile, Shusaku Tachibana, the necromancer, stood amidst the darkness, surrounded by countless glowing red eyes of his undead army. He stepped into a new dungeon, a lush but deadly land. In a desolate area, Tachibana and his black-robed subordinates stood before a mysterious coffin. He surveyed the vast space and remarked, "This truly is an S-rank dungeon. The first floor is already this expansive." And then, the first inhabitants of this place appeared, purple jellyfish monsters hovering in the air. Following them was a swarm of ferocious rockfish monsters flying over the grassland. Tachibana merely assessed coldly. They're already B-rank monsters right from the start. But now, it's not a big deal. He confidently declared, "The more I kill, the more I can control." Then waved his hand, commanding his massive monster army. Standing amidst goblins and other gruesome creatures, Tachibana cut the figure of a king of the dead. From the shadows, the cruel command was given. Slaughter them all. His undead army immediately plunged into the massacre. A lion monster biting the rockfish. A goblin swung its club, mercilessly smashing the jellyfish monster. Tachibana stood amidst the battle, revealing his power. I've upgraded my control ability to over level 30. Currently, I can control 150 monsters simultaneously. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying calmness. Soon, the battlefield was littered with corpses, and he declared, "Anyone who dies will join my ranks. This is just a one-sided slaughter." After clearing the area, Tachibana turned away. Anyway, I should find the entrance to the next floor. The other pursuers must be arriving soon. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes showing clear surprise. A swarm of gigantic and terrifying seahorse monsters unexpectedly appeared from thin air, blocking his path. Fierce seahorse monsters blocked the way, Shusaku Tachibana muttered. So the monsters on this floor move in herds. All their actions are carefully controlled, as if they are all commanded by a single entity. Suddenly, a skill was activated. Advanced Tsunami. The ground shook violently. Shusaku and his undead army calmly faced the danger. A colossal tsunami crashed down, sweeping away all the monsters. The power of the wave swept away everything in its path. After the deluge, only a flooded battlefield remained, littered with monster corpses. Shusaku and his subordinates still stood firm behind the large stone pillar, unharmed. A bizarre foot with sharp claws slowly emerged from the water. An ancient water deity appeared, growling, "The enemy of my comrades, I will show you no mercy, human." The declaration of war echoed, "The enemy of my comrades." The water deity faced Shusaku, repeating his threat. In contrast to that fury, Shusaku merely responded with a cold, indifferent gaze. The water deity's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The fierce currents gradually receded, leaving behind a desolate scene. Amidst the ruins, a bloody monster arm began to twitch. Shusaku Tachibana thought to himself. The recent tsunami had wiped out almost all of his undead army. Facing him, the water deity challenged. "Do you think merely controlling corpses is enough?" Shusaku sighed, admitting, "Indeed, the situation is not good. We've wasted too much time." With a sharp gaze, he decided, "I must clean all this up now." Immediately, the head of one of the black-robed subordinates exploded. Shusaku stood motionless, coldly watching his loyal subordinates being torn apart. The water deity was stunned by his opponent's cruel and incomprehensible action. Streams of flesh and blood from the sacrificed subordinates swirled and converged towards Shusaku. Standing before the colossal biomass, he began his monologue. "I fear no them, king." The colossal mass of flesh and blood contracted, then violently exploded. Horrific tentacles wrapped around Shusaku's body, beginning the painful fusion process. This was a forbidden skill, called mutation, merging the user with their subordinate. This ability was not just fusion, but also allowed for free separation and transformation. The water deity could only watch helplessly as dark energy enveloped his enemy. From within, a colossal monster arose, letting out a roar that shook heaven and earth. Shusaku was now one with the monster, his upper body emerging from its head. The colossal shadow of the new creature loomed over the water deity, demonstrating absolute dominance. Sweat pouring, the old deity cried out in horror, absorbing the flesh and blood of the dead. "Are you even human anymore?" At the same time, in a modern building, the Adventurers' Conference was about to take place. Shu Amasura strode down the hallway, pondering the colossal scale of the upcoming expedition. This was an international-scale operation, bringing together top guilds from Japan, the United States, India, and China. Suddenly, he stopped short as an elegant figure appeared before him. It was a woman in a stylized kipao, exuding an aura of power. She smiled confidently. "I look forward to working with you." Shu politely replied and extended his hand, about to introduce himself. "Me too. I am Analyze Arts." "I know who you are, Shu Amasura," she interrupted. "You're quite famous after all." With that, she turned and walked away, waving goodbye. "See you tomorrow." Shu watched her retreating back, muttering the name he had just learned. Su Yuran. Just then, Tsurugi Senguji unexpectedly put an arm around his shoulder, saying, "She's the guildmaster of a rather well-known A-rank guild." He snapped his fingers and smirked. "Well, being too famous can be tiring, right?" A blonde man rushed over, exclaiming, "Hello, Mr. Amasura. I'm a huge fan of your videos." His appearance immediately drew a crowd of curious adventurers around them. Shu was completely overwhelmed by the sudden attention, stammering, "What's going on?" A moment later, he slumped into a chair, exhausted. "So tired. I feel like I've become some big shot." A cold can of coffee was suddenly offered to him. "You've had a tough time." It was 7 Red, a high-ranking adventurer with dashing blonde hair. Shu took the can and asked, "Thank you. Why is everyone greeting me?" 7 Red took a sip of coffee and replied, "That's because you'll be in charge of this expedition." Shu was completely stunned by the shocking revelation. "What?" At a secluded cliff, the battle had just ended. Fresh drops of blood fell, soaking the green grass. Shusaku Tachibana, exhausted and bruised, gasped for breath after the deadly battle. He muttered with bloodied hands, "I wasn't careful enough." Oh well. At his feet, the old water god lay defeated in a crater, utterly vanquished. Putting on his eye patch, Tachibana raised his hand, dark energy surging forth. "This is a worthy pawn. Awaken." In the darkness, the water god's body writhed in agony. The old god let out a mournful cry as blood gushed from his eye socket. Now, Tachibana stood there, and the phantom of the water god, his new minion, loomed behind him. He smirked. "Shall we go?" At the same time, Shu exclaimed in surprise, "I'm going to be in command? But there are so many A-rank adventurers, why me?" 7 Red crushed a can, explaining, "Most of them are on the front lines. The ability to accurately assess the strength of allies and enemies is paramount." He continued, "Isn't someone who can do that from the rear the perfect leader?" The meeting room door opened. A voice rang out, "Very well." Around the long table were the most powerful figures, including Shu, 7 Red, Tsurugi, Senguji, Shizuka, Kuromine, and Su Yuran. The blonde man chairing the meeting asked, "I trust no one objects to entrusting leadership to Mr. Amasura, right?" Shu broke out in a sweat, thinking, this is really happening. He couldn't believe that Tsurugi, Senguji, and Shizuka Kuromine themselves had nominated him for this position. As his hand slammed onto the table, a female voice echoed, "Nervous?" It was Su Yuran, the guildmaster of an A-rank guild, looking at him with a meaningful gaze. Su Yuran warned Shu, "If there's even a shred of doubt, you should withdraw immediately. A half-hearted commander only leads their subordinates to death." 7 Red spoke in his defense. "I can vouch for his abilities, especially after witnessing how he handled things when we took down the Dark Elf. Isn't that enough?" But she remained firm. "I don't doubt his appraisal skills. I just don't want to entrust my life to someone who's easily swayed by temporary situations." Shu listened in silence, then interrupted. "So if you're not confident, Miss Su Yuran." He decisively stood up, placing his hand on the table. "I'll do it." Shu confidently declared, "I can provide the most accurate and up-to-date information to those who need it. I can do it." His blue eyes flashed with lightning, filled with determination. 7 Red whistled in approval while Shizuka Kuromine smiled contentedly. Su Yuran smirked in approval. "Very good." The rallying cry echoed as a giant whirlpool opened the dungeon gate. "Shall we begin?" To the S-rank dungeon Ocean God, a place never conquered by humanity. Inside the dungeon, an otherworldly landscape appeared with a clear blue sky and lush trees. Guren Minagishi exclaimed in astonishment, "A plane inside the dungeon? I've never seen this before. It's so vast, even though it's only the first floor." Shu immediately activated his skill, a blue symbol flashing in his eyes. He noticed the ground was unusually damp and thought, "It's not rain. We need to hurry." Shu stood up straight, sensing the imminent danger. The battle plan was laid out. The expedition team would split into 10-person units from each guild, fanning out across the area. Each group would collect map data, and the guild masters at the center would compile the information to map out the entire dungeon. Led by Shu, the elite formation of guild masters and key members began to advance into the unfamiliar territory. From the US, 7 Red replaced John, while China sent Su Yuran, along with other A-rank adventurers, into position. Shu recounted. From our guild, there's me and Rion. We also brought Gurren to repair equipment when needed. Shu secretly thought about his personal vendetta with Shusaku, hoping to end everything without further bloodshed. A voice rang out, calling Shu Amasura's name as the team entered the dungeon. Su Yuran reported a pile of monster corpses found, speculating it was the way to the next floor. The map on the tablet confirmed the location of the corpse pile. When 7 Red suggested changing the route, Shu firmly refused, determined to follow the chosen path. The entire expedition team stood before a muddy path, a sign of a massacre. The man in the yellow turban questioned, arguing that examining the pile of corpses was the best way to find clues. Gurren awkwardly defended his captain, while Shu had quietly bent down to examine the ground. The clue we have is the mud, Shu declared, holding up his dirty fingers. The whole team, led by Rion, was astonished by his assertion. Mud? Shu explained in his mind that the deeper they went, the wetter the ground became, and the water droplets on the leaves were created by magic. He deduced that whoever could control such a large amount of water was the one who caused the tsunami and wiped out Tachibana's undead army. Shu turned to ask Su Yuran, Miss Su, are most of the corpses those of the undead? After rechecking, Su Yuran confirmed in surprise. Just as you said. Gurren beamed with pride, while the man in the yellow turban marveled at the appraiser's ability. Shu secretly worried. If Shusaku had defeated that monster, his power might even surpass that of the Dark Elf. We'll follow the muddy path, Shu ordered. We must hurry. The team descended to the second floor, a jagged, gloomy, rocky area. The intricate cracks on the ground and cliff faces were evidence of a horrific battle. 7 Red spoke up, his eyes sharp. There are traces of a battle. Shu's eyes gleamed with determination as he faced the new danger. From the cracked ground, a terrifying sound echoed as a colossal entity rose. A towering mithril golem appeared, its entire body composed of azure crystals, stunning the entire team. The woman with glasses and the man in the turban exclaimed in horror, unable to believe such a monster appeared on the second floor. But Shu quickly analyzed. An A-rank mithril golem. This is a monster we can defeat, he confidently declared. We can quickly deal with it using elemental skills. The colossal golem roared, swinging its massive crystal arm. It brought down a devastating blow to the ground, forcing the team members to quickly dodge. Shu's eyes flashed, and he declared, I've found its counter skill. I'll direct the timing of the attack. 7 Red smiled resolutely, and the entire team responded in unison. All right, Captain. A team member immediately followed the order, beginning the summoning chant. Come forth, Xenoclus. By Shu's command, the spirit Xenoclus was summoned to distract, though it seemed quite displeased with this simple task. Xenoclus moved at terrifying speed, darting past the golem to draw its attention. Shu activated a commander's ultimate skill, telepathy. He recalled that this skill allowed him to speak directly into the minds of anyone he had touched. This was the key to commanding a large group, an unparalleled power on the battlefield. Through telepathy, Shu's command echoed in Shizuka's and Tsurugi's minds. The effective elements are fire and wind. He continued to direct Reijuro and the other captains. Each team will initiate the attack with magic stone weapons, then launch a simultaneous full assault on my command. Finally, Shu turned to Rion and ordered, Rion, summon. Rion obeyed, her sword flaring with brilliant summoning flames as she shouted, Summon Divine Beast. Rion summoned the Fire God, Fire General. She stood firm, sword ready in hand as her Divine Beast materialized. Shu commanded via telepathy, 7, please increase your attack power, and 7 Red immediately responded. He unleashed his power, transforming into a blazing fire dragon. The mithril golem took the full brunt of the combined attack. Shu had clearly analyzed its weakness. Despite its magic resistance, it had a surprisingly low melting point. He roared the final command. All teams, prepare. All team members simultaneously gathered their strength, preparing for the finishing blow. Attack. A barrage of attacks from the most elite adventurers rained down on the golem. Its core violently vibrated under the overwhelming power. The entire colossal body of the mithril golem shattered into pieces. The entire team was stunned, unable to believe they had defeated an A-rank monster so easily. All thanks to accurate information and command. Shu smiled confidently. His plan had been a complete success. Under his command, they continued to sweep through other A-rank monsters without any difficulty. Several days passed, and as the team set foot on the third floor, a source of dark energy suddenly erupted from the ground. Another golem rose from the rubble. Shu's appraisal skill immediately showed this was a controlled mithril golem. The appraisal skill confirmed the new enemy was indeed a controlled mithril golem. Amidst the rubble, Shu resolutely informed the team, "Shusaku is on this floor." The man in the yellow turban remarked, "By now, he must have reached a very high level." Tsurugi Senguji analyzed that if Shusaku were allowed to advance further, he would become an immeasurable threat and must be stopped right here. Su Yuran agreed with that assessment, but her sharp gaze was fixed on Shu. She questioned directly, "You seem quite close to Shusaku Tachibana. What is your relationship?" Shu admitted, "I worked with him about a year ago as a seeker," causing Rion Eva to exclaim his name in surprise. Shu's confession caused a stir among the team. Their relationship was clearly more than just acquaintances. The man in the yellow turban and the female swordswoman with glasses began to doubt, wondering if Shu should continue to command. Shu calmly replied, "If you're unsure, I'm willing to hand over command. Just please let me talk to him." Tsurugi pressed, "What do you intend to say to him?" But Shu refused to answer as it pertained to his skills. The man in the yellow turban angrily grabbed Shu's collar. "Is this a joke? How can you guarantee you won't betray all of us?" Quick as a flash, a sharp blade was at the man's throat. It was Reijiro Matsu's katana. The old swordsman growled, "I apologize profusely, but I cannot tolerate anyone showing disrespect to my lord." Seven Red also interjected, pushing the man's hand away. "How dare you? Do you know how he risked his life to stop the tsunami?" Tsurugi also spoke in defense. Would someone intending to betray humanity share such useful information with the entire world? The man in the yellow turban remained stubborn. "That's the problem. If he decides that exploiting Shusaku would be more effective, who will be responsible if we're stabbed in the back?" Seven Red offered a simple solution. "Then just let him contact Shusaku in front of us, all right?" The man in the yellow turban said bitterly, "Unlike you global superpowers, we cannot survive without dungeon resources." Seven Red was stunned. "Wait, what are you talking about? Aren't we all here for the greater good of humanity?" A decisive clap echoed. Su Yuran cut off the argument. "Enough." She turned to Shu, smiling meaningfully. "You have many allies, Shu Amasora." Taking Shu's hand, she declared, "I'll keep an eye on him. I promise not to let him out of my sight. Satisfied?" The man in the yellow turban spoke up. "No, we will too. We'll compromise, so all three of us are assigned to the same team." After the disagreement subsided, the group ventured deeper into the desolate ruins. The man in the yellow turban approached Shu. "Shu Amasora, I must apologize. I was too hot-headed and treated you as if you had betrayed us." He continued, "I'll keep an eye on you, but consider it a way to prove your innocence." Shu smiled back. "It's fine. If I were in your shoes, I'd be suspicious too." He looked down at the dark dungeon entrance ahead. "We should hurry." Suddenly, an image flashed in Shu's mind, and he exclaimed, "I found Shusaku." Clutching his head, his eye blazing with blue fire, he warned, "He's somewhere not far from this floor. We might be detected if we get closer, so be careful." The man in the yellow turban and the female swordswoman asked in confusion, "What is he doing? How many zombies does he have with him?" Through his clairvoyant eye, Shu reported, "I detected 2 humanoid monsters and some scout zombies accompanying them. I detected a crowd of at least 300 individuals." The number 300 horrified everyone. But Shu added, "Yes, but they are in the middle of a battle." Shu revealed the scene of Shusaku single-handedly confronting an army of undead. He identified the enemy. The opponent is a female humanoid monster, the Undead Queen. Her skill is Sorceress, a skill that allows her to control the undead just like Shusaku. Shizuka Kuromine asked worriedly, "Is Shusaku losing?" Shu firmly replied, "No. Although their abilities are similar, Shusaku's control is stronger. The ability to control the monsters he has defeated will give him an advantage." In Shu's vision, Shusaku Tachibana stood firm amidst the darkness, his sharp gaze commanding his own army of monsters. Shu analyzed the situation, warning that if this was a war of attrition, Shusaku's forces would only grow due to his puppet mastery ability. Tsurugi Senguji proposed, "If there's a perfect time to attack, it's now, while he's weakened after the battle with the female sorceress." He decided to form a team of A-rank adventurers to confront him directly, while others dealt with the undead horde. But before all that, Shu requested, "I need to speak with him alone." Su Yuran confirmed their promise. "We already promised. The 3 of us will go with you." Seven Red and Tsurugi Senguji also unanimously volunteered to join. Shu was stunned when everyone, including Rion Eva and Reijiro Matsu, decided to go with him. He proposed a plan, and the scene shifted to a ruined, gloomy hall. A crash echoed as the last skull was smashed. Shusaku Tachibana tiredly declared, "That was the last undead controlled by the enemy." He bitterly spoke into the void. "But that woman escaped, made a fool of by humans, and now by monsters. You think so too, don't you, Shu?" Just then, Shu and Rion Eva boldly entered the hall. Shusaku recognized them, asking, "Only 2 of you came here?" Shu replied, "I asked everyone to give me some time to talk to you. The others will arrive here in 5 minutes via teleportation. Shusaku smiled sadly. You're still as naive as ever, Shu. That's why I can't leave you alone. Shu clenched his fists, his voice resolute. Shusaku, I don't want to fight you. Please, surrender, he pleaded. My appraisal skill has told me everything I need to know about you. Shusaku remained silent, his gaze heavy. Shu thought to himself, revealing the core truth. The puppet master cannot resurrect the dead. A fleeting expression crossed Shusaku's face upon hearing that. Shu and Rion Eva faced their enemy, both looking extremely tense. Shusaku Tachibana sneered, coldly retorting, That's a lie. Immediately, a hideous gray hand emerged from the black mud beneath his feet. An ancient water deity with a flowing white beard materialized, cracking his knuckles menacingly. Shu realized in horror. That's the humanoid monster that caused the tsunami. The ancient water deity swung his hand, condensing water into a sharp trident. Rion Eva didn't flinch. She roared. Divine weapon, fire god, fire general. With her blazing sword, Ryan charged to block the water deity's attack. In the midst of battle, Shu desperately yelled, Shusaku, listen to me. But Tachibana only thought to himself that he had gone too far. The water deity knew Shu's weakness, mentioning his quest to find an elixir for Kaide. I'll help you. I'll find a way, Shu shouted, promising to bear the burden with Tachibana. But Tachibana roared in anger. How long? Can you guarantee it? Remy's body can't wait any longer. He screamed the painful question about Remy's dwindling time beside the cold coffin. Shu earnestly pleaded with his former comrade. Shusaku, please come with me, Rion also implored. Mr. Tachibana, you must believe him. She pointed her sword towards Tachibana, asserting that Shu had always tried to help him. Tachibana's gaze wavered for a moment, a glimmer of hope appearing. He turned his back, his hand touching the coffin, and seemed to relent. All right, if that's true, maybe I should accept the help? But suddenly, the ancient water deity's head exploded, leaving Ryan stunned. Blood and gore splattered, staining the silent girl's body red. Rion Eva screamed in pain as the dark curse spewed from her mouth. Ryan! Shu yelled, frantically rushing towards his fallen comrade. Shusaku Tachibana's cold voice echoed. What I just placed in her is a curse drawn from the dead. He continued to provoke the stunned Shu. I wonder how long she'll live. I promise she won't make it until your comrades arrive. Tachibana crushed all hope. She will die here. Shu's eyes widened, filled with horror and helplessness. But there is a way to save her. Tachibana unexpectedly offered an escape. The shield in Shu's hand dropped to the ground in utter shock. A faint glimmer of hope flickered in his desperate eyes. Tachibana looked directly at Shu. Come on, Shu. Can you tell me? He was talking about the S-rank elixir, an item that could cure all ailments and restore the body to perfect condition. Can you choose to sacrifice someone close to you? Tachibana pointed at the dying Rion. If you don't use the elixir on her, she'll die in a few minutes. He forced Shu into a cruel choice. So, Asura, will you save her or your childhood friend? Shu struggled to his feet, questioning. Why? Do you have the elixir? Tachibana casually explained. It seems the boss of each floor in Watatsumi drops one. I'm sure the monster I just fought will drop another. Shu asked again, disbelieving. So you have 3 elixirs right now? No, Tachibana bitterly admitted. I used the first one on my wife, but it seems useless on a corpse. Saying that, he took out the second vial and drank it all right in front of Shu. Tachibana placed the last vial on the ground. Asura, that's the only elixir I'll give you. Rion Eva let out a desperate scream, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Shu panicked, about to call Xenoclus to teleport away, when Su Yuron reminded them they still had a healer. Hold on. A voice rang out, as a hand simultaneously stopped all intentions. Shusaku Tachibana appeared, casually standing on the corpse of the gray lion monster he had just defeated. The monster's gigantic warhammer clattered to the ground. In its final moments, the monster let out a desperate roar. It mustered all its strength to slam its hammer into the ground, activating a dazzling yellow energy barrier. It was the dwarf's barrier, a divine barrier that prevented all forms of teleportation. Tachibana smirked. That's the second floor boss's skill. Now no one can save you. Show me. He mentally tortured Shu. Who do you love more? And who will you sacrifice? Will you awaken Kaide, who fell into an eternal sleep protecting you? Shu froze, drenched in sweat before the cruel choice. In his mind, an image of his mother's gentle smile briefly appeared. Shu squeezed his eyes shut, trying to suppress the overwhelming emotion. Hearing Rion faintly call his name, Shu began his confession. Rion, son, I killed my mother. With a resolute yet pained gaze, Shu continued to recount his tragic past. I lost control and inflicted a fatal wound upon her. Rion's memories also flooded back. The day her father fearfully rejected her power. But, you accepted me, she recalled the moment Shu reached out to her. Finally, I feel like I belong somewhere. Rion Eva whispered through tears and blood. So, Shu's eyes gleamed with determination. Now, I can repay you. Her hand weakly reached out. Smiling peacefully, she made her dying wish. Please save Kaide-san instead of me. The pain surged. Ryan collapsed while Shu writhed in despair. Shu bowed his head, his face heavy with sorrow. His hand trembled as it reached for the elixir vial. Shu stood up and turned his back, offering an apology. Ryan-san, I'm sorry. From a distance, Shusaku Tachibana smirked, observing the drama. But then, Shu gently lifted the dying Ryan into his arms. He brought the precious vial to her lips. Shu-kun. Ryan called his name, while Shu continued his apology. For hesitating, he confessed, the torment clear on his face. A tear rolled down Ryan's cheek as she realized the truth. Shu smiled gently. I need your strength. I need you. It would be terrible without you here. The sincere confession made Ryan burst into happiness. He gently embraced her in an emotional moment. Ryan collapsed into his arms, sobbing. I'm sorry. Shu thought to himself. Using appraisal, the poison was immediately neutralized. She's fully recovered. It's the real deal. So that's your choice. Tachibana's voice echoed, full of malice. From the shadows, Shusaku Tachibana strode forward, confronting an exhausted Shu and Ryan Eva. I see. Just as I thought, Tachibana said coldly. We will never share the same choices. A brutal vision flashed. Tachibana's undead army was blown to smithereens in a horrific explosion. Amidst the ruins, the image of a fallen Tachibana appeared, his desperate voice echoing, You cannot save me. Despite the danger, Ryan Eva struggled to her feet, shielding Shu and shouting, Get back, Shu. Master, Shu cried out in horror, stunned by Ryan's actions. Suddenly, a summoning circle glowed brightly, and Shu's elite comrades appeared. Thanks to the elixir, both my mana and stamina have fully recovered, Tachibana confidently declared. Now let's see who is truly right. At the same time, elsewhere, the sound of a heavy door opening echoed. Shu activated appraisal, calculating inwardly. Tachibana is over level 300. Nearly 100 levels above me. He desperately pondered. And only he can dismantle the dwarf barrier. What should I do? Suddenly, a faint but familiar voice echoed. My love. A shadowy figure of a woman in a kimono emerged from the door, radiating a purple dark aura. My love. The voice echoed again as the woman stepped forward. Both Shu and Tachibana turned around, one bewildered, the other frozen. The mysterious woman fully revealed herself in the shadows. Her face appeared with an eerie smile, her purple eyes lifeless. Tachibana trembled, sweat pouring as he stammered a name. Remy? He rushed forward, grabbing her shoulders in frantic hope. Remy, do you recognize me? Could the elixir have worked? Shu narrowed his eyes, his pupils flashing with blue light as he analyzed the suddenly changing situation. Shu yelled in despair. Stay away from her, Tachibana. That's not your wife. Shusaku Tachibana stared in disbelief at the bleeding wound on his chest. The blood-red hand of the woman named Remy had pierced through his chest. Collapsing in a pool of blood, Tachibana could only gasp her name in utter shock. Shu and Ryan Eva were stunned, horrified witnesses to the unbelievable betrayal. The entity possessing Remy's body revealed its true form as the S-rank undead queen, radiating dark malevolence. Immediately after, a crack echoed as the last defensive barrier shattered. Ryan Eva cried out in panic. The dwarf barrier. Shusaku Tachibana lay motionless, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, utterly defeated. The undead queen looked down disdainfully. I never thought you'd dare set foot in our domain. All for the trivial matter of resurrecting this woman. She sneered, her eyes flashing with malice. The foolishness of humans truly knows no bounds. Tachibana! Shu roared, rushing towards his dying comrade. But suddenly, Su-Yiran and the other guildmasters appeared, blocking him. Wait, Shu Amasora, Su-Yiran angrily questioned. When did you and Shusaku Tachibana start fighting? You promised to teleport us here if anything happened. Ryan Eva quickly clarified. It's not Shu's fault. But Shu interrupted her. I apologize. He thought to himself. He hadn't anticipated that one of Tachibana's undead could block teleportation magic. Shu continued to analyze. The boss possessed the corpse Tachibana was carrying, using her to make him drop his guard and deliver a fatal blow. He stated firmly, but we've already engaged. Even if we retreat, we must save Tachibana. The man in the yellow turban growled. Shu Amasora, you are no longer in command. All of us guildmasters have reached that conclusion. Shu clenched his fists, thinking, that monster can possess others. If Tachibana dies and his body is possessed, we'll definitely be in huge trouble. Reijiro Matsu collapsed, muttering, I understand. Tsurugi Senguji raised his sword, admitting, it will indeed be troublesome. While Seven Red roared in anger, Seven Red unleashed a fiery attack, sending Reihuro Matsu flying. Immediately, Tsurugi Senguji charged to attack Shizuka Kuromine in a coordinated strike. Tsurugi's punch generated an extremely powerful shockwave, pushing Shizuka back. Shizuka retaliated with an attack that shattered the ground around her. Seven Red commanded, All right, Get everyone out of here while you still can. Su Yuran turned and declared, "This ends today." "Amasora Shu," Shu yelled. "Xenoclus, teleport everyone to a safe zone," and a pillar of magical light surged. The undead monsters disintegrated into dust after the fierce battle. Shizuka Kuramine hovered in the teleportation energy stream, with defeated enemies below. The room became empty, with only traces of the battle remaining. In the safe zone, Shusaku Tachibana lay slumped on the floor, blood gushing from the fatal wound in his chest, a comrade explained, looking at an exhausted Xenoclus. "Teleporting this many people consumes an extreme amount of mana. Xenoclus will be unconscious for a while." Shu analyzed the urgent situation. "The boss is definitely chasing us. We need to do something about Tachibana before then." He turned and asked, "Su Yuran, can you heal Tachibana with your skills?" Su Yuran replied coldly. "His heart is shattered. I can't do anything about a wound this severe." She continued as Tachibana gasped for breath. "And even if I could, I wouldn't. Both Dungeon City and the East Asian Conference have planned to kill this man." Shu was stunned, stammering. "What?" Seven Red tiredly confirmed. "Did you think we would capture and imprison him somewhere?" Su Yiran coldly argued. "Do you know how costly it would be to create a facility where his manipulation skill has no effect? What benefit is there in keeping such a dangerous individual alive?" Shu cried out in protest. "Tachibana is very likely the strongest man in the world right now. Killing him would be a waste. We are here because he used that power against humanity," Su Yuran retorted. "Surely you understand that." Even his teammates were confused, only able to stammer protests while others secretly worried for Shu. Despite everything, Shu still rushed to his former comrade. Tachibana whispered his dying wish. "Just cremate me. That way she won't have a body to possess." Shu was stunned by the horrifying truth. "What?" Tachibana continued to plead. "I won't resist. Please. Let me speak privately with Akasora." "No way," Su Yuran stated decisively. "We don't have time and cannot take risks right now." She raised her staff, and pink magic gathered. "Now then, I will incinerate both Shusaku Tachibana and his monsters so that that thing cannot use them." Shu desperately rushed forward to block her, yelling, "Yuran, please, I beg you," but only received a cold warning in return. Without hesitation, Su Yuran unleashed a destructive attack. Unexpectedly, Shizuka Kuromine and Ryan Ava appeared, blocking the attack, and she said, "Sorry, but I owe him a favor." Reijiro, Matsu, and Seven Red also stepped forward, declaring, "We of the Purple Mist feel the same. It is a samurai's duty to fulfill his master's dying wish." Shu stared in shock at the comrades who had stood by his side. Everyone, Tsurugi Senguji put an arm around Shu's shoulder, smiling. "Analyze arts will owe Drink of 1,000 Blades one, you know? I don't want to have any regrets." All of them declared with determination, "If there's no time, we'll go and seize it." Su Yuran gritted her teeth. "Good grief. You really have a lot of allies." Finally, she had to concede. 5 minutes. That's all I agree to. And I will burn Tachibana to ashes the moment he tries anything." Shu turned back, urgently confirming. "Just 5 minutes, all right?" Shu knelt beside his dying mentor, calling his name in pain. Shusaku Tachibana faintly called his name in his dying moments. He struggled to speak. "I need to ask you something." Shu anxiously asked back. "You want to ask me something?" Tachibana began his final question. "That girl, the girl you saved, what exactly is she to you?" An image of Ryan Ava fighting bravely suddenly appeared. Tachibana continued to question, "Is she more important than Kaede, who is in eternal slumber? I mean, because of her? You rushed into the dungeon without regard for your own safety." Shu answered firmly, "Ryan is a valuable member of my guild." Su Yuran coldly interjected, If someone else was at death's door, would you hold back the elixir?" Shu replied without hesitation, "No. I think I would use it for anyone." He clenched his fist, asserting, "But I will definitely obtain another elixir myself. I have to." "Furthermore," Shu continued, his gaze resolute, he declared his ideals. "If I have to sacrifice someone to save Kaida, we would never be able to smile together again." Tachibana's eyes flashed with understanding and relief. He whispered, "I knew it." With a final contented smile, Tachibana said, "You haven't changed at all." He extended a trembling hand towards Shu, entrusting, "Amasora, please, my wife. Remy, please, retrieve her body." Hearing his dying wish, Shu sobbed and promised through tears, "I will. I promise you." He tightly grasped his mentor's hand, which was growing cold. With his last ounce of strength, Tachibana whispered his name, "Amasora." That hand went limp, and Shu, stunned, clutched the deceased's clothes. He collapsed beside Tachibana's body, pain clearly etched on his face. A tear rolled down, falling like a silent farewell. Shu's gaze shifted from sorrow to resolve, engraving the promise into his heart. Shusaku Tachibana took his last breath. The fatal wound on his neck put an end to a tragic life. Meanwhile, Su Yuran roared in anger, rushing forward. Get out of the way! Tachibana's body began to disintegrate, turning into particles of purple light. Shu stood silently watching, letting the last remnants of his mentor vanish into nothingness. Su Yuran finally arrived, sternly calling his full name, Amasora Shu. She questioned him about ignoring the retreat order, a scene of Rion fighting fiercely flashing in her mind. Remi's body, once freed, also gently vanished. Elsewhere, Gurren Minagishi revealed the cruel truth. The mission was to eliminate Tachibana. Everyone knew, except you. Su Yuran admitted, "You are stronger than we thought, which is why I overlooked your actions." Shu blamed himself. "But I shouldn't have let you convince me. Our escape without casualties was purely due to luck." Su Yuran looked directly at Shu, giving a cold warning. Monsters are not our only enemies as adventurers. In his thoughts, Shu resolved, "Then, I will destroy that bastard, no matter who they are. Anyone who dares to harm my comrades must be eliminated." Yuran Su secretly concluded. I'm sure all the other guildmasters present would say the same. After the conversation, Shu stood alone, lost in thought. Suddenly, Rian Eva approached and said, "You've worked hard today." She offered a gentle smile, dispelling the tense atmosphere. The scene shifted to another corridor in the building. As they walked together, Rian asked, "Shu, are you really okay with using the elixir on me? Are you going to lecture me too?" Shu grumbled, but Ryan simply replied, "It's just a simple question." He was silent for a moment, then confessed, "I was too scared. Scared of losing you." The unexpected confession left Rian stunned and speechless. A moment of silence passed, then a gentle smile bloomed on her lips. "Hey Shu," Ryan said with sparkling eyes, "if that's the case, then I just have to work harder than ever, right?" She further explained, "If using it was a waste, Kaede would be really angry with us, and I never want you to feel guilty about anything." Hearing those words, Shu couldn't help but smile warmly. "All right," he replied, "then I'll make sure to work you to the bone, Ryan." Shu mused about the challenges ahead. "Through this journey, I've realized one thing. Watatsumi is an S-rank dungeon we need to conquer, a place with countless powerful monsters. From now on, I need to figure out how to make the guilds stronger." And then a voice rang out, "Mr. Amasora." A wounded, blindfolded man was held by Shu, gasping, "I need to tell you something." Tachibana's warning echoed in Shu's memory. Monsters in the dungeon can evolve if they kill people. Grabbing the boy's collar, he emphasized, "So, you must not let them or the bosses kill anyone if you want to protect your friends." Young Shu resolutely replied to his mentor, "Yes, Tachibana." 2.5 years later, a futuristic tower soared into the blue sky. Dungeon City, an engineering marvel, was completed. Waves lapped gently against the shores of the magnificent structure, where seagulls soared. An entire magnificent city stood majestically amidst the vast ocean. On the 3rd of May 2024, Dungeon City officially opened its facilities. 2 adventurers arriving were astonished. Incredible. They actually completed such a massive city in just 2 years. The other was more realistic. It must still be under construction, right? I heard only A-rank guilds and above are allowed ashore. Unbeknownst to them, a figure in a stylish suit passed by as they chatted. It won't be long until it's open to the public. Shu, now mature and composed, mused about his grand objective. The conquest of Watatsumi has finally begun in earnest. His eyes gleamed with steely determination. But the burden of the past remained. I acted alone and almost lost a friend. I couldn't save Tachibana either. His senior's last words echoed in his mind. My final promise. My wife, Remi. Please, bring her body back. Shu gritted his teeth, the old promise still unfulfilled. Suddenly, a graceful figure in a cheongsam approached, interrupting his thoughts. Yuransu drew closer, her sharp gaze fixed on Shu. In another scene, Shizuka Kuromin stood before the council, declaring loudly, "I will do my best not to disgrace the guildmasters who elected me." A man was speaking loudly, "and dedicate everything to the conquest of Watatsumi." Amidst the crowd, murmurs arose. "Hey, look, isn't that Shu Amasora from Analyze Arts?" Shu stood silently as the chatter continued. "Well, he's a relic of the past. He hasn't uploaded any videos in 2 years." Another interjected, "I heard he's punishing himself after the Shusaku Tachibana incident." "And was his guild even invited here?" The 2 men continued to mock. "He used to be a big shot, but now his time is over. He probably blew all the money he made from his videos." Suddenly, a hand landed on the shoulder of one of the men, while the other still complained, "It's so unfair. We had to work our asses off just to get a spot here." The entire hall startled and turned around due to the sudden attention. The 2 men turned around, their faces pale with terror. The one who had just appeared was Seven Red, causing the 2 men to stammer his name. Seven Red smirked. "You guys being here means you're A-rank like me, right? Is anyone a guildmaster? I don't recall any competent guildmasters looking like you." He continued to lecture the 2 trembling men. "You know, To keep your spot in this dungeon city, you need to make certain contributions. Seven Red's eyes sharpened menacingly. If you dare to criticize other guildmasters, you must be very skilled. So I guess you wouldn't mind if your quotas were the same as mine, right? The two men quickly pleaded. Please forgive us, Seven-san. Seven Red waved his hand dismissively. If you have time to gossip, go level up. The two men profusely apologized and quickly backed away. In their panic, one of them tripped and crashed into Shu, drawing Seven Red's attention. Shu stood still, his bangs obscuring his facial expression. Seven Red looked at Shu, his voice full of hidden meaning. It seems you're not entirely out of the game yet. Appraiser. Shu looked up, his sharp gaze meeting Seven Red's. The story flashed back 2 years. In a quiet forest, the veteran swordsman Reijiro Matsu stood in contemplation, his hand on the hilt of his sword. In an instant, the katana was drawn from its sheath with a sharp clink. A dazzling sword stroke was unleashed, too fast to be seen. Reijiro stood firm after the strike, the surrounding air seemingly frozen. In front of him, 3 gigantic ancient trees were cleanly cut down simultaneously. He continued to move at an astonishing speed, gliding past a field of tall grass. Stopping, Reijiro muttered with dissatisfaction. 1, 2, 3. Still too many shortcomings. He turned, bowing before a young figure and said, It must be because I was too eager to show off to you, my master. Young Shu merely silently watched the swordsman in front of him, his gaze unwavering. Reijiro smiled kindly. So, what brings you here? If you need, I can join an expedition any time. Shu spoke, his voice firm. Reijiro, I have a request. The old swordsman's gaze sharpened, and he listened intently. Shu bowed his head, his voice filled with urgency. Please train me. Reijiro replied. Your stats might be inferior to others, but your combat ability is proof that you are the strongest swordsman. Hearing that, Shu looked up sharply, his eyes gleaming with intense hope and determination. He growled, revealing a burning desire. So, please, I want to become stronger. Suddenly, Reijiro burst into uncontrollable laughter, falling backward onto the ground to Shu's astonishment. After his hearty laughter, he sat up, his eyes sparkling with joy. My master, I will do as you wish. Among them, Shu Amasura was the weakest. His skills were unsuitable for combat, and his power was at its lowest. Despite his high level, he was still weaker than anyone else in that dungeon. In a secluded forest, the special training began. A ferocious beast roared, charging straight at Shu. He activated his special skill, Blind Spot. He dodged the attack of another spiky monster, but it was just a feint. The monster shuddered, firing a barrage of sharp spines like arrows. Losing his balance, Shu couldn't react in time to the sudden long-range attack. He only realized his fatal mistake in the nick of time. Just then, a slash flashed, stopping the rain of spine. Reijiro Matsu appeared, easily finishing off the monster with a single sword stroke. He explained, Its charge was a feint. It launched a long-range attack the moment you lost your balance. Reijiro pointed out that Shu could have won this battle if he had judged faster with Blind Spot. Next time, I won't interfere, he said with a smile. Yes, master, Shu replied, his eyes burning with determination. The Blind Spot skill helped him perceive space and predict opponent movements, allowing a weak appraiser to engage in close combat. Shu gave his all, sweat and blood pouring down during the grueling training session. Reijiro silently observed, his sharp eyes following every movement of his disciple. To think, this kid actually has some talent, he silently acknowledged as he watched Shu confront a monstrous bird. Reijiro Matsu mused, its judgment ability is much better than before. Its body might even transform to reflect that. In his memory, young Shu lay collapsed, exhausted and bruised, but his eyes still burned with determination. Witnessing that, Reijiro couldn't help but shiver in admiration. He sat on the cliff, bursting into hearty laughter. The story flashed back to the origin of Reijiro Matsu, a young man who only sought power. He only thought of becoming stronger, constantly wielding every possible weapon to achieve his goal. The appearance of dungeons and the adventurer system was a godsend for one who only yearned to become the strongest. Back at the training session, a majestic waterfall cascaded down. Young Shu stood miserably under the rushing water, asking, Master, what exactly is this training for? Reijiro smiled and replied casually, For nothing at all? He laughed heartily, teasing, But it feels like training, doesn't it? Just imagine if you could get stronger just by taking a cold shower. You wouldn't have to struggle so much. Shu dried his hair, muttering, So we're just resting. Reijiro suddenly became serious. Hey, young master, in this world, I only admit defeat to 2 people. Shu guessed curiously. All right, like Giga Giant? Reijiro refuted. No, I won that fight. No matter how many rounds I lose, I still count it as a win if I win the last one. The young man then asked, Then, who is it? With an extremely serious expression, Reijiro uttered a name. Shusaku Tachibana. Shu was stunned, sweat pouring down as he heard that familiar name. Reijiro reminisced. When I first saw that man, I immediately knew I couldn't win, no matter how hard I tried. Memories of that moment flooded back, the old swordsman's hand unconsciously clenching. Reijuro Matsu recalled. However, while I trembled, the weakest one there didn't flinch at all. He even said he wanted to save him. I was completely bewildered. The old swordsman clenched his fist, the memory of that moment still vivid. Reijuro said to young Shu, "To walk the path of a samurai is to seek one's own death. I never thought that at this advanced age, I would find someone worthy of being called my lord." Reijuro knelt, solemnly swearing, "Whatever your wish, my lord, this sword of mine shall fulfill it." Shu was stunned by the old master's sudden action. Around them, Reijuro's other disciples also witnessed this shocking oath of loyalty. Reijuro stood up, his voice firm. "We will continue this training until your judgment and body connect unconsciously." Shu smiled with determination, wiping away sweat. "Yes, master." The white cloth fell, marking the beginning of a grueling journey of training. The scene shifted from the old dojo to the modern city. In a private dojo, Tsurugi Senguji was swinging his sword, drenched in sweat. His face was filled with intense concentration after the strenuous training session. Suddenly, he turned around, sensing a stranger. "What do you want, little girl?" he continued with a sarcastic tone. "Did you come here to run errands for your boyfriend?" Rion Ava calmly faced Tsurugi, completely unaffected by his words. The blonde girl's gaze met the guildmaster's, sharp and fearless. Silence enveloped the entire dojo. Rion Eva spoke, breaking the silence. "So you have your own dojo? To be honest, that's a bit surprising." A sword slash tore through the air. Tsurugi Senguji hoisted his katana onto his shoulder, muttering, "Well, it's time for training. It's not for fun, after all." Rion Ava's gaze followed his sword, which was radiating a divine energy. She spoke up, "I know that sword has a special trick. The way you manifest divinity, a skill I also use. I actually came here to ask you to teach me how to use it properly." Tsurugi merely listened in silence, looking rather uninterested. He retorted, "That guy didn't say anything. So this isn't a guild matter, is it? If you want to know how to use divinity, why not ask the omnipotent appraiser?" "That alone isn't enough," Ryan yelled. She recalled his overwhelming power, the way he utilized divinity and his sword skills, telling herself she had to give it her all because he was much stronger than her. Ryan clenched her fists, resolving, "I will never let him sacrifice himself for my weakness again." Tsurugi was momentarily flustered by her sudden change. Rion bowed her head imploringly. "Please, Mr. Senguji, teach me how to use divinity." "Don't want to," Tsurugi replied curtly, with an annoyed expression. He turned his back, saying, "I hate trouble. Shu Amasora is one thing, but I gain nothing by helping you." Immediately, Ryan activated her skill. Spirit Summon Kazuchi. Her sword flared with a brilliant golden light as she lunged to attack, but Tsurugi easily blocked her move. "Then how about this, Mr. Senguji?" Rion growled. "Let's have a match. The loser has to do everything the winner asks." Tsurugi scoffed. "Cut it out. This is non-negotiable. You've read too much manga." But Ryan merely replied, "Manga is interesting, you know?" "What the hell are you talking about?" Tsurugi looked bewildered. "I want to get even stronger," Rion yelled, her eyes burning with resolve. Tsurugi remained silent, looking directly into her determined eyes, seemingly reconsidering the offer. After a moment of thought, Tsurugi Senguji decided, "All right. I accept this wager." Rion Eva was stunned, as his blade was already at her side. The swordsman smirked, teasing her about the outcome of the wager and mentioning someone named Shu Amasora. Hearing those words, Ryan's face turned beet red as she yelled, "What? That's sexual harassment!" Immediately, a sharp sword strike was unleashed. The match began, and Tsurugi easily dodged Rion's attack. In just a moment, Tsurugi's katana was at the girl's neck, terrifying her completely. He calmly declared, "I win." Ryan knelt, secretly astonished that she hadn't even seen her opponent's sword strike, acknowledging that this man was truly powerful. Tsurugi hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, smirking as he asked what he should order her to do now. Rion Ava nervously swallowed, awaiting the victor's command. The verdict was delivered. "Become my disciple." The young girl completely failed to understand what was happening. Tsurugi coldly refused, stating he wasn't interested in a kid, which made Rion angrily protest. Rion suddenly realized this was a good opportunity to make Shu Amasora indebted to her for once. Tsurugi smiled, secretly thinking that he didn't dislike manga all that much himself. Returning to the present, at the Guild Alliance headquarters in Dungeon City, a cheerful female receptionist greeted two guests. "Are you Mr. Akito Kuramochi and Miss Yachiru Hamamura?" Akito Kuramochi and Yachiru Hamamura boldly declared, "We wish to request entry to Wadatsumi." The receptionist looked at the information, muttering, "Two B-rank adventurer." The receptionist marveled upon learning that two young B-rank adventurers were heading to the first floor, an A-rank area. Akito Kuramochi boastfully bragged that they were Analyze Arts combat personnel, but Yachiru Hamamura reminded him not to get carried away. After confirming their eligibility, the receptionist still didn't forget to advise them both to be extremely careful. In a lush, green, mountainous area, Yachiru wondered if this was the designated meeting point. As Akito confirmed, Yachiru pointed forward, signaling someone's arrival. A familiar burst of teleportation energy erupted, and Yachiru recognized it as Xenoclus's magic. Both marveled at the guildmaster's mysteriousness, especially today. A pair of teal boots landed on the ground, signaling the arrival of another person. Meanwhile, a dark-skinned boy was wondering why the guildmaster would bring a level 5 person into an S-rank dungeon. The story flashed back to the Analyze Arts office, where Yachiru asked about a new recruit. Shu Amasora confirmed he had just recruited someone, and wanted them both to take him to the beach on Watatsumi's first floor. Yachiru curiously asked the guildmaster what kind of person he was. Shu merely smiled cryptically at her question. He revealed the new recruit's profession was an angler. Returning to the present, Xenoclus appeared full of excitement, introducing himself as a spirit, serving Shu, and promising to protect everyone. The whole group had gathered, but Yachiru admitted that the guildmaster hadn't revealed any details about the plan. Akito looked at the newcomer with a scrutinizing gaze, unable to understand the guildmaster's intention in bringing a child here. Xenoclus cheerfully replied that he didn't know either, but his master had entrusted him with something. He held out a shiny metal briefcase, surprising Akito. The young man in the yellow shirt stepped forward, asserting, "That's mine." Xenoclus tried to snatch the briefcase, but the newcomer was quicker. "Hey, what the hell is wrong with you?" Akito exclaimed when he saw the newcomer clutching the briefcase. The dark-skinned young man calmly unlocked the metal box. Akito and Yachiru curiously leaned down to see what was inside. What appeared before their eyes was a fishing rod. "Wow, it's full of mana," Akito marveled. "The fishing line is also mithril. So, he really is an angler," Yachiru concluded as the newcomer skillfully cast the rod. The hook sliced through the air, flew far, and plunged into the water. Akito couldn't believe his eyes. "Fishing in a dungeon?" he irritably questioned. "Hey, what are you planning to catch here?" But the newcomer completely ignored him, his gaze fixed solely on the sea. "Huh? You dare ignore me?" Akito fumed, while Yachiru chuckled, calling his name to intervene. "Let's just focus on our work," she said gently. "The guildmaster never gives orders without reason." Saying that, Yachiru raised her staff, preparing to cast a wide-area barrier spell. A hexagonal energy dome enveloped the entire group with the incantation Senurant. "Now, monsters below A rank won't bother us," she explained. "We just need to wait for a bite." Immediately, the water surged violently, and the fishing line stretched taut as if about to snap. "Oh, he caught something?" Akito gasped. "What did he catch?" A strange purple fish with lightning bolt patterns was pulled out of the water, thrashing wildly. "What the hell is this?" Akito held up the fish. The newcomer curtly replied, "A fish. Are you really that stupid?" Akito held the strange fish, his face incredulous. Yachiru reminded Akito that Shu said everyone in the guild was equal. The rookie remained silent, focused on the water. Yachiru quickly appeased the fuming Akito. "I wasn't acting like a senior at all," Akito shouted in self-defense. He cleared his throat, introducing himself as Kuramochi Akito. Akito sat down and directly asked for the new teammate's name. The rookie coldly replied that his name was Thomas. Yachiru cheerfully greeted. "I'm Hamamura Yachiru. Nice to meet you, Thomas." She explained that they were ordered to protect him and hoped for pleasant cooperation. Thomas merely mumbled a reply to the greeting while still looking down at the water. The group sat on the beach, each doing their own thing, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Suddenly, Thomas turned to Akito and asked, "Brother Shu, he really is crazy, isn't he?" Thomas recounted that Shu had suddenly appeared to invite his sister, the dark-skinned receptionist, to join the guild. He recalled the moment Shu bowed before a poor child like himself. Shu's determined gaze as he earnestly invited him to join the guild was still vivid in his mind. Back in the present, Akito gave a wry smile. "You can never guess what that guy is thinking." But then Akito smiled and admitted that even if Shu failed, he was never wrong. Thomas pondered Akito's words. Suddenly, a strange hermit crab crawled out from under the water. A month had passed, and Akito Kuramochi sighed in exasperation. He dejectedly watched the team just sitting and fishing day after day on the dungeon beach. Their haul was a barrel full of giant fish, but Akito still didn't understand the purpose of it. Meanwhile, Xenoclus was thoroughly enjoying himself, making Akito secretly marvel at the spirit's adaptability. Suddenly, Thomas felt a strong tug on his fishing rod. He realized he had just leveled up again. The status screen appeared, confirming that Thomas, the one-year-old angler, had reached level 30. He was astonished to see that he had just learned a brand new skill, Luck LV1. Immediately, a terrifying pull violently yanked the tip of the fishing rod. Thomas was dragged, sliding, and frantically screamed for Akito's help. Akito immediately rushed over, shouting, "I'm here," and grabbed the fishing rod. Both men strained with all their might, trying to hold on to the violently shaking fishing rod. Akito roared, putting all his strength into pulling back the creature underwater. The two pulled together, causing water to splash violently. A gigantic black shadow emerged from the water, leaving Akito stunned. What the hell is this? In a dark train of thought, the image of a charred skull appeared, an item that the undead queen, the third-floor boss, always clutched tightly. 2 years ago, her power far surpassed even a formidable expeditionary force. Now, she had even subjugated the 2 bosses that Tachibana had defeated on previous floors. Shu worried about Tachibana's ashes being left in the dungeon. The undead queen could exploit them to seize a portion of his power. Returning to reality, Shu stood in his office and came to a chilling conclusion. Current humanity cannot conquer the 3rd floor. He mused, knowing that only the 7 S-rank explorers worldwide, including himself, could face this challenge. Shu pondered a powerful guild with 5 key members who had refused to cooperate. Standing in the night city, he resolved to uncover their strength and intentions. Meanwhile, on a beach, Akito Kuramochi and the boy Thomas screamed in terror. Both were thrown far away as a gigantic creature suddenly emerged from beneath the sand. Akito exclaimed in astonishment, "What the hell is this?" Thomas, still trembling, realized. It's a sea turtle. Indeed, a colossal sea turtle with a gold-rimmed shell had fully revealed itself. "No, I mean, it's too huge," Akito mumbled, overwhelmed by its size. From a distance, Yakiru Hamamura and Xenoclis witnessed everything. She thought to herself, so the guildmaster's plan was for the boy to fish this up? Yachiru wondered if she should report to Shu, but Xenoclis suggested they return first. "In that case, let me check it out." "It looks docile," Akito said, taking off his jacket. He climbed onto the colossal shell and discovered a sparkling pink gem. "What's this? A gem?" Akito curiously reached out his hand towards it. The moment he touched it, a blinding light enveloped Akito and he vanished. Yachiru frantically screamed Akito's name, hastily telling Xenoclis to check the situation. Xenoclis quickly jumped onto the turtle's shell but found it empty. "There's no one here." Yachiru frantically tried to contact headquarters, but Xenoclis reassured her that Akito had returned. Akito suddenly appeared, casually saying, "Oh, I'm back." "Back my ass, you idiot!" Yachiru yelled furiously, making Akito only able to mumble an apology. Akito explained to Thomas that the gem on the turtle's shell seemed to be a type of teleportation device. Akito recounted the glowing gem on the turtle's shell. "When I touched it, I appeared in a place like a temple. Inside, there was another gem. And when I touched that, I came back." Akito suggested reporting back to the guildmaster and asked Xenoclis if they could teleport the entire turtle with them. Suddenly, Yachiru sensed something terrifying. "No way!" she screamed in panic. While Akito still didn't understand what was happening, Yachiru exclaimed in shock. "My barrier was broken with just one blow." Akito mused, "One blow? No monster on this floor could break your barrier that easily." Xenoclis narrowed his eyes and concluded, "In other words, there's only one possibility. The thing that broke the barrier isn't a monster," Xenoclis said as a strange figure landed on the sand. A strange man in an elegant yet warrior-like outfit appeared. He sneered, "I see. Just a bunch of small fry." Akito took a stance, growling. "What do you want?" The stranger casually replied, "You just need to leave. I'm not interested. What I want is that kid and that turtle," he declared, terrifying Thomas. Akito scoffed. "Do you think we'd just leave after hearing that?" "Exactly," the man replied with absolute confidence. Immediately, he stomped hard on the ground, dashing away like lightning. The stranger attacked with incredible speed, aiming directly at Akito. In just a moment, Akito was struck, blood splattering from his right eye. Thomas screamed in horror as the enemy's armored hand reached out. Yachiru Hamamura hastily erected a sturdy magic barrier. With just one punch, the man in gray shattered the defense. Yachiru was stunned. "What?" He broke even the reinforced version with just one blow. Akito Kuramochi roared in anger, summoning his flame sword. He explained that this was a magic sword, specially crafted to amplify his fire attribute. Akito unleashed his ultimate move, Phoenix Inferno. The stranger merely sneered. Warm as bathwater, the whole group was speechless, unable to believe their eyes. Yachiru frantically yelled, "Xenoclis, teleport us out of here now." Xenoclis calmly replied, It seems that's not an option." The spirit realized the enemy had cast an annoying barrier around them. The man in gray gave a faint smile, confirming, "Precisely." He declared, "I never intended to let you go." His smug smile showed that everything was going according to plan. Xenoclis hoisted Thomas onto his shoulder, ready to protect the boy while Yachiru remained vigilant. Amidst that, Xenoclis secretly activated his analysis skill. Akito, now wearing an eye patch, realized. He attacked even knowing which guild we belong to. Could he have been observing us from the start? He gritted his teeth and challenged, "If you know who we are, you should also know about the guildmaster's appraisal. Do you think you can escape Shu Amasora?" Far away, Shu Amasora's eyes blazed with powerful blue light. The man in the gray coat burst out laughing at the warning. He sneered, "Ha ha, what is this? Are you trying to scare me? Listen here, kid." His face contorted with rage. The ruler of this world is my guild and me. Shut your mouth, you piece of trash. He unleashed dark energy, roaring the skill name. Level Slave. A blazing red rune etched itself onto Akito Kuramochi's back, suppressing him. Akito's twin swords clattered to the ground. Akito exclaimed in surprise. Huh? He collapsed before his smug enemy. Damn it, what's happening? I can't move. Akito gritted his teeth in despair. The man sneered. With a 70-level difference, you can't do anything to me, can you? Akito lay motionless on the ground, completely incapacitated. Yachiru Hamamura screamed in panic. Akito, get away! Thomas fearfully hid behind Xenoclus, calling the spirit's name in despair. Despite being paralyzed, Akito secretly calculated. I'll buy some time. This skill probably only affects one person. Xenoclus narrowed his eyes, muttering. Well, perhaps there's a way. But the man in the gray coat crushed their hope. It's useless. You can't break my barrier to teleport. He leaned down to look at Akito, his voice full of contempt. I told you, didn't I? You won't stand in my way, the man declared, leaving Akito at his feet. He turned his back and walked away, leaving the group to watch helplessly. The intruder sat down, dark energy swirling around him. Akito roared with determination. I won't let you. The intruder stood firm, his eyes sharp as he awaited the attack. Bursting forth with furious flames, Akito charged with his blazing sword. He poured all his strength into his final move. Burning Drive. However, the desperate attack was blocked by the enemy's bare hand. Too slow, the man scoffed. And foolish. How annoying. In a flash, a devastating punch struck Akito's face. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his painful scream echoing. Akito's body was sent flying like a broken puppet, skidding across the ground. The intruder clicked his tongue. How troublesome. But when he looked again, the entire group had vanished, leaving only him and the giant sea turtle on the sand. He was utterly bewildered. Huh? Where did they go? The barrier is still intact, so where could they be? He muttered, unable to believe his eyes. Elsewhere, Akito's sword was stuck in the sand, accompanied by a triumphant chuckle. Lying slumped on the beach, Akito smiled. What I had to do wasn't to defeat you. Blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes shone with satisfaction. Memories of Shu's encouragement flooded back, empowering him. Akito looked towards his distant enemy, growling, I win? You weakling! The provocation was like adding fuel to the fire, making the intruder's eyes glow red. He roared in utter fury. Die, you damn insect! In that life or death moment, a blue shadow darted in, its blade flashing to block the finishing blow. Shu Amasora had appeared, easily parrying the enemy's attack right in front of Akito. Lying on the ground, Akito Kuramochi couldn't believe his eyes, weakly calling out, Guildmaster? The attacker was stunned, unable to understand how Shu could have suddenly appeared here. Meanwhile, in a safe place, Yachiru Hamamura cried out in despair. Akito! On the beach, Shu stood shielding his fallen comrade, his gaze fixed on the enemy. Akito struggled to get up, his voice full of regret. Guildmaster, I'm sorry, Shu knelt down, gently interrupting him. Thank you, Akito. He smiled reassuringly. Everyone is safe now, all thanks to you. Akito froze, the Guildmaster's words like a warm balm soothing his pain. The enemy roared. You damn analysis art user, how did you get in here? But Shu cut him off. Hey, Shu's eyes turned cold, his voice sharp with killing intent. What did you do to my subordinate? At the same time in the office, Xenoclus frantically reported, Master, we're in big trouble. Yachiru and Thomas also panicked. Guildmaster. Akito is. Shu calmly turned back, asserting, I know, I saw it with my skill. He revealed the perfect escape plan. The turtle's teleportation device isn't affected by the barrier. It turned out they had teleported to an underwater temple and then circled out of the barrier's range. Shu decisively ordered, We'll go back that way. Let's go save Akito. Go all out. Xenoclus. In response to the command, Xenoclus transformed into a mighty fallen angel. As you command, Master. Killing intent and magic power erupted. Shu Amasora was ready for the counterattack. A cold voice rang out. Monsters are not an adventurer's only enemy. I will not hesitate to kill anyone who stands in my way. You must thoroughly eliminate anything that could harm your allies. In the desolate wasteland, Shu Amasora held his sword, facing a formidable armored enemy. Hey, Shu questioned coldly. What did you do to my subordinate? The eye-patch-wearing knight narrowed his eyes, his face filled with anger. Yachiru Hamamura frantically screamed Akito upon seeing her comrade collapsed on the ground. She rushed over, tears welling up. I'll heal you right away. Shu silently looked down at Akito Kuramochi, who was enveloped in healing light. Thomas, his face still showing traces of fear, looked up and mumbled his thanks. Akito forced a smile. It's nothing major. I am your senior, after all. The knight impatiently stomped his foot. Can you people cut out that damn touching reunion scene already? He sneered. I don't know what trick you used to get past my barrier, But being a guild master must be tough for you, having to clean up after these brats. Akito hung his head in shame, helpless against the mockery. The knight continued to spew venomous words about a knight's loyalty. Shu smiled defiantly. Akito is much stronger than you. The knight was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Huh? Shu calmly revealed. Roland's Moreau, one of the world's 7 S-rank adventurers. Shu's gaze sharpened, and he growled. What are you plotting? Roland's Moreau roared in anger. It should be, please tell me what you're plotting, Lord Roland's, you damn weak appraiser. Two terrifying surges of power clashed as Shu and Roland's lunged at each other. Sword against sword. Shu easily blocked his opponent's blade, remarking coldly, that attack was quite weak, Moreau. Roland's Moreau was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Huh? He thought to himself. Asterisk, could my attack have been nullified? No, it must have just been a fluke. Asterisk. Deciding to feint, Roland's charged with a powerful punch. However, Shu needed only one hand to block his thunderous punch. The young man deftly dodged the attack, moving with ungraspable speed. From a distance, Akito Kuramochi exclaimed in astonishment, admiring his master's insane techniques and ability to predict his opponent. Shu's blue eyes flashed, analyzing every move his enemy made. Shu explained in his mind, prophecy allowed him to see his target's future. With clairvoyance, he knew every bone and sinew in his body. Heavenly Eye gave him a panoramic view of the battle. And finally, Appraisal told him every ability his opponent possessed. Grasping all the information, Shu delivered a devastating punch to Roland's face. Fresh blood splattered as Roland's arrogant face contorted from the blow. Shu continued his assault, sending the S-rank knight crashing to the ground. Roland's Moreau lay sprawled on the sand, utterly defeated. He struggled to speak, wondering why Shu hadn't used his sword. Shu calmly replied, because I might have killed you. Those words struck a heavy blow to Roland's pride. Utterly humiliated, he roared, you bastard, and charged wildly. Shu stated coldly, I told you, I see everything. A devastating kick landed squarely on Roland's Moreau. The challenger flew backward, fresh blood spewing from his mouth. From a distance, Akito Kuramochi and the others could only stare in awe at this display of power. Shu continued to analyze. And you leveled up thanks to something external. Roland's status screen appeared, revealing an abnormal rank infusion status. Shu stood above, beginning to interrogate the defeated foe. Now answer me, Roland's Moreau. Who helped you level up? That question was like a key, unlocking a painful memory. We want you to leave the team. The bruised face of young Roland's appeared, stunned by the verdict. His former comrades spoke up, claiming this was the best option for him, a vanguard knight, but always the one to take all the blows because he tried too hard. But behind the door, the truth was much harsher. We don't need Roland's to protect us anymore, do we? A female voice spoke. How many times have we had to heal him today? It costs a fortune in medicine. Another added, if it keeps costing this much, we'll have to let him go. Roland's could only clench his fist. In his mind echoed the pride and joy of protecting his comrades. He had once not hesitated to shield them with his body from the monster's fangs. Roland's had never been afraid of getting hurt. What he truly feared was the moment he was abandoned by the very people he protected. In a fit of desperate drunkenness, Roland's Moreau smashed the wine bottle. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and he whispered, I was just too weak. But a strange voice echoed, that's not true. A cloaked figure appeared, asserting, you are very strong, Roland's Moreau. The mysterious man continued, but to drown in humiliation, to die without tasting victory. Is that the life you want? Roland's reflection shimmered in the blood-red wine glass. The eerie voice promised, I will grant you power, and you will soon know the sweet taste of blood that only victors possess. A fateful moment had been decided. Later memories surfaced. Roland stood tall at the peak of fame, with the defeated behind him. His former teammates exclaimed in horror, no way, he's a tanker. Isn't his job just to defend? They couldn't comprehend. How could he be so strong? The mysterious tempter's words echoed in his mind again. You can become stronger than anyone, Roland. He extended his hand inviting, join me. No one will dare to look down on you if you are with me, because in the end, the truth of this world is that the strong are always right. The stream of memories was cut short, returning to the reality on the beach. Shu Amasora coldly interrogated the defeated man. Answer me, Roland's Moreau. Who helped you level up? Roland's Moreau glared up, sweat and blood mingling on his bruised face. Lying sprawled on the sand, he growled, I haven't lost yet. Roland's Moreau looked at the glowing ring in his palm, his source of power. Shu saw through his opponent with sharp, cold eyes. It was the storage ring, an item that allowed one to store and retrieve objects at will. Despite being covered in injuries, Roland's Moreau stubbornly stood his ground. He roared in despair, I did everything right. No, Shu firmly denied. You are wrong. He easily neutralized the opponent's attack. Roland screamed in indignation. I became strong. I humiliated those who abandoned me. The strong are right, Shu calmly replied. No, your power should have been used to protect everyone. If trained properly, knight is one of the strongest professions. But you, Shu lunged forward with lightning speed, used it for the wrong person. His sword stopped right in front of the terrified Roland's. Roland's Moreau couldn't stand firm. His legs buckled. Shu stood there, his blade at the defeated man's throat. From a distance, Xenoclis, Akito, Yachiru, and Thomas were stunned by the overwhelming display of power. Shu silently looked down at his fallen enemy. He called out, "Everyone did well. Let's head back to the guild." The scene shifted to the Analyze Arts headquarters, outside the president's office. In the office, Sakura Shimizu reported, "Roland's Moreau has been arrested by the Dungeon City Police, but he hasn't uttered a single word during interrogation." In the cell, Roland's Moreau was tightly bound, silently facing the interrogator. Sakura Shimizu reported that Roland's guild, St. Lint Church, had denied any involvement but would still be penalized. Shu thought to himself, there was no way to know if Roland's acted alone or on the guild's orders. Sakura announced that in a few days, they had arranged a meeting with the St. Lint Church. Shu pondered, wondering if he would truly meet the guildmaster of the world's only S-rank guild. The male colleague suddenly asked Shu if it had been a long time since he updated his level at the guild headquarters. Both colleagues excitedly guessed Shu's level must be over 300, while the strongest person in St. Lint was only 238. When the status screen appeared, they were dumbfounded to see that Shu's profession was still just appraiser. Shu casually revealed, "I'm already level 428. Their reaction was just as surprised, huh? As the scene shifted to the guild building, Shu marveled at his new S-rank card, made entirely of mithril, truly an incredible privilege. He requested access to the Watatsumi dungeon, and the female receptionist explained that S-ranks could enter the first floor at any time. Shu replied that he understood while the receptionist smiled kindly. As Shu turned to leave, the receptionist watched him with hesitation. She suddenly stood up and called out, "Excuse me!" The receptionist bowed. "Thank you very much for protecting my younger brother." She explained that her younger brother, Thomas, had told her everything about how you protected everyone from Analyze Arts. "I heard someone else was also seriously injured." The woman bowed deeply, tearfully apologizing to Shu for the trouble her younger brother had caused. The woman was stunned by Shu's words. Shu blamed himself. "I was too naive. I will never let Thomas fall into such a dangerous situation again." She was moved to silence by his sincerity. "Amasora, we really needed money," she explained. "You saved us." She recalled the moment the two siblings accepted the risk, knowing that it's normal for adventurers to die. Faced with Shu's kindness, she couldn't help but smile with relief and gratitude. "You really are a strange one, Amasora." Meanwhile, on the first floor of the dungeon, in the grasslands area, the beach where Thomas caught the mysterious turtle was strictly cordoned off. The gem on the turtle's back was identified as a teleportation crystal, capable of taking people to the deep-sea temple, which is currently under investigation. This investigation was led by a powerful force from China. That was the Qilin Guild, and their guildmaster, Su Yiran, was also the supervisor of Dungeon City. Shu arrived at the scene, using his S-rank card to request passage. Unexpectedly, Su Yiran appeared and questioned his purpose. "And why are you here?" After Shu explained, she immediately changed the subject. "Aren't you having a conflict with the St. Lint Church?" Shu remained silent, not denying the accusation. She continued, saying that the church was an unusually mysterious organization. "The fact that they're provoking you and no one is speaking up. It could very well be a trap," Su Yiran warned. Shu smiled reassuringly. "We'll be fine. We have a very good lawyer." Su Yiran listened intently, her eyes full of scrutiny. She remarked, "You've changed. Just 2 years ago, you looked like you wanted to shoulder everything yourself." With a smile, she added, "I much prefer the person you are now." Shu was stunned by her unexpected compliment. The boy awkwardly wondered if all female guildmasters like to flirt, only for her to retort, "As if you have the right to say that." Shu asked again, bewildered, and Su Yiran merely replied that it would be even worse if he wasn't aware of it. She turned and walked away, inviting, "Whatever. Come with me for a bit," making Shu curiously ask her purpose. With a meaningful smile, Su Yiran declared, "A date." Immediately after, in a flooded dungeon, a winged fish monster roared ferociously. Shu immediately charged forward, unleashing a sharp sword strike. The monster was sliced in half, its fresh blood dyeing the water red. Standing firm on the water, Shu's eyes blazed with powerful blue flames. As the defeated monster sank, another emerged from a distance. The Qilin Guild members realized in a panic that monsters could appear from anywhere there was water. Shu quickly instructed, "There's a moment of delay before they appear. Keep an eye on the water." Su Yiran immediately shouted, her weapon glowing with purple energy. "Did you all hear that? The enemy is right beneath our feet." The guild members responded in unison, all getting into battle-ready stances. A member quickly applied tactics, delivering a fatal sword thrust to the monster that had just emerged. A Keelan guild member proudly declared that they had eliminated all the monsters, stating that they weren't strong once their method of attack was known. Shu secretly thought this was indeed the most interesting date, and Su Yaran smiled back, saying she was glad he was satisfied. Su Yaran remarked that Shu had grown much stronger, as he was almost useless in close combat before. Shu admitted that being weak was a greater obstacle than he had imagined, and he had only just realized it. He asserted that a guildmaster's first rule was never to let their friends get hurt or be sacrificed. Su Yaran looked at him with understanding eyes, seemingly having seen his resolve. She then asked reliable Asura to do one more thing, making Shu mutter that she really knew how to order people around. As they approached a mysterious passage, Su Yaran asked if he was curious about this place. She explained that this was a hidden dungeon, with an entrance and types of monsters that were completely different. Shu repeated the two words, hidden dungeon, in surprise, still reeling. As the Qilin guild members approached a large door, Shu sensed a certain purpose and shouted, "Don't open that door." He warned that there was a whole horde of A-rank monsters right behind it. The Qilin guild members were startled and astonished by Shu's sudden warning. Su Yaran turned back, her sharp eyes directly asking, "You can see them?" Shu's eyes flashed with blue light, and he affirmed that while they could win, casualties would be unavoidable. Su Yaran nodded in understanding, and then decisively ordered the entire team to retreat. A guild member protested, not wanting to abandon an unexplored dungeon that risked being exposed. The large door remained tightly shut, concealing the deadly threat that only Shu could perceive. Su Yaran asserted that the greatest prize an adventurer could bring out of a dungeon was their own life. After considering, Shu coldly ordered, "We retreat." Not long after, the Deep-Sea Temple was open to all qualified adventurers. Shocking news spread everywhere. Is it true? Rollins was really captured? In a luxurious room, a blue-haired man named Lloyd appeared with a murderous expression. He growled the name of the person opposite him. "Answer me, Guido." The hand of the one called Guido rested casually on a crimson leather armchair. From behind, Sakuma Gito spoke with a sarcastic tone. "Oh, Lloyd, you seem to be in as good a mood as ever." Memories flooded back. Lloyd recalled the moment he couldn't help but draw his sword. In the past, Lloyd had lunged to attack Sakuma Gito with a furious slash, but the confrontation ended swiftly, leaving only a white rose and scattered feathers on the empty chair. Lloyd roared in his memory, "Gito, you bastard! Are you going to sacrifice our comrades so easily?" Sakuma Gito replied calmly, "It pains me too. But," he stood up straight, smiling smugly, "I am a cautious man." An image flashed through Gito's mind, of the boy terrified before a giant monster. Gito explained that he had sent people to monitor another group and wanted to monopolize their discovery, but Rollins had failed. Lloyd shouted, trying to defend his comrade, "Rollins is a good person." He recalled the sinister smile of the one who had manipulated Rollins. Lloyd pointed his sword directly at Gito, asserting, "He trusted you more than any of us, you low-life bastard." Sakuma Gito merely smirked. "Indeed. That's why he was so easily manipulated." Lloyd growled, his eyes burning red with indignation. "I hate you so much, I want to kill you." The only reply was a casual laugh from Sakuma Gito. "Haha, business as usual, I suppose." Gito calmly faced Lloyd's blade. "Come now, Lloyd. Isn't it time you sheathed your sword?" He smirked, his tone full of challenge. "I won't be kind enough to dodge your next attack." Lloyd ground his teeth, roaring, "You bastard." Gito indifferently took a step forward, calling his name with authority. He reached out a hand, his tone teasing, "Don't you find your hair bothersome?" Gito continued his sarcastic lecture, suggesting that Lloyd's hair could make him slip when swinging his sword and cause a tragedy. He reiterated Lloyd B. Marks's identity, one of the 7 S-rank explorers, and affirmed that he chose him for his unparalleled strength in the dungeon. However, Gito said slowly, his eyes sharp, "It's not that I can't replace you." His words were like a bucket of cold water poured directly onto Lloyd's pride. Lloyd clicked his tongue, turned away, and clenched something in his hand. He changed the subject, anxiously asking about the fate of Rollins Moreau, who was being held in a pathetic state. Gito replied casually, "No, I will bring him out. After all, I still have use for him." Lloyd lost all patience, shouting, "Then hurry up before I do something stupid." With that, he angrily walked away, slamming the door shut behind him. Left behind, Sakuma Gito merely watched in silence, his eyes unreadable. He leaned back in his chair, sighing dramatically. Highs. Truly terrifying. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the clasped hands of the mastermind, still and calculating. He leaned back in his chair, sighing dramatically. Highs. Truly terrifying. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the clasped hands of the mastermind, still and calculating. He thought to himself that although he wanted to bring Lloyd along, his hot temper could ruin things. "I'll just have to go alone," he decided, donning his authoritative ceremonial robes. The scene shifted to Dungeon City, where white-capped waves caressed the shore. In Guild Alliance Meeting Room 2, Su Yuran and other high-ranking officials had taken their seats. The door opened, and the church representative entered, facing Shu and the female lawyer who were waiting. Shu's gaze was as sharp as a dagger, meeting the newcomer's meaningful smile. "Shall we begin?" The dignitary's voice rang out, breaking the silence. The official confrontation began, and the atmosphere in the meeting room became extremely tense. Su Yuran spoke, getting straight to the point about the Saint-Lint Church's attack on Analyze Arts. Immediately, the church representative raised his hand, asking to speak first. He smiled amiably, introducing himself. "Hello, Shu Amasora. I am Sakuma Gito, representative of the Saint-Lint Church." Sakuma Gito continued, congratulating Shu on his recent promotion to S rank. "Thanks," Shu replied curtly, his left eye flashing blue as he covertly appraised his opponent. The purpose of this meeting was to clarify the true intentions of the Saint-Lint Church. With the presence of Supervisor Su Yuran and 2 high-ranking alliance leaders, the punishment would be decided right here. In essence, this was an unofficial trial, where hidden powers clashed. Sakuma Gito did not hesitate to make his first demand. The Saint-Lint Church wants Rollins Moreau to be acquitted. In the cell, Rollins Moreau sat motionless, a voice explaining that he acted independently but was very serious about his mission. Sakuma Gito smiled and declared, "The Saint-Lint Church will impose a suitable punishment on him." Sakura Shimizu slammed the table, vehemently protesting, "Don't mess with us," she loudly accused. "Rollins Moreau attacked our people with intent to kill," she continued, citing images of a critically injured Akito Kuramochi and an 11-year-old boy who was almost kidnapped. Sakura Shimizu yelled that there was no way they could accept such a demand. The female alliance representative turned and asked, "Sakuma Gito, what is your answer?" Among the guild leaders, Sakuma Gito sat opposite Shu and Sakura. He calmly replied, "Yes, that certainly cannot be forgiven." But then, Sakuma Gito's eyes sharpened, and he murmured, "Assuming you are telling the truth." Shu and Sakura Shimizu were both stunned by the sudden change in attitude. Sakuma Gito laid his cards on the table, pointing out the lack of witnesses or evidence, then retorted, "Do you have any proof that Rollins attacked your people without provocation?" Sakura Shimizu asserted that their guild members had testified. Sakuma Gito dismissed it, claiming the one-sided testimony from Analyze Arts was merely baseless slander aimed at his comrade. He smiled smugly and declared, "What I want to see is proof that Rollins Moreau attacked you with intent to kill. That is all I ask." Shu fell silent, his expression hardening as he realized the disadvantageous situation. He thought to himself, it would be very difficult to prove Akito's injuries were caused by Rollins, especially since Rollins himself was injured when they handed him over. Sakuma Gito continued to argue that the dungeon was a locked room with no witnesses, and he simply trusted his guild members. Sakura Shimizu angrily yelled, "Do you think you'll get away with this?" But Sakuma merely replied nonchalantly, "Yes." Sakura Shimizu cried out in alarm as Shu Amasora suddenly stood up. The official hastily requested, "Mr. Amasora, please return to your seat." In contrast to the commotion, Sakuma Gito merely observed silently with a calm expression. Shu leaned his hands on the table, shifting his weight forward. He bent down, face to face with Sakuma, at a menacing distance. However, the high priest merely smirked, completely unfazed. Shu spoke, his voice as cold as ice. "Just this once. This is the only time I will overlook your actions. If you dare to lay a hand on me or my people again, I will crush your guild." Shu's eyes flashed with killing intent. In response to that deadly threat, Sakuma offered a smug smile. The official stammered in protest, but Sakuma raised a hand to cut him off, saying nonchalantly, "It's fine." He skillfully rationalized. "It seems every guild only wants to protect its members' interests. It's understandable for him to lose his composure." A knowing smile remained on Sakuma's lips. Hearing this, the official reluctantly repeated his request. "Mr. Amasora, please return to your seat." "That's enough. Let's go, Miss Shimizu." Shu decisively turned his back, leaving the bewildered lawyer behind. To her worried expression, he simply replied, "Yeah, I've seen everything I need to know." Shu thought to himself, his blue eye flashing with the light of his appraisal skill. The two departed, leaving silence to envelop the meeting room. Sakuma Gito looked up after them, muttering to himself with amusement. So there are still higher peaks to conquer? The city sky was at dusk as the trial concluded. A girl rushed over, calling out anxiously, "Guildmaster, are you all right?" Shu Amasora was surprised to see Rion, Ava, and even lawyer Shimizu waiting for him. He asked, "Huh, Shion? Why are you here?" To which she replied that she was worried and had been waiting. Sakura Shimizu giggled mischievously. "Oh ho ho, I have to go ahead. You two enjoy yourselves, Tilda," making Rion Eva blush and wonder when the lawyer had become like this. After Shimizu left, Rion Eva walked alongside Shu, asking about the situation with the Saint-Lint Church. Shu replied with a serious expression, admitting that they were quite troublesome. He explained that despite his attempts to deter them, they would surely find a way to cause trouble again soon, because, after all, it was the strongest guild. gathering most of the S-rank adventurers, Shu affirmed. And without a doubt, they are targeting us, causing Rion Ava to only manage a butt. Suddenly, Shu took her hand. He looked directly into Rion Eva's eyes and resolutely promised. I promise to protect you. The sudden promise left Rion Eva bewildered, her cheeks flushing. Shu clarified his meaning. I will never let my guild members be in such danger again. Making Rion Ava secretly cheer inside. Knowing he was thinking of everyone, she happily followed behind him, her hands covering her face, which was flushed with joy. Shu's eyes glinted with a sharp, cold light. He silently resolved. Don't expect to escape unscathed if you dare to harm my friends. Sensing the change, Rion Ava asked blankly. Huh? Shu turned back, smiled gently, and said, Let's go home, Xian. The two walked together back to their guild.